So, hey guys. Hope you are doing great. Welcome to Just a Shinobi 2.0. So, this is the story about what if Naruto was Dragon and Phoenix Summoner. Part 2. Thanks for loving first one. I am sure you will love this what if. And if you did, please hit the subscribe button for more awesome videos like this. Check out my other videos, share with your friends and enjoy them. Check out the description. Comment down your opinion. So, without wasting any time, let's see today's what if. Chapter 8 Naruto returns. Time skipped 3.5 years from the previous chapter. More than 3 years have passed by since the day Natsumi came to Konoha, and it could easily be said that her life had taken a turn for the better when she was saved by Naruto and Nina. Konoha Uzumaki compound Natsumi's bedroom. Natsumi was lying on her heart-shaped bed covered with silky red sheets, cuddled in between her younger sister Kasumi and Kushina. She was wearing a very light and comfortable black nightgown. On both her sides Kasumi and Kushina were lying in their almost transparent nightgowns and black lingerie. Kushina was on Natsumi's left side, with Natsumi's head resting on her right hand as if it was a pillow, and her left hand around her daughter's torso to keep her close. Kasumi was pressed against Natsumi's back, her breasts massaging Natsumi's back and right arm circled around her elder sister's waist. Ever since she moved in with them after Naruto saved her, they have been sleeping in her room so that she doesn't feel alone while sleeping. Natsumi blushed and shivered slightly when the younger Riti's hand slid a little too downwards in her sleep and then tightened around her, pulling them closer together. It didn't help that her face was pressed against Kushina's breasts. Personally she thought they did this to humiliate her, but no matter how much she protests this practice, they wouldn't budge from their positions. And they both always wake up an hour after her. She whimpered. Kachan, Kasumi-chan, please wake up. I am having trouble breathing in here. Kushina's eyes opened a fraction to peek and then closed again. She proceeded to smother her golden-haired daughter with a smile on her face. We still have time. Kasumi stirred a bit before trying to bury her head in Natsumi's back again. MHMM. 5 more minutes Onachan, please. You always wake us up so early. Yeah, I'm still tired. Kushina supported her younger daughter. Natsumi grumbled. She was really getting used to them both sleeping with her. It was the same every day. They think I am some kind of teddy to hold when they sleep, but Teddy doesn't need to breathe, I do. I feel so used. To further her misery, Kushina and Kasumi tightened their cuddling unconsciously around the blonde girl. How did I even survive this every night for about 3.5 years? I just feel grateful that Ninachan doesn't join them here. And why the hell do I always wake up at 4 a.m? Even while she was thinking all this, somewhere deep inside, she was very grateful for the attention and closeness her sister and mother always showered over her. She had been ignored and lonely for the first 10 years of her life, the most she got to talk about was when she was learning how to speak. She was smart, incredibly so, but that wasn't something she had been grateful for before she was reunited with her family. The only contact with people she got was when she was being taught to do something. Most likely to increase my value when sold. She thought with a grumble. Since she learned everything fast that contact was minimized too. Even then, that contact was rarely physical, but right now it was really physical. She took a moment to think about how her life had progressed since she came to Konoha. It had improved a lot, yes, but that was mostly because of the Uzumaki family. My family. She smiled inwardly. She wouldn't admit it in front of Kasumi and Kushina, but she was very happy for all that they did for her. If I admit it to them, they will increase it even more, and I don't think I can survive that. But I will die happy. Being someone's little doll to hug, cuddle and be taken care of was not something most would consider respectable, but for Natsumi, who rarely got to feel a loving touch before meeting them, this was heaven. A slightly suffocating heaven, but a heaven nonetheless. She highly doubted anyone else would have survived in her situation. Any guy would have died from blood loss through nosebleeds by now. Or the 2 redheads would have beat him to death for trying something pervy. Not that she would blame them for it. Kasumi had developed into the perfect figure of teenage beauty. And unlike Natsumi, she had managed to control regeneration and aging with the help of her bloodline, so she was able to speed up her aging to the point where she's now physically almost 16 years old. And then she had frozen it. According to Kasumi, she liked her appearance most when she was 16. She had tried increasing it to 18 once, but that had led to her breasts getting larger than she wanted, not to mention they became obtrusive in her taijutsu and ninjutsu skills. So she reverted back to being 16. It was rather odd when she thought about it. Kasumi was 12, but her body was that of a 16-year-old, while Natsumi was 14, and her body was 14 too. By birth Natsumi was 2 years older than Kasumi, but physically it was just the opposite. As of yet Natsumi hadn't been able to control regeneration or aging to a satisfactory level that was provided by the Kanzen Tentai, but Kushina had assured her that she will be able to do it later when she has better control of her bloodline. But her blood healing capacity exceeded any that might have been heard before. Till now they hadn't been caught in an injury where a single drop of Natsumi's blood couldn't heal it. Although Natsumi was very hesitant in allowing anyone to utilize her blood healing, except her family. The action was rather intimate for her. The only one she had allowed to do so till now directly by bite was Naruto, and there wasn't much of a choice they had there. He was poisoned and extremely injured. Odds are he would have died if she hadn't done that. The grimace formed on her face as she thought about it. She would have lost her brother before even getting to know him if she had hesitated there. Natsumi had been able to control her aging a bit, but she was unable to increase her aging as of yet. Thus she was growing older at a constant rate instead of an accelerated one like Kasumi. If she wanted she could freeze her body to be 14, but she was determined to make herself at least 16 or 18 before she did that. Kushina was able to completely master her aging in the 6 years she had known she could do that and now looked exactly as she did when she was 19 instead of her early 30s. All in all, the Uzumaki family was kind of strange now that she thought about it. Her mother was 19, her younger sister was 16, and she was 14. Damn, I am getting a headache. This is so complicated. Not to mention that one of my 19-year-old relatives is actually 84. Family aside, she had been progressing greatly in her training. Her medical expertise was coming second to none. Of course no outsider knew about it as they did it privately in the compound. She had some problems when she had started of course, but once Nina had drilled chakra control into her, she was a natural. Kushina firmly believed that she would surpass Tsunade soon enough, and Nina told her it was insulting to be compared to the drunken old hag. The thought of Tsunade reminded her of how the past 42 months they spent as a family had passed by. When they had arrived it was chaotic to say the least. Kushina had dropped Kasumi and Natsumi off at the Uzumaki compound and left for the council meeting with Nina immediately. Flashback Konoha council room. This is outrageous. We will not tolerate such insolence. This would have been one of the more common phrases heard in the council room and wouldn't have been worth giving a single thought or consideration to if it were spoken by anyone else. But this time, Heike Hiyashi was the one shouting. That in itself was an outrage, no one would have believed it had they not been witnessing it themselves. And some were still checking if this was all a Heike are known to have poles shoved so far up their ass that even when they die their faces remain in the same indifferent expression as usual, just like the Uchiha always keep a scowl or frown on their face, depending on their gender. Given how effeminate some of their males used to be, people used their scowls to sort out Uchiha males and frowns for Uchiha females. Those with neither weren't considered true Uchiha. Similarly, to have the clan head of Heike raise his voice was nothing short of a miracle. Had he been a regular Heike before this, he would have been exiled from the clan. But being the clan head gave him some privileges. Please calm down Hiyashi-san. I am sure we can solve this in a more civil manner. The Sandaime tried to step in and avoid any unnecessary casualties. He didn't particularly care about Kushina, but he knew very well who was going to die if Hiyashi and Kushina fought. Some of the councilmen were wondering what had caused this. The answer would be the wet dream of any Heike to have Uzumaki bloodline fuse with their Byakugan. That would have been great for them, great enough to make their lips twitch in an upward direction. But then, someone took their dreams away. Nina Uzumaki is a member of my clan now, as I have already accepted her application. Therefore she is under my protection. If any of you try to do anything inappropriate the results will be less than pleasant. That, I can guarantee. Kushina's tone was so cold that many of the councilmen cringed. The Ashi sneered, making him look more like an Uchiha than a Heike, had it not been for his eyes. She has the Byakugan, the Heike bloodline. She is a Heike, can you not see even that much, you blind woman? These eyes do not lie. She will be taken by my clan and branded with a caged bird seal. After that what we do with her is none of your concern. As far as the Uzumaki clan goes, I don't think you can call it a clan when it has only some kids and one woman in it. Kushina glared right back at him with equal ferocity, although she showed no signs of losing her cool. But alone, she knew she couldn't fight them all back. She needed a way out of this situation, and she needed it now. Nina, who had been sitting on the sidelines waiting for her fate to be determined, decided to voice her opinion. I have already decided that if I am to be here, I will be with the Uzumaki clan, to whom I was a part of in Yuzashigakure no Seido. I only have the Byakugan because my mother was a rape victim of a Heike. Do you want to take responsibility of that man's actions, Hiyashi-san? Nina narrowed her eyes as her tone grew colder. If so, I will be more than happy to take revenge on the offenders of my mother. The Ashi snorted. You? Don't make me laugh, girl. You look barely 19, I doubt you could beat any of our more skilled members. Kushina, whom Nina had already informed of her skills, decided to take advantage of Hiyashi's underestimation. How about a mutual agreement then? I bet no one from your impotent clan has what it takes to beat her, even if two of them go at her at once. Your arrogance is disgusting. I care not how much you look down on us, everyone knows we are a superior clan to yours. Additionally, there is no one in my clan who would bring shame to us by losing to an outsider. Kushina almost let her grin be seen, but controlled it in time. Then how about this, if Ninachan is able to defeat 2 Haikas of your choice, and you can go in yourself 2 in a 2-on-1 battle, then you will withdraw your claim on her. If those 2 could beat her, then she will accept Haika clansmanship. Nina quickly caught on to what Kushina was trying to do and voiced her approval. She is my clan head, my mistress. What she says, I will follow it to the end. The girls got some guts to say that. Hiashi thought about it for a moment. Surely, Uzumaki bloodline when combined with the Byakugan would be extremely powerful. This was their chance to get it. The girl was barely 19, 20 at most. So she couldn't have that much experience. From what they had been told, she didn't belong to any village after Yuzurishi Agakur's destruction, so she couldn't be trained too well, given that Yuzurishi Agakur was destroyed when she must have been around 5 years old. And after that she hadn't joined any of the great villages. So he concluded that she must have self-trained from what she could see and observe. Maybe she might have been trained by some passing ninja who took pity on her, or some Masingan. Either way, there was no way to know for sure. Nevertheless, such a powerful combination couldn't be underestimated, and Kushina's confidence in her proposal was proof of the fact that she believed so too. But if he himself was to fight the girl, raw power won't stand against his superior experience. And he was by no means weak. No matter how powerful a genin is, even as powerful as a Kage, a genin always has more probability of winning because of his experience in battles alone. Add the fact that he could take another clan member with him to the fight, and there was virtually no chance of him losing. With his perfect theory in mind, he smirked. I accept. The match will be at Training Ground 11 at noon. The whole council could be there to witness the event. There were murmurs of approval from the entire council. Kushina smirked inwardly and nodded in acceptance. Got you a diet-sama. Nina started to crackle madly in her head. I will avenge you a little bit tomorrow, Kachin. 2 of the offending clan will be offered to me as sacrifice. Damn, I am going insane, gotta control. Now that that's settled, let's move on to the next order of business. Sandame spoke in his usual business monotone. He was not interested in bickering between clans, he had enough headaches without these anyway. What's this? Kushina-san, you have put an application in for special admission for another academy student today. Natsumi Uzumaki. Usually such matters were dealt with by the academy itself, but this particular last name was an exception. He had specifically made it clear that any matter concerning an Uzumaki would be directly dealt by him. He caught Kushina stiffening at the name, which meant she was not going to budge from her decisions on that matter. Yes, she is another new clan member. Actually, she is my daughter that I had lost 10 years ago in Wave Country, but she was saved and sent back to me. She will be starting ninja training tomorrow. The third thought about it, saved from the waves. That was strange. He knew of course that Kushina had a lost daughter, he had been there when Kushina had been crying day in and day out, searching everywhere for her daughter, and he was one of those who had comforted her by telling her to forget about it. That's all good and all, congratulations on getting her back, but you specifically requested her to be put in the same class as Kasumi, why is that? That should be obvious. If I put her in any other class she will be harassed for being Kasumi and Naruto's sister, and will have to deal with who knows what. This way she will be safe with Kasumi. But Kushina didn't voice the obvious fact. She knew that Sandane was aware of it and just trying to appear oblivious, who knows why. She already has a little basic ninja training, so it would be a waste of time to restart everything from the beginning, and it will help her adjust better if she has someone she knows in the class, that means Kasumi. I know you are going to argue against me there, like you denied Kasumi's early graduation and forced her to attend all 5 years of the academy like regular students, but consider this. Natsumi is already 2 years older than the rest of the students in that class, and I don't want her to be unnecessarily left behind. Sandane thought about it, but couldn't find a very good reason to disagree. Very well, we can make an exception this time I suppose. But don't expect any more favors from me. Kushina inwardly gritted her teeth in anger. Yeah right, like you ever did any favor to me you old goat. I would have been able to train Kasumi so much better had you allowed early graduation, you are holding her back purposefully, I know it. You don't want her to get too powerful, right? You don't want her to be able to resist too much if you need to remove her, right? Well, too bad for you, not everything is going to go according to your plans. I won't let any harm come to my children. The next day noon training area 11, Nina Uzumaki stood at one side of a large ground, on the other side stood the clan head of the Haikas, Hiashi, and one of their strongest members, Haika Hahedo. While Hiashi would never admit it, even though Hahedo was from the branch family he was very gifted with Ichiken. So, he had chosen him as he didn't want to take any chances in this gamble. He could already see lots of little Haikas running around with little sticks shoved up their asses, having gigantic chakra reserves and advanced regeneration. A creepy smile formed on his face, which almost freaked everyone out. The red hair would be a problem though, it doesn't suit a Haika. Too vibrant. And colorful. I should probably stock up on lots of black or dark blue hair dye. Hiashi was confident in his victory, but he knew better than to underestimate an opponent. There was a reason that Uzumaki bloodline was so desired by the Haika. It will be hard to take her down, but once we do the Haika will be more powerful than ever. I will finally accomplish what I thought would never happen. After Yuzu was annihilated, the Haika had taken it the hardest in Konoha. And after continuous rejections from Kushina to join their clan or give them her daughter in political marriage, the little hope that had been left was all but shattered. Sandaime Hokage, who had volunteered to be the proctor and judge of the match, gave the signal to begin, and all three fighters took their respective fighting stances. Hiashi and Hayato shifted into a relaxed Jiken stance, while Nina was in her personally modified version of Jiken. Byakugan. Both males whispered. Byakugan. She knew this match won't be easy, the two in front of her were easily the strongest of their clan, which was one of the strongest in Konoha. In all her previous fights she had taken her opponents by surprise, but the ones in front of her were not taking any chances and were ready for the toughest battle of their lives. She inwardly sighed in disappointment. This won't be easy, but hopefully I can handle it. Keeping herself in a defensive position, she started to go through various strategies in her head. Hiashi on the other hand was intrigued by Nina's stance. He could have brushed it off as an inferior self-taught version of Jiken, but he was not a clan head for being ignorant. He could see that Nina's stance gave her more fluidity than what his own provided, but the angles that her hands and legs were at didn't allow fast movements in straight lines, instead they seemed to promote revolution, spinning, and skidding and centering the opponent before eventually overwhelming him from all directions. Uzumaki's personal Taijutsu style, Uzuken, combined with Jiken. But she couldn't have been more than 5 when Yuzu was annihilated, so who taught her? Uzuken was one of the Uzumaki Hijutsu hidden technique and was never recorded in any scrolls, so how? Hiashi never realized the big mistake he made. He assumed Nina was not older than 20, as she looked around 19 at best. If only he knew her real age, he would have been more prepared. Finally growing tired of the wait, Hayato charged at Nina. Hiashi watched their each movement with his Byakugan, hoping to catch any glaring loopholes in Nina's defense, which could be used for a quick and smooth victory. Nina seemed to be dancing around Hayato while swatting away his strikes. While his all-round vision prevented her from getting on his blind spot, her constant motion away from his front prevented him from using some of the more advanced Onihikil Jiken techniques of the Haika. Fortunately for him, he was not alone. Hiashi prepared himself for one of the most feared Haika techniques. With his experience, he could direct them even at a moving target, given that they are within his range. The damage dealt won't be as much, but with two opponents of this caliber, the slightest slip from Nina was more than enough. Both Nina and Hayato saw this, thanks to their all-round vision, but there was no time to dodge, especially with Hayato so close to stop her from doing so. As Hiashi shot off at blinding speed towards her, Nina knew she couldn't dodge the attack in time. Hayato was making sure of that, so she had to defend from it somehow. However, for all the years she'd lived and spied on the Haika on missions, or killed any that she got the opportunity to, she had never seen any defense from the technique Hiashi was going to use. Haki Rakujikinshim. 8 trigrams 64 strikes. 2 supercharged chakra fingers on each hand moved towards Nina's midsection. 2 strikes. Well, her sensei in Yuzu no Kuni always said when defense doesn't work, offense is just as good. She even made a new name for the counter on the spot. Shugo Haki Rakujikinshim. Protective 8 trigrams 64 strikes. 2 strikes. Nina's arm seemed to blur out of existence before intercepting Hiashi's strikes. Hiashi noticed too late that Nina was much faster than him, and Hayato didn't even get to comprehend what happened before the next 4 hits hit his chest. 4 strikes. Nina's words reached him. Hiashi rushed to prevent Hayato from being knocked out and risked his chances at winning. 4 strikes. Hiashi did 2 strikes twice with super speed. 8 strikes. Nina said, and then once again her hands blurred out of existence. She intercepted all 4 of Hiashi's strikes and then directed 4 strikes at the branch member. But this time Hayato was prepared. Hayaku Retsushima. 100 power palms. This was basically a weaker version of the 8 trigram 64 strikes. It was not that Hayato was not talented enough to do that technique, but because Nina had closed off some of his and messed up his control, he needed time to be able to open them again. Hayato directed extremely fast, even though weak strikes towards Nina, who saw this and had already prepared herself accordingly. Hayato intercepted Nina's strikes and directed more at her, while Hiashi continued his assault. Nina knew she was going to be in trouble if this continued. Of course she had the upper edge now, but her technique was going to end before Hiashi, and his hardest hit would be fatal to her if she didn't do anything. Going through various scenarios in her head, she decided on a particularly devious one. 8 strikes. Hiashi attacked. 16 strikes. Nina intercepted Hiashi's 8 strikes and redirected the other 8 to Hayato. 16 strikes. Hiashi doubled his effort, hoping to catch Nina off guard. 32 strikes. Nina announced, apparently unaffected, and once again hit Hayato with the remaining half. 32 strikes. Hiashi was peeved by now, but was somewhat happy as he knew he would get the last laugh. 64 strikes. Nina executed her last step. By now Hayato had a lot of his chakra points closed, and Nina was not hit even once. 64 strikes. This is it. No counter came, all 64 strikes hit various parts of Nina's body, but before Hiashi could congratulate himself for vitally disabling his opponent, something odd happened. Nina poofed and turned into Hayato, who fell down, unconscious. The first 2, 4, 8, 16 and 32 strikes from Nina and 64 from Hiashi had taken their toll. Hiashi's eyes widened in surprise. What? But my Byakugan. Then everyone saw Hayato poof into Nina. Seeing their confusion, Nina decided that an explanation on exactly how she escaped would help her further humiliate the hike ahead. At the last moment I did a sealess henge on myself and Hayato, who was half unconscious due to my assault, and then performed a sealess kawarimi with him. Since he was so close to me, it was relatively easy, even though he is much heavier than a log. Hiashi fumed with every word she spoke. She had used 2 basic Rank Academy to counter his 64 strikes and knock out one of his best fighters. This was insulting. But I should have seen through with my Byakugan. Why didn't I see it? Not waiting to play around anymore, he decided to bring out the big guns, so to speak. Haki Shinton KKSHM. 8 trigrams 4 heavenly empty palm. Hiashi's chakra flared briefly before his hand started to glow blue, chakra concentration so high that it was visible to even a civilian. Akram Tenbu. Nina countered. Heaven's dance of hazy white. She covered her whole body with chakra before charging at Hiashi. Hiashi had been expecting her to go on the defensive as he was going on offense, but it seemed Nina didn't want to play by his book. Getting over his surprise, he continued with his technique and directed super-powered chakra bursts towards Nina. Their power was enough to level walls by just a nick. Even though she had covered her entire body with a lot of chakra for defense, the attacks Hiashi was giving her were more powerful than she expected. So whenever he managed to get close enough to touch her, she winced. But the price for getting those hits at Nina was to purposefully let Nina into his defenses to catch her off guard. So Hiashi got more than a few hits as well. Both the opponents got a bit bruised and glared at each other. Nina for her part hadn't been injured in a fight for quite a while now, and the fact that it was a Haika that had bruised her didn't settle well with her. Those damn rapist assholes. I will kill them all one day. Before Hiashi could comprehend what was going to happen next, Nina was upon him, eyes filled with righteous feminine fury. Take this bastard, the most powerful technique I saw one of your clansmen use 50 years ago. Haki Senbyakuraki Jikashisa. 8 trigrams 361 strikes. Resounding cracks echoed through the area as her attack hit her target. 2 strikes, 4 strikes, 8 strikes, 16 strikes, 32 strikes, 64 strikes, 128 strikes, 256 strikes, 316 strikes. Hiashi went flying away from Nina and collided with a tree with loud thwack. All his were closed, he himself was very close to fainting and completely unable to use chakra. He didn't even need to mention the whole new dimension of pain he had just discovered. As he was descending towards the ground so that he could finally get sweet unconsciousness, he heard Nina's voice again. Akashmk 10. 8 trigrams heavenly sky. Slash. 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 Nina shaped her chakra into razor-sharp lines and then started a rotation. Everything caught in the range of chakra blades got deep cuts, including many trees, Hayato and Hiashi. Hiashi was already very close to fainting, and this attack sealed the deal. Just as he was about to lose consciousness however, Nina was on his face. Aki Hasenjeki. 8 trigrams mountain crusher. Hiashi completely lost all thought of fainting when he saw in slow motion where her hand was going. Towards his crotch. Ayaya. Yeah. Did he just say Kaya? Yes. Even the Haruno representative on the council who had been watching the battle grew green with envy. Hiashi's banshee cry had completely outclassed her own. The technique that Nina had used would have destroyed a boulder from inside out. It pushes a huge amount of chakra into an object, compresses it inside that object, and then expels, blowing away the target completely. Even though the ninja council heads had seen some of the worst things in life, they all put their hands over their family jewels in a protective manner. Ahedo, who had woken up by Hiashi's cry of pain, saw what happened and immediately admitted defeat and got into a very strange stance that seemed to be focused on protecting his privates. Take that you damn fucking rapist. Inoichi looked over at his old teammate. Hey Shikaku, did I miss something? I didn't see Hiashi doing anything inappropriate to her. TCH. Me neither, these re-deeds are weird and troublesome. For once I agree. Even after Hiashi had lost she showed no mercy. Giving one last kick to Hiashi's privates, Nina walked off. Not that Hiashi had any privates left after that. No one had the balls to stop her. Or rather, they wanted to have their balls remain intact so they didn't stop her. Either way it was clear who won the match. As soon as they were out of the hearing range of others, Nina turned to Kushina with a smirk. Did you see? Yes. As I expected, you had to use Kenjutsu against them. Your Fkin style is fascinating. I almost didn't see it. A small almost unnoticeable smile was the reward Kushina got for her compliment. You didn't get to train much with our clan before you came to Konoha and our home was destroyed, but I will show you what I can. Then flashback, Natsumi winced a bit remembering that incident. Even Tsunade couldn't heal something that didn't exist, so there was no chance of recovering Hiashi's, now non-existent, privates. Hiashi was crippled by that incident. When word of it had gotten to the Haikta, they had completely abandoned their dreams of getting Uzumaki girls in their clan. They had all voted that Uzumaki women were evil. Who would want to risk girls like Nina inside their own compound, ready to blast your privates inside out? Not the Haikta. For all their arrogance, most of their leaders were still male and wanted to remain that way. Itsumi had to giggle a little at how Niji had whimpered when he saw Nina drop her and Kasumi off at the academy some days. Come to think of the academy, it hadn't been all she had expected it to be. They didn't really teach anything there except Konoha's history, which was boring as hell, but she still aced it because of their plan for the genin teams. It was a fairly simple exploit of a loophole really. Every year, the highest scorer overall, the highest scorer in academics alone and the lowest scorer overall were put on the same team. Natsumi was going to score the highest overall, there was no doubt about that. Natsumi was extremely smart, so she had no trouble excelling in academics. Naruto on the other hand, was going to attend the academy graduation exam without knowing any of Konoha's history, add to the fact that he didn't have any attendance or previous test scores. Of course he would do great in all other areas, but his overall score will still be lowest. So they had the perfect plan to be on the same team. Once that was done, Kushina would use her position as the clan head to be able to choose the sensei of her clan members. Tomorrow, they are going to have their graduation tests. Naruto should be back by the end of the day if he had to keep his promise, so they were pretty sure he would come. If there was one thing Naruto didn't do, it was breaking promises with his family. Near Mizuno Kuni, wisps of smoke rising from it along with the smell of burnt earth that rose from the crater would have made it impossible for any normal person to want to stay there. However, a single figure sat in the middle of the very same crater, meditating with seemingly no effort on his part. There was no sign of life left in the area around him, everything that should have been there was not there and its place only black and smoking earth was left. It's time we get back, Naruto-kun. That was the last thing I wanted to teach you for now. The figure opened his eyes to reveal an entrancing and powerful ninjutsu. It has been so long, I wonder how much they have changed. Well, you won't know unless you find out yourself. He gave Kikbi a mental nod before turning around towards Konoha. Kamui. The space around him warped and started distorting until he slowly started to disappear. Not long after that he was gone, no trace of his presence left in the area. Konoha Uzumaki compound. While it had taken some effort, Natsumi had somehow managed to get Kushina and Kasumi to move their lazy asses out of the bed before the sun rose too high up. Now she is getting ready with Kasumi to go to the ninja academy so that they can attend the last class before the graduation exam. They had both taken to being sisters like fish to water. There was no tension between them, they didn't even have much of a rivalry. They helped each other out wherever they could but didn't really compete to defeat the other. There was a little problem when Kasumi kept teasing her older sister about their brother, Naruto. But that had been quickly countered when Kushina had revealed to Natsumi what Kasumi had hoped no one would ever know. For all her cold attitude and always in control personality, Kasumi was actually quite shy and submissive on the inside. If you didn't want to be teased about something, all you had to do was tease Kasumi in return and all of Kasumi's defenses would crumble like dirt. It had worked wonders, from teasing one moment, Kasumi was reduced to a tomato after a few minutes of the same treatment from Natsumi. The older sister had started off as a very sweet and shy girl, but after constantly teasing Kasumi about Naruto almost every day, her personality had changed to a bit more mischievous one. It was probably always that way, but it had just come out. Natsumi still didn't know what she really felt for Naruto though. Kasumi had made it clear to her that as long as she got to be Naruto's first, she didn't care and would actually be quite happy if they got to share him between the sisters. But Natsumi had decided she would wait and see if her affection for Naruto was just a crush or it was genuine. Only time would tell. Just as they were about to walk out of the compound though, she heard Kasumi gasp sharply and turned to look at what Kasumi was staring at. It was supposedly impossible to get inside Uzumaki compound without getting detected because of the ceiling array around the compound, but someone had managed to bypass it, which was more than enough to put her on guard and scare her. The individual seemed to be around 16, spiky blonde hair and silver-ringed eyes with 9 tomo in them. It took them a moment to recognize him, as they didn't quite expect him to be so mature-looking yet, and his eyes were different too. "Anaichi Naruto-kun?" They both asked simultaneously. Naruto grinned at his twin and older sister. Long time no see, Kasumi-chan, Natsumi-chan. Before he knew what happened, even with all 3.5 years of training he went through, he was tackled to the ground by Kasumi. Anai-chan. I missed you so much. How was your trip? Did it go well? Who else did you meet? What did you learn? How? Kasumi was so happy that she never realized that she had actually lost a few tears from her eyes upon seeing her brother back. Calm down sis, he just got back. Give him some time to answer, will you? Natsumi interrupted with a smirk. Natsumi was just as glad to have her long-lost brother back. They had technically no time at all to get to know each other after she found out they were siblings and she wanted to rectify that soon. Reluctantly Kasumi got up from Naruto. After he stood up, he was once again surprised when Kasumi closed her lips around his. She wrapped her legs around his waist, arms around his neck and then deepened the kiss. Getting over his surprise, Naruto decided to make the most out of the situation. So he licked Kasumi's bottom lip and then slid his tongue inside her mouth, which she dutifully massaged. She was ecstatic that she had her brother back, but she had been away from him for so long that she just had to get close to him somehow. She had to make him realize how much she missed him, and to her this just seemed like the right thing to do. What Kasumi didn't know was that Naruto was getting aroused rapidly. He had missed Kasumi as well, sure, but he hadn't had much physical contact for 3.5 years. Before that there was at least one kiss on the cheek, a hug here and there from his mother Kasumi almost every day. As it was now, he was starved. Without even realizing it, his right hand had begun groping Kasumi's breasts while the left hand massaged her ass. Kasumi was in a world of pleasant emotions, she moaned in Naruto's mouth. Anai-chan. When they both withdrew for breaths, Kasumi's eyes were half-lidded and she was staring at him somewhat dreamily. Naruto found himself mesmerized by her beauty. The cute little redeed that he knew had grown into a stunning woman. He hadn't really taken his time to take in the changes in his sisters yet. He set Kasumi on the ground and let his gaze travel on her body. She was 5'6" easily, only a bit shorter than his own 5'10", Natsumi was 5'2". The most surprising fact however was how well developed Kasumi was. She had cup breasts, long-toned legs, her body was lean, and she looked gorgeous. What surprised him though was the fact that she looked not only more mature, but more so than Natsumi, who was supposed to be the elder sister. Seeing his confused look traveling around her body, Kasumi blushed a bit before responding. I used our bloodline to speed up my aging, I am physically 16 now. Anai-chan is 14 in both body and soul though, until she figures out how to do the same. In her case, they were expecting him to be a bit shorter and less muscled, though they would have loved him in either cases. This was just some extra eye candy added in the mix. He wasn't bulky or anything, just well-muscled and relatively tall for his age. Kasumi and Natsumi didn't inquire about Naruto's well-developed body, they just marveled at it, assuming that it was the result of the intensive training he had put himself through. It was true of course, his changes had been because of the training. But what they didn't know was that many of the physical changes he had gone through were because of Kikbi's soul bond getting stronger. It didn't make him a girl like her of course, but it strengthened his connection with the demonic realm. That allowed him the ability to learn how to use demonic chakra. He couldn't use it too much yet, a single tail at best, but that little had caused him to undergo a lot of physical changes. His muscles had become stronger, his regeneration and stamina increased by leaps and bounds. But the most frustrating aspect was that he now had more demonic nature. It wasn't that he had anything against it, but it was annoying to have sexual desires that strong, and his desire to kill has also increased to the point where he rarely if ever left anyone opponent he fought against alive. He was much more likely to kill his opponent now than he was before his transformation. Kikbi had told him to keep this a secret as it didn't really matter that much and there wasn't any way of finding out. There was also the discovery of the seal's other function that disturbed him. If he doesn't find a way to get Kikbi out of the seal within the next 5 years, the seal will completely absorb her and fuse them together. Even though she was a demon queen, Naruto liked her and didn't want her to die. She had done a lot for him. While she will never admit it, there were a lot of favors she had given the boy that were not needed for her personal gains. He was brought out of his musings by Kasumi's voice. Anai-chan, not that I mind, but did your eye advance to the next level or something? It looks very different. Last time she had seen him, his eyes were like a Manjikam Sharingan with a Rinnegan around it and a yin-yang symbol in the center. Now it looked like a normal Rinnegan that Nagato had, except it was a different color and had 9. Yes. This is as far as it goes, all 3 of the different parts have completely fused together. The Rinnegan is obvious as you can see, concentric circles represented. They represent the Sharingan, and the midnight blue-silver color is because of the elemental star. Kasumi nodded at his explanation, but there was one thing she didn't understand yet. But how did you get in here without getting detected? Naruto smiled at his curious little sister, well she was his twin, but she still referred to him as Anai-chan most of the time, so they had grown accustomed to that when they were younger. He was glad that didn't change in the time he was gone. He was also glad that his sister was the same girl on the inside as she was the last time they met. It is one of the space-time ninjutsu I have learned while I was gone. It's called Kamui. I can use it to teleport to anywhere I have been before. It uses a lot of chakra and I can't use it too many times a day, but I was quite a ways away from here and needed to get here quickly if I was to keep my promise to you and Kachin. Both the girls nodded in acceptance at his explanation. Finally Naruto stepped towards Natsumi and captured her in a hug. I am sorry Natsumi-chan that I didn't get to spend more time with you till now, but we can make up for it. Natsumi blushed as she felt his strong arms hold her against his muscled chest. Sure, Naruto-kun, I wouldn't mind having a brother around either. I was actually looking forward to how it would be. You did save me in the wave earlier, so I guess I can forgive you for your absence. She gave him a wink in the end, making it clear that there was nothing to forgive for to begin with. Naruto smiled at his older sister as he patted her head. Huh, hasn't she opened up? Kasumi and Kachin must have done a real good job with her. Not noticing Natsumi's baffled look on being treated like a kid by her supposed younger brother, Naruto then turned around and stared at the internal gate of the compound with a smile. He'd know that chakra signature anywhere. As Kushina got out of the compound building and into the large area between the building and the outer walls, she finally noticed someone other than her two daughters standing there. She stared at the newcomer warily. After a while her eyes widened. Naruto. Naruto grinned at his mother, who blushed. What a shame. I couldn't recognize my own son's chakra signature. Did it change or did I become such a poor mother in the years he was gone? And damn. I didn't know kids could grow that much in a few years. He looks about 18. I can understand Kasumi as she used her bloodline. But what the hell? Quickly suppressing her blush and trying to hide her surprise, she addressed Naruto again. Wow Sachika, haven't you grown up a lot? Just think Kasumi-chan, all the fun you both could have together. Natsumi blushed at her mother's comment, which only made Kushina's grin wider. Natsumi decided to get back for all the embarrassment she had gone through that morning. Yes Kasumi-chan, do you remember what you told me last Friday? You could try that with him, it will be fun. I'm sure. Poor Kasumi was redder than the color of her hair by now, so Naruto decided to come to her rescue. Well, I was kind of thinking about getting together with you. Or maybe he wasn't going to save her. What? Kasumi inquired, somewhat shocked. I mean, what do you think about it? You are the closest to me and I thought a lot about what Kachin told us when we first kissed. So I was wondering if you will officially be my girlfriend. Kasumi blushed a bit but didn't hesitate and confidently answered. You don't have to ask Anae-chan, I will be more than happy to do it. Naruto smiled at his twin, she was just so cute with all her loving sister personality that he couldn't help but be attracted to her. As another plus she was hot as hell too. Great, so how about a date after the academy is over? Alright. Kasumi answered a bit nervously. She still couldn't believe Naruto had asked her on a real date. Well, she had dreamed about going on a date of course, but hadn't expected it to actually happen. She was expecting their relationship to be much less formal, as he was her brother. But she was more than happy if her brother was going to fulfill her dreams. Kushina smiled at the twins. You two are so cute together. But now you all should head to the academy. You don't want to be late on your first and last day, right Naruto-chan? Kun. She pouted internally. He was now too big and strong looking to be called Naruto-chan, but all kids grow. She was just a bit sad that he grew up so fast. I don't really care about the academy, but let's not be late since we want to be in the same team to avoid having to spend the few months we're going to be in Konoha with random assholes. We'll see you at night Kachin. Natsumi kissed her mother on the cheek before leaving, while Naruto and Kasumi waved at her before running off talking to each other. I will be back home after the academy as I have some research to do on one of my new medical exams. Actually she wanted to spend more time with Naruto, but the twins had a date and she didn't want to intrude. Alright Natsumi, if that's what you want. I will be home after 8 if you guys need anything, tell that to the twins too. See you girl, be safe. See you later Kachin, and don't worry about us. Outside, Naruto had not expected much change in the village or the villagers. But now that he was once again among their presence, he noticed a lot of lust-filled glances directed at Kasumi and Natsumi. It seemed as if most villagers had gotten over their fear of Kasumi's power, and once that fear was no longer there, only residual hatred for housing Naruto remained for the Uzumaki girls. Of course, with Naruto gone for so long, that too seemed diminished since some didn't recognize him at first glance. He felt quite peeved at how indiscreet some of the people were when it came to staring and drooling over them, but decided to ignore it as Kasumi was holding on to him quite closely and he didn't want to get away from her. He also noticed a lot of looks of complete and utter hatred directed at him. A grin spread across his face as he realized at least something hadn't changed. Those idiots are going to hate me no matter what I do. My life would have sucked if it weren't for my family. Now that he thought about it, what would my life have been like without my family? He decided that if that were the case, he would have preferred not to have a life in the first place. He would have starved for attention, maybe started pulling pranks on people to get noticed. There wouldn't have been anyone to teach him, so his skills would have been pathetic as well. No one would have loved him either, so if anyone showed him even a flicker of false kindness, Naruto would have trusted them blindly. He snorted at that thought. He was so glad for his family. He had also thought about what it would have been like if Minato was alive. He would have killed Minato, or Kushina would have done it. He was sure. Seriously, that guy fucked up the lives of their whole family so bad, they hated him more than they hated the village. A man that puts the lives of his children and wife below people who he doesn't even know all that well. A man that is ready to sacrifice his son and daughter's life and take the easy way out himself by dying. He couldn't ask anyone else, but he could throw away his family. Pathetic. Were those in his family not sentient? Were they just tools to be used by him? Who gave him the right to use us like that? He felt Kasumi tighten her hold on his arm, sensing his negative emotions. He let go of all the angry thoughts as he didn't want her to worry too much about him. As soon as they reached the academy, he noticed that most of the students were looking at him with curiosity and jealousy in their eyes. Not surprising. But I don't really care. When they reached their classroom, they found Ichnin with messy brown hair and another with white hair at the desk. Iruka noticed a newcomer with Kasumi and Natsumi. "Excuse me, who are you?" Naruto didn't respond at first, as he had been ignoring almost everything around him and simply started walking towards an empty seat when Iruka repeated his question. "Ah. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, new admission to the class." Iruka's eyebrows shot upwards at that, then he began going through his documents. He didn't have anything against the demon brat, he didn't care about him really. Though his sisters were hot. Mustn't think perverted thoughts about students. While this was going on, the class was in an uproar, well most were, some didn't care. Naruto noticed that the white-haired teacher was looking at him with a kind expression on the outside, but he didn't need his ninjutsu to know how much hatred festered within that person for him. What? How could someone get in on the last day without even studying for the first 5 years? We have worked hard to get here and he simply walks in on the last day. Akamaru barked in agreement with his master. Arf. Yeah. Sasuke-kun is the best. If he couldn't, then how could this loser get in on the last day directly? I agree with Forehead Girl on this one. Naruto winced at the volume of the pink-haired girl. She was definitely the new Haruno prodigy. The second wasn't much better off either. Although nowhere near as loud as the first one, she was just as annoying. Iruka paid them no mind, no matter what happened some student would go against a decision, it was kid's nature to be rebellious after all. He had been wary of the Uzumaki children at first, but having observed the girls for quite a while, he knew that not to be the case. They didn't particularly care about anyone, but weren't the devils he had been afraid of. Ah, yes. You have the Hokage's permission to enter him. So you are Kasumi and Natsumi's brother? Well, take a seat. I hope you are as good as your sisters. Natsumi noticed that there were only 3 seats remaining, and only 2 of them were together, so she left to sit on the third one. Next to Hinata. For some reason the seat next to Hinata was always empty. She had been curious at first until she got to class a little early one day, just to see Hinata-ken, the unfortunate bastard who tried to grab the seat next to her. Only for hot reteeds or blondes. She had said while blushing and stuttering. From that day on, Natsumi had tried to keep her distance from the girl if possible, she scared her. But there was no other choice today. She knew how close the twins were, the number of times Kasumi talked about Naruto each day was proof of that. She wasn't going to be the reason to separate them. Kasumi threw a thankful glance to Natsumi, who smiled back at her. Hinata noticed Natsumi sit next to her and blushed. Who knew foursomes were hotter than threesomes? And if it's a fivesome, all the better. Hinata had thought long and hard about it and couldn't find even one of them that she didn't find herself attracted to. Naruto-kun is hot, Natsumi-chan is hot, Kasumi-chan is hot as hell, and even Kushina-sama is gorgeous. Nina-san is hot too, but she will probably be too rough on me because I am a Hikage. But I can like rough from time to time. A six-something then. A small amount of blood started leaking out of her nose. Natsumi silently moved as far away from Hinata as possible, she had no intention of getting raped anytime soon. But even though Hinata was a pervert, Natsumi liked her more than the other villagers. At least she isn't selfish, hypocritical or stuck up. And she is Kasumi's one-way friend. After they were all seated, Iruka cleared his throat to get their attention. Well, since you are new here it is considered mandatory to give an introduction so that your classmates may get to know you better. So tell them your likes, dislikes, hobbies, strength and area of interests etc. No. A nudge from Kasumi and he sighed. It's just one day, and Aichin, come on. Naruto thought about it for a while. Well, as long as I don't go into too much detail it shouldn't hurt. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like my sisters, mother and friends. Huh? The brat got friends. I know a few people don't hate him that much, but damn, I don't care about anyone else. I pass my time by spending it with my family or training. I'm not sure which particular art my strength lies in, but I prefer ninjutsu. That's about it. Iruka was only slightly surprised at hearing about ninjutsu, but he knew that the Uzumaki had large chakra reserves, so it was likely that their mother had taught them how to use a few. Alright class, enough chatter. Now let's begin our lessons. Today we won't be having any theory lessons as this is your last class. We will be doing practice for tomorrow's test. Most of the students sighed in relief while Sakura pouted. She loved theory. And so began their class. At night Uzumaki compound, Naruto and Kasumi's date had gone well. It wasn't anything fancy, but they only wanted a place alone to be able to recount all the good times they had been through and tell each other what they had missed. Somehow Naruto had found a place they could be alone with in Konoha, which wasn't in their compound. Apparently there was a large cave system inside the Hokage monument, which for the time being seemed empty. Naruto had been very formal, much to Kasumi's amusement. But she secretly liked it. He wasn't taking her for granted just because she loved him unconditionally. While she was flattered, she hadn't seen this coming the way it had. He didn't really need to do that, but I'm not complaining. They were almost at their compound, and Kasumi knew for sure that Naruto was using them around them to make the villagers ignore the two as he carried her like a bride to their compound. The gates opened as Naruto pressed his palm on the entrance seal. Once they reached Kasumi's room he put her down and ruffled her hair. You know, I had thought you might have changed into a wild cat in the time I was gone, but you're still just as obedient and nice. Not that I would have loved you any less if you were a wild cat, but you would have been harder to handle. She smiled at her brother warmly. I had a great time in Aichen, thank you very much. As for me being a wild cat, I can be that too if you want. She gave him a wink and then wrapped her arms around his neck. Pulling herself up until her breath was brushing against his left ear, she lightly bit down on it. Then she proceeded to give him a good night's kiss, but he seemed to have other plans. Naruto had kept his urges bottled up for way too long, but he wouldn't force his twin sister to do anything she didn't want. But even he had his limits. Lemon warning incest. She hadn't even been able to withdraw her lips from his when she felt him grab her by the hair and pull her head back gently to look at her. You know, someone as beautiful as you shouldn't do something like that to a boy unless you want to do more. She raised an eyebrow at his words. Sure the bite wasn't appropriate, but what's wrong with a good night's kiss? That's when she felt him feel her up as he started laying butterfly kisses on her neck. Oh. So that's what he wants. I don't mind. She showed her consent by maintaining her hold on his neck to hoist herself up as she wrapped her legs around him. Naruto stopped kissing her delicate neck and their lips met with fiery passion. As their tongues massaged each other, teasing them with each flick, Kasumi knew her brother was beyond control now. Naruto ripped her one-piece dress off her with a feral growl, which surprised Kasumi a bit, but she didn't bother telling him to stop. He continued to squeeze her ass with his left hand while ripping off the rest of her clothing with the other. He realized where this was going, but it was extremely hard for him to control his demonic urges. As he threw her dress away, leaving her nude to his gaze, he let her down and took a step back. A few deep calming breaths cleared his thoughts, if only slightly. Kasumi. Do you really want this to continue? You know where this is going, right? I can stop now, but any further and you can't back out. Kasumi just rolled her eyes at her brother as she giggled. I knew where this was going to go the moment you took off my dress, Anaichin, and if I had any objections, trust me, I would have told you. Naruto smirked at his sister. He knew that she was strong enough that even if he wanted he couldn't force himself on her without severely injuring them both, not that he would anyway. With one last look into each other's eyes, they engaged in their kissing session with renewed vigor. Naruto opened the door to his room with one hand while still firmly squeezing Kasumi's butt with the other. But when they entered they both immediately stopped kissing and broke apart with a gasp. Only Naruto's hands and body concealed Kasumi's nudity from her mother. Kachin. What are you doing in my room with all this filming equipment? Ashina's eyes widened comically as she realized she'd been caught. Oh crap, you are back earlier than I expected. Too mean welcome back. How did the date go? Kachin. This isn't the time, please. Well. You see I didn't want to miss out on seeing my kids' first night together. Naruto shuffled on his feet, not quite sure what to do. His harden, along with Kasumi's nudity, made it impossible to not know what they were about to do. Kasumi was beat red at her mother's boldness, whether from anger or embarrassment no one knew. Kachin, she said in a way too sweet voice, could you please leave with your equipment, please? Ashina immediately got the hint of danger in her daughter's tone and hurriedly packed off the equipment before leaving. Sorry for interrupting, continue you two, I'm just gonna. Never mind. With that she left their room and closed the door. Neither of the siblings noticed the small camera in the flower pot. Kashina's room, KYAA. Kashina's squeal sent the other two occupants into fits of giggles. She looked so cute and weird when she was like this, neither had seen this side of her much. "Get ready Natsumi-chan, Makoto-chan, this is going to be awesome." Makoto looked at her friend oddly once her giggling was under control. She still didn't believe that Kushina had actually set up cameras in Kasumi's room so she could watch her kids fuck. She had a hard time believing that she was allowing it too and seemed happy about it. While there was no such thing as an incest taboo among bloodline clans, she had never before come across a pair with such a close relationship. "You have a wicked mind, Kushina-chan. I swear one of these days you'll give me a heart attack." Natsumi was looking at her mother with stars in her eyes. "You're the greatest I could have hoped for, Kachan. This is the best material I could have gotten against Kasumi as blackmail." Kushina grinned at her two guests. She had known the twins would suspect there was something in the room due to Kushina's regular behavior, so she had been there in the first place with fake equipment. Once she was gone they just assumed that she took everything with her. They still have a lot to learn. Back with Kasumi and Naruto, their excitement hadn't been dulled in the slightest by Kushina's interruption, and once she had left they re-engaged with renewed vigor. Kasumi was quite literally the epitome of feminine beauty. Naruto couldn't help but drool a little at her perfect hergless figure and angelic features, which she noticed with a small blush. Naruto was a fine male specimen himself, he had gotten at least a few good benefits from Imki usage. Add that to his extreme training schedule for the last few years, and you have a very fit male. Kasumi's heart pounded in her chest as Naruto stepped towards, touched the side of her right breast with the tip of his fingers, and then trailed his hand downwards, feeling her curves along the way. He then wrapped his right hand around her waist and pulled her closer. The redhead leaned into his touch as she placed her arms on his shoulders for support. Then he used his left hand to grope Kasumi's right breast and rub the nipple, while he sucked on her pink nipple of the left breast. Kasumi shivered in pleasure her brother was giving her. His every touch sends pleasant sensations throughout her body. As she felt her brother's lips on her nipples, she couldn't help but moan and press against him. Naruto himself was immensely enjoying his work. Kasumi's soft and nubile body was tasty enough for him to be able to do this all day. But his demonic urge to mate was slowly increasing to uncontrollable levels. Kasumi felt his hard member press into her belly through his boxers, and she slowly and a bit reluctantly pushed Naruto away from her to get down on her knees in front of him. While Naruto was a bit disappointed to have been forced apart from her, he knew what was coming next will be more than worth it. He felt himself harden further as his beautiful sister took hold of his boxers from either side and slowly slid them down. As his hardness sprang free, he had to chuckle at the gasp from Kasumi at his size. Trembling slightly in fear and anticipation, she looked up at him with her ocean blue eyes and bit her lower lip. "And Aichin, this is. It can't possibly fit in me." For a virgin like Kasumi 10 inches was too much and he was as thick as her wrist. She was sure that if he used that on her, it wasn't going to be funny. She was now left wondering how much it might hurt being impaled by something that big. She knew it would hurt a bit at first, but with his immense size, maybe the whole experience would be painful for her. "I hope you enjoy it, Aichin, even if I don't. This will bring us closer, and you deserve it from me." Iridide pushed all the doubts aside though, and decided to follow her instincts for now. As she touched his hot shaft and breathed on it, she felt him twitch in anticipation. She gave him a soft experimental tug and was rewarded with a thick glob of precum. Licking her lips, she moved in closer to him and extended her tongue out. Naruto had to resist the urge to just hold her head and fuck her mouth right there. He felt jolts run through his being as her tongue made contact with the base, and she gave him a long, slow, tentative lick on his hard shaft from the base to tip. Making sure to lick off the thick glob of precum at the tip, she found its taste intriguing. Not mouth-watering tasty, but it was something she got from her brother, and that fact itself made it one of the most precious things Kasumi wanted to have. Naruto groaned in pleasure that his sister's tongue gave him. He felt his member twitch in anticipation as she once again moved in close. This time she was more confident and hungry for him. She kissed his tip with her red lips experimentally before she started to seemingly make out with it, using her tongue with great enthusiasm. All the while she used both her soft hands to pump him, occasionally taking delight in the small amount of fluid her efforts managed to conjure. He looked down to see Kasumi with her eyes closed, and when she had them open she was staring at him with love. He was expecting at least a bit of lust in them given what they were doing, but there was only one emotion he could see in them. Naruto felt his heart flutter every time he looked at her love-filled eyes. And the sensations she was giving him were unreal. He was brought back to the real world when Kasumi stopped making out with his crown and looked at him. "Did you like the Aichin?" It was an innocent question, not one she had meant to arouse him with, but it still had that effect. She had absolutely no experience in the field other than what her mother had told her during her teasing training sessions. Hence she couldn't be completely sure about what she had to do. "Yes, you're going along very nicely, don't stop now." Kasumi beamed happily at the praise and took him back in her mouth, only an inch or two at first, but then more and more. Naruto watched the red-headed beauty take his tip in her mouth and groaned loudly when he felt himself hit the back of her throat. She massaged his member with her tongue while it was in her, then pulled back to lay kisses on him again. Once more she proceeded to take him in, this time with some more determination. Naruto held the back of her head with his hands to better direct her and get a little more control, then he watched her slowly take his member in her till it was in about 4 inches and had hit the back of her throat again before withdrawing completely, kissing his tip lovingly and taking it all the way in again. After a while Naruto couldn't take it anymore and held her by the hair, forcing her to look up. As she focused her questioning gaze upon him, still sucking on him, he used his other hand to gently rub her cheek. He didn't know how it was possible when she was sucking on him to blush with that little show of affection, but she did. Given his current state, it was hard for him to not just slam her against the wall and fuck her till she passes out and then some. So there was no beating around the bush. "Would you mind if I told you to relax a bit and let me have your mouth?" Kasumi slowly took his member out before she smiled and nodded. As soon as she had, Naruto used her crimson locks as leverage to lower her on his cock again. As he felt himself entering her warm mouth again, a particularly large glob of precum was spurted, which he felt her swallow. Holding her hair tightly, he slowly started pumping in and out of her mouth while she tried her best to suck him in without using her hands. Soon enough, he found himself pushing against her throat, trying to bury himself deeper. As it was her first time, Kasumi may never even have thought about it. But Naruto wasn't a demon for show. Try to swallow it and don't resist. That surprised her, but she did as she was told. As Naruto felt himself slowly getting past her gag reflex, his eyes almost rolled back. It was so tight. Prrrr. Kasumi felt a bit weird and afraid when she felt him get past her throat, but she trusted her brother. She started channeling chakra to her lungs, she knew she could live without oxygen for 10 minutes. After 7 or 8 minutes of furiously pumping in and out of the redhead's mouth and throat, he felt himself reaching his limits. He buried himself hilt deep in her. Kasumi's nose twitched as she felt her brother's unique peppermint-like smell assault her when her nose was touching his trimmed pubes. She was always familiar with it, but it was never this intense. "Kasumi-chan. Be ready now." He groaned. Kasumi couldn't speak since she had her mouth rather full, but gave him a nod as a permission, if he even needed that. However, he changed his mind as he withdrew from her throat. Reading his intentions, she tried to smile, but was nervous, given she would definitely have that monstrous thing stuck up her tight belly soon enough. Of course, she knew he would want her to taste the first load he gave to her. If he had shot it down her throat, that wouldn't have been possible. Naruto watched as his beautiful twin took him in her mouth again and started bobbing up and down, careful to not take him too deep so that she gets to taste all of him before it goes into her belly. Kasumi felt her brother twitch as only his tip was in her mouth. She sucked deeply on him and then came the first hot blast of sperm she ever tasted. She swirled the thick and warm fluid around her tongue, savoring the taste as another rope of hot thick cream filled her mouth. She swallowed it like it was the best drink she ever had, bliss clearly written on her face. The taste wasn't exceptional, but the source of it made the fluid special for her. He then continued to blast rope after rope of hot thick semen in her mouth. She gulped down again and again and again, savoring the taste of her brother's seed each and every time by swirling it around with her tongue before letting it enter her belly. Finally, after what seemed to her like it would never end, he stopped. She felt her belly almost completely filled with her brother's cream, giving one last kiss to his tip, she shakily tried to stand up, feeling his hot cream slosh inside her as she did so. Daridid leaned against her brother's chest to recover a bit. Her brother had different ideas though. Too aroused to stop and let his twin rest, Naruto growled as he held her shapely butt roughly and ripped her panties off. He threw her into the nearby bed, ignoring her startled gasp. She felt the weight shift as he then got down between her legs and bit on her thigh. Kasumi winced a bit but didn't object. "Anai-chan, you don't have to." Entranced by her strawberry scent, her reply was cut short when she felt his hot breath hit her. She stopped breathing as her eyes were locked with Naruto's lips as they moved closer towards her between her creamy thighs. As he licked her lower lips, he heard her sharp intake of breath and felt her arch her back. His eyes almost rolled to the back of his head at her heavenly taste. She tasted like strawberries, but still there was something different. She was different, smooth and sweet with a little naughtiness of the berries, but he couldn't put her into words. She gasped at the strange feeling she got when he did that. Wow. She squirmed a bit, not sure if she really should just sit back and enjoy like she wanted or do something for him in return. Naruto seemed amused by her reaction, but continued his assault at a teasing pace. He gave her a reassuring smile in between his licks, telling her to just sit back and relax. His own excitement grew exponentially as her breathing became short and quick and she panted and moaned from his attention. Taking another long lick at her, he used one of his hands to rub her right nipple and the other to massage her butt cheeks. Kasumi's pants, moans and whimpers almost drove him wild, but he managed to restrain himself. As his tongue went inside her tight hot body, Kasumi felt as if stars had entered her vision. On reflection, she closed her thighs, effectively trapping the blonde in between her long smooth legs. It had taken quite a while to get her there, but thankfully he had more than enough stamina for it. He continued his tonguing while Kasumi writhed in pleasure under him. He got a wicked grin when he saw her squirming. Smiling all the while, he took out his tongue from her folds and gave her a long slow lick from the base to her clit. Without even giving her time to recover, he drove two of his fingers into her. While she was painfully tight, his saliva combined with her love juices provided enough lubrication. Narutani. Please. Be more gentle. Kasumi gasped out. Those fingers hurt when they entered her, even though she was thoroughly wet. Her vision was getting foggy by now from all the pleasure she was receiving from her brother. She had tried to touch herself, but that had been a disappointment as she found out she couldn't achieve release that way for some reason. Iridied found herself getting closer and closer to her first ever orgasm at an alarming pace. She felt each time her brother's tongue entered her, twisted around and played inside her, or his fingers went just a little farther. Anaichin. I think. I will. Naruto took his hand away from her breasts and used both his hands to squeeze both of her ass cheeks. He increased his assault on her clit and increased the pace at which he was finger fucking her, then inserted another finger. That was way beyond what Kasumi had needed for her release, and she felt her vision explode in various colors as she lost herself to the bliss of orgasm. Her body writhed and thrashed as she felt wave after wave of pleasure tear through her. Oh. She just lay there panting as her bliss subsided and she finally caught up with reality. Naruto had happily lapped up all of the delicious nectar that his sister blessed him with. He loved her taste. He moved upwards towards her breasts and started fondling them with his hands while sucking on her lower areas, hoping to get any leftover nectar. Kasumi had just stopped thrashing in pleasure when her brother finally lost himself to the incredible arousal he was feeling. Without any warning, he positioned himself between her legs and took one last look at her to see if she had any doubts. He didn't know if he could stop now if she said no, but still he wanted to know. Kasumi was a bit intimidated by looking at her brother's massive length and girth positioned between her legs, ready to impale her. But she didn't have any doubts whatsoever about what he wanted or if she was going to give it to him. She gulped in anticipation of what was to come, but gave her brother an affirmative nod. If it brings a little pain to me but makes him happy, I guess I can take it for him. Please enjoy this, Anaichin. Naruto was a bit worried about his sister too, but his desire to fuck her senseless was too strong for him to resist, and he didn't want to resist either. He rubbed his tip up and down on her and then pressed the tip against her entrance. Slowly he increased the pressure with which he was pushing and started inserting his member in her folds. The blonde marveled at the heat and tightness she provided him with as his bulbous head entered her. Kasumi had to grit her teeth to stop from screaming as she felt her brother's thick tool stretch her. Her folds parted to allow him entry, albeit very reluctantly. Naruto savored her delicious warmth even as only the head had entered the girl when he had to pause or break her hymen. He had hoped that it would be broken by now due to training or such, but it seemed her advanced regeneration had prevented that from happening. He had no doubt she was a virgin though. There was no way his sister would let any other man touch her if he knew her. Kasumi kept staring as her brother entered her for what felt like forever and still almost his entire length was resting outside, waiting to impale her. It was baffling, she already felt quite full and he hadn't even started yet. Still, she wrapped her legs around Naruto's waist to help him enter her. She returned his apologizing but lust-filled look with a smile and then he pushed in with one extremely powerful thrust. She couldn't hold in her scream as he tore through her. He had to grit his teeth together to prevent coming then and there from her warmth and tightness Kasumi's velvety walls were giving him. Fuck. She feels unreal. Kasumi was silenced when Naruto leaned forward and kissed her to provide some comfort. Her breaths were coming out in short gasps and her eyes were tightly closed shut. She felt tears run down her cheeks because of the sharp pain she had felt due to her virginity being taken, but she had never been so happy before. She was finally his. As she felt his powerful muscle throb inside her and opened her eyes, an odd sense of pride washed over her. She was making her brother feel so good, pleasure was written all over his face. Now she knew no matter how painful this was going to be, the emotional happiness she got more than compensated for it. The crimson-haired girl kissed him again lovingly when he had withdrawn his lips from hers. She braced herself for all the pain she was going to feel that night, but felt happy that her brother was going to enjoy her. Naruto slowly withdrew till only an inch was inside of her before moving back in her again. Her smooth and warm walls embracing and massaging his tool, giving him unspeakable pleasure. She shuddered as her brother stretched her again to the point where she couldn't believe she was still in one piece. She felt butterflies flutter in her stomach at the pure bliss written over her Anaichin's face. Naruto loved every moment of it. She was extremely tight and her body held him in with a tender but vice-like grip. He felt like he could die happy, having never felt so good before in his entire life. But he had to restrain himself to his limit to stop giving in to his urges and pounding senselessly into the gorgeous Redeed below him. If this was hurting her enough for her to scream now, he knew he had to be careful with his strength. He looked at her form below him and noticed the tears that had fallen from her eyes when he took her virginity. He felt a slight pang of guilt before pushing that thought aside. It had to happen if they were to take their relationship to the next level. And soon the pain will subside anyway. He continued pumping in and out of her tight body at a somewhat restrained pace. Kasumi's face turned to confusion as the pain started to subside and was replaced with a dull throbbing ache and the feeling of him moving inside her. She got momentarily worried if her brother won't feel so good from her anymore if it didn't hurt, but then calmed down as Naruto still seemed to be enjoying her just as much. Slowly, moans started escaping her lips and a thin sheen of sweat covered her form as pleasurable sensations started erupting inside of her. She couldn't help but be delighted every time Naruto hit her womb and buried himself in her to the hilt, rubbing his groin between her legs. Every little grunt of pleasure he gave, every time he twitched, entranced her. She was fascinated with how good she could make him feel this way and mentally swore she would make sure to give him the maximum happiness she could. Naruto finally felt some of his guilt wash away as he saw her breathe heavily and moan, this time in pleasure instead of pain. He decided to keep his pace slow and steady as it might be too much for Kasumi if he went too fast for the first time. Would you like to go faster, Anai-chan? He looked into her eyes a bit bewildered. With how tight you are and how good this feels, I don't think I will last too long if I go faster or if you can take it. Kasumi pouted. What did he think she was, a quitter? Of course I can take it. I can see you want to go faster, so please. Naruto sighed in defeat. Fine, but don't blame me later. He took a hold of her hands with his and put them over their head so he held her immobile. It seemed her arousal increased upon him doing this. Then he gave a mighty thrust in, all his length moving inside her in one stroke and then withdrawn the next second. Sounds of flesh hitting flesh, Naruto's grunts and Kasumi's moans and whimpers filled the room. Unlike last time, this wasn't just one feeling. Not just pain, not just pleasure, but a strange combination of both. With every thrust he was hitting the wall of her womb, stimulating areas in her that she didn't know existed and stretching her painfully tight body. Kasumi soon found herself reaching the limit again. She started thrusting back towards Naruto, moving with him in a rhythm. It hurt and it felt good at the same time. She could feel something build up inside her, and the more it built the greater she felt. She wrapped her legs around his waist and arched her back as Naruto pounded into her almost mercilessly. This was what she desired, for her brother to take her just like this. As he withdrew, due to her arched back his belly rubbed against her flat stomach with each stroke and his tight hold on her hands made it seem like she was completely his to take pleasure from. Naruto buried his whole 10 inches in her before grunting in effort. He was quickly reaching his limits, this was his first time after all, and it was a miracle he had been able to hold out this long with a girl like Kasumi. The stunning Redeed looked at her brother with a strange expression and then leaned towards him to whisper into his ear. Thank you Anai-chan, I want you to know. You can have me however you want, whenever you want, wherever you want. Her words were proving to be a bit too much for him, but he gave her a nod, accepting her request. He withdrew again till only the tip was inside her, before thrusting back again. Kasumi. I am going to cum and me Anai-chan, fill me up. Just let it go. Naruto gave her a vicious grin and bit her on the neck, on reflex she gasped and bit him on his neck as well. With one final thrust he buried all of his length into her and grabbed her shapely butt before squeezing it hard and pulling her tightly against him. He then blasted rope after rope of hot thick semen deep inside her. Kasumi felt him release his boiling hot seed inside her again and again into her previously undiscovered depths, it was hot enough that she was sure it would sizzle inside her. She squeezed him as hard as he could, trying to milk him for all he was worth. But that wasn't needed. She felt her vision going dark before she felt unconsciousness take her. Neither of them noticed Uzumaki's spiral form on their necks, marking them as life partners. Naruto looked down at his beautiful twin laying below him, completely out of it. He decided not to bother withdrawing his member, as with her advanced regeneration, she will soon recover and be ready to go again. He had a lot to make up for. A few minutes later Kasumi's eyes fluttered open, she found herself looking into her brother's eyes. Her eyes widened with shock as she felt herself still getting her womb filled with his hot seed. Anai-chan. Are you still cooming with me? Naruto chuckled as his spurting finally came to a halt. The Redeed felt like she was filled up completely. Her womb was full of her brother's sizzling cream, she could feel it. Her stomach was full of him too. She never felt so satisfied before. Kasumi gasped and then moaned as he suddenly started thrusting into her again. You said you are mine whatever way I wish, right? Let me know when you want me to stop though. She didn't get any time to recover as he started moving in and out of her at a faster pace than before. Anai-chan. Anai-sama. Please don't stop. This feels so good. With every thrust Kasumi found herself closer to another orgasm. Naruto finally let go of all restraints as he started going faster and harder than ever before, drawing a gasp from his twin with every thrust. He was finally satisfying his urge of mating that he had been holding back for years. The fact that it was Kasumi that was giving him all the pleasure was all the more satisfying. He felt her walls try to hold him in and convulse as she rode through her orgasm. That sent another wave of intense pleasure through him. But Naruto had no intention to stop anytime soon, he was going to use his demonic stamina to see how long Kasumi could hold herself together. He continued his long hard thrusts into his twin sister, with a happy and challenging smile on his face, which was returned by Kasumi as a loving and determined gaze. You don't know what you got yourself into, Kasumi-chan. Lemon warning incest end. Kushina's room. Makoto was sitting wittied in front of the screen. Holy shit. They have been going at it for hours, and your son is still not even slightly exhausted, he is trying to kill her what? Kushina's eyes were half-lidded as she chewed on her bottom lip. Don't worry, my daughter can take some punishment and they are not going to stop until one of them gives up, don't you see the look in their eyes? While Makoto was shocked at first that Kushina had really put a camera in her daughter's room to spy on the siblings' intimate act, she had to admit it was a damn good show. They sure have some stamina, I don't know if I will ever be able to fit in with them. Natsumi grumbled in disappointment. Once she had seen Naruto back, she had become pretty sure that it wasn't just some stupid schoolgirl crush she had on him, or it wouldn't have lasted that long. But she knew Kasumi was more beautiful than her, and more cheerful, and closer to Naruto. She loved her sister, but when it came to Naruto, she just knew that she won't ever be able to get anywhere as close to Naruto as Kasumi. And now watching them fuck like bunnies in heat with unreal stamina, she felt her knees go weak. If he does that to me for that long, I am not sure I can heal myself back up to be able to walk properly ever again. Kushina tried to reassure her daughter as she kissed her cheek. Don't worry, I'm sure you will fit in just fine. Don't worry too much about it, when it comes down to it just go with the flow. For now just watch. And so the night continued. Don't tell anyone I did this, okay Kasumi-chan. Kasumi's smirk told more than she needed to know. She will tell Naruto, for sure. Just then the bathroom door opened and Naruto stepped out. He had been expecting a lot of things, but he had not been expecting his older sister's head between his twin's thighs. He groaned as his now hard member jumped up and hit his stomach. Damn it. I tried so hard to think of non-sexy stuff to get it down, and you both just had to do something like that. And now you will tell me we don't have any time to take care of this. He said, pointing towards his now erect self again. It's not what it looks like. I was just healing her. Natsumi shouted in her defense. With your head. I bet. He deadpanned. As Kasumi was about to leave the bed to take care of her brother's problem, Natsumi stopped her with a hand on her shoulder. No time Kasumi-chan. Sorry Naruto, she needs to get ready and then we all need to go to the academy. It will be over today, so just bear with it this one last time. The groan from him told them both how much he really cared about it. When they had told him about their plans for team assignments, he hadn't been very happy. He hated hiding what he was, and knowing that the academy was going to label him as the weakest made his blood boil. When the time comes for Konoha to burn, that place will be one of the brightest lit buildings. Kasumi sighed once he was gone. This just got a lot more complicated. I think it would be better if you two get to know each other soon, Onachan. I know what he saw isn't going to leave his head anytime soon. Natsumi giggled but nodded. If she was honest with herself she already loved both Naruto and Kasumi. Although she wasn't sure about the sex part yet. Naruto and Kasumi were just too comfortable with each other. And not to mention that she was afraid she wouldn't be any good. Nevertheless, she had spent about 4 years in Konoha and Kasumi had never once let her feel lonely. Always making sure her elder sister was happy. She wasn't even sure that she deserved a sister like Kasumi. So if it was a request from her, she would try her best. Thank you Kasumi-chan for being my sister. Kasumi got a confused look on her face before she smiled warmly at her elder sister. Thanks to Onachan, I am just happy that you are here for me. You know I always wanted an elder sister but never knew I would actually have one. Now that I have you, I can't let you go can I? And with you, Kachan and Anai-chan here, you can't imagine how happy I am. I just make sure that all of you are happy, that's the least I can do. Natsumi grinned as she hugged her sister, of course, Kasumi-chan. What is family for? As long as we have each other I'm happy too. I'm not wearing anything Onachan. And you just got a lot of. On your skirt. Natsumi just giggled. Doesn't matter, I'll change it while you get ready. Then they both separated and started to get ready for the academy. Ninja Academy Konohagakure no Seido. When 3 Uzumaki entered the classroom a few minutes before the test was supposed to start, Naruto still couldn't get the stupid grin off his face, while Kasumi still seemed a bit flushed. Anyone who saw Naruto's grin could clearly see I just got laid and it was greater than my imagination written on his face. Kasumi was not so easy to decipher though, and her flush might have been misjudged to be from too much training. This time since they were a bit early they were able to get seats together. Naruto sat in the middle of both his sisters. Not surprisingly, he noticed that most of the gazes on him were hostile. Probably their parents told me I was evil or something like that. He shrugged. Not like I care. A few minutes later Uchiha Sasuke walked into the class and behind him a horde of fangirls. Sasuke didn't seem to care that there were about 10 girls behind him, cooing and calling for him and proclaiming to be his one true love. He walked straight to Kasumi. I hope you pass the test bitch, as I won't take you if you aren't strong enough. Kasumi just ignored him and tightened her grip on Naruto's arm, who seemed ready to kill the Uchiha. That damn bastard. He called Kasumi-chan his bitch. I can understand an Inuzuka calling a girl that, as that's how they refer to females, even their females themselves, but from anyone else it is insulting. And even if he were an Inuzuka, Kasumi-chan won't be his. You should start praying we don't get set up against each other in a spar, or you are dead, boy. Naruto growled out. Chen. So you are her brother, eh? You think you can beat an Uchiha? That idiot, I hope if Anaichin kills him no one comes to know who did it or we'll probably have all our plans to leave compromised. He is a lot stronger than me, Sasuke. And if you forgot I beat you in every spar so far. Kasumi said with the slightest hint of smirk. Chen. What are you talking about, no one can beat Sasuke-kun. Sakura shrieked in defense of her true love. Yeah. You just got lucky. 12 times. Ino Yamanaka aided her ex-best friend. Itsumi frowned at the two girls. Before she came to Konoha and started training with her family, she was still a lot stronger than the two fangirls. It was kind of hard to think she just had about 6 months of ninja training by then, while these two have been in the academy for 5 years. Girls like you are a disgrace for all Kunoichi. Before the two fangirls could reply, the door opened and Iruka Yamino and Mizuki walked in. The class quieted down and all the students took their respective seats. Alright class, your first test will be a written test to judge your knowledge. Iruka announced. Mizuki distributed test papers in the class. Naruto noticed that his, Natsumi's and Kasumi's papers were covered in. Kasumi briefly activated her Sharingan and broke that, then deactivated it before anyone could notice. Naruto did the same behind his sunglasses and checked if Natsumi needed any help. To his relief, Natsumi had broken them with a short pulse of chakra from her palm. The three then proceeded to answer the questions. Kasumi and Natsumi had no problem with the test and easily breezed through it. Kasumi intentionally missed one question to make sure Natsumi was the highest scorer in academics. Naruto however. Who was the advisor of the second, why would I need to know that? Skip. Name of all 3 members of 3rd Hokage's Genin team. Skip. And what is the name of all civilian council members and their functions got to do with being a ninja? Skip. His test didn't go so well. An hour later, all the students were taken out to the academy training field for the next part of the exam. Okay, here is how we are going to give you points. You all have 10 shuriken and 10 kunai. There are 10 different targets, for hitting the closest one you get 1 point and for hitting the farthest one you get 10. Each target has 5 rings, for hitting the bullseye, you will get your score multiplied by 5, while if you hit the last ring corner of the target, you only get the score multiplied by 1. So you can get anything from between 1 point if you hit the corner of the closest target to 50 points if you hit the center of the farthest target. Pet hit. You will get 20 hits. Maximum points are 1000, minimum 20. You need at least 100 to pass. Now I will call you all one by one and you can begin. First up, Aburam Shino. Shino walked to the front of the class and got into a stance to throw his weapons. He hit mostly medium-range targets with good precision, gaining 350 out of 1000 possible points. That was quite impressive, Shino. Next up, Akamichi Chimjai. And so it continued. Chimjai got 270 points, Shikamaru got 275, Kiba 250, Ino 175, and Sakura 150. Ami, a hard-working girl from a civilian family, got 240 points. Aika Hinata. Hinata walked to the front of the class with her head low and shakily picked up her weapons. She still had some confidence issues when Kasumi was not with her. She looked towards her best friend and saw Kasumi not paying her any attention, but looking at her brother. Her gaze switched to Naruto, who was looking at her impatiently. She blushed. He was looking at her. Even if it was just because she was being slow and he had to wait longer because of that. I can do this, I have to show them, I have to show Kasumi, Naruto and Natsumi I'm not weak. Losing all her nervousness, she glared at the targets. Picking up her weapons she started throwing them with deadly precision. After all 20 weapons were used, Iruka calculated her score. 290, good job Hinata. Hinata blushed with embarrassment on becoming the center of attention and quickly ran away towards the rest of the class. Seeing as he was not going to get a response from Hinata on how she got so much better, Iruka announced the next name. Uchiha Sasuke. The word Uchiha was filled with pride, after all the Uchiha were the pride and joy of the village and Sasuke was their last survivor. There was a lot of cheering from the girls who regularly swooned over Sasuke. The brooding boy walked towards the designated area with an arrogant smirk and picked up 5 weapons with each of his hands and threw them all at once. The fan club went wild when they saw how totally cool the Uchiha was to throw not 1, but 10 weapons in one move. The Uchiha repeated this again and threw the remaining 10 weapons. After some calculations, Iruka announced. 520. As to be expected from the last Uchiha. HN. Sasuke-kun is the best. Yeah. Next up, Uzumaki Kasumi. Silence reigned upon the class. The Uzumaki had been the only ones who beat Sasuke's scores, and they were now waiting to see what would happen. Sasuke had scored much more than he usually did. Will Kasumi be able to beat his score? Kasumi picked up 2 weapons at a time, drawing giggles from the class at her inferiority against Sasuke, who had thrown 5. She threw them both at the last target. First hit the center. Second hit the first, third hit the second, causing the target to have a hole in it. One after the other, all the remaining weapons passed through that hole. The entire class stood still, stunned. Their giggles and snickers are long dead. 1,000. Iruka said in a disbelieving voice. Sasuke fumed from where he was watching. But there was also the slightest hint of smirk, as soon Kasumi was going to be his. There is no way an academy student got 1,000. The highest so far was 780 by Uchiha Itachi. Mizuki said in an equally stunned tone. Well, we will see that later, for now we have to finish the test first. Next up, Uzumaki Naruto. The same happened again, except Naruto picked up 5 weapons in each, just to mock the duck head, and all of them went straight through the hole Kasumi had made. Impossible. 1,000 again. Iruka shouted. Kishina-san, what kind of inhuman training are you giving them? Next, Uzumaki Natsumi. Natsumi was a bit more careful and threw the weapons one at a time, but still all of them went through the same hole. Holy crap, just what kind of training do they have these kids go through? We must report this to Hikage-sama. Mizuki whispered to Iruka, who was seething with anger. Kishina-san, what kind of life do you have these kids live? I can understand Naruto and Kasumi, they have demons in them and need to be trained, but even Natsumi. Children need to have a childhood. They can only get these kinds of scores if they spend all their time training on the ground. Let's finish the test first. He whispered in a barely restrained voice. For the next test, you will be having some spars, based on how many hits you get and how long you last. Your Chunin instructor will rate you. Shino was paired up against Shikamaru, in which Shino won. Chimjai lost against Kiba, Ino and Sakura fought to a draw, Ami lost against Hinata. Uzumaki Kasumi vs Uzumaki Natsumi. They had been expecting this, as it was one of the best ways to lower their scores by putting them against each other, so the Uzumaki were not surprised. Let's not do our best, Onachan. Natsumi giggled. Sure. Kasumi charged towards Natsumi at high speeds, but not her best. Natsumi waited till she got close and at the last moment jumped up. Kasumi waited for Natsumi to drop down, and when she came down with an axe kick, Kasumi moved out of the way. Skinkyaku. Legendary heel drop. Kasumi's eyes widened when she saw the rather large crater formed from the impact. The entire class stood stunned at the powerful blow. Wasn't that like Sanada-sama's legendary strength? Iruka nodded at Mizuki's question. Hi, I didn't know she taught anyone her secrets, not even her apprentice can do that. But I suppose it's not impossible for her to have been taught that. No one taught that to me, it is just careful usage of extreme chakra control that I get from being a medic. This is more powerful than Tsunade's version because it is not just blunt force, but thanks to Ninasan, I was able to mix Ken's effects into the strikes. Kasumi knew that if she wanted to win this she had to do it without getting hit even once, or it was over. It doesn't matter how hard you can hit if you can't hit me in the first place. Kasumi said, grinning at her sister. Natsumi smiled at her little sister. I am going to lose, I just know it. Kasumi's charge at a real speed, though she still had the gravity seals activated. To all the students and even Chunin instructors, she had just disappeared and reappeared next to Natsumi. With a quick chop at Natsumi's neck, Kasumi claimed victory. Then before her sister could fall down to the ground, she picked her up and walked towards Naruto. Kasumi-chan is so strong. Hinata thought, with a deep blush. Winner Kasumi Uzumaki. Next up, Uchiha Sasuke vs Uzumaki Naruto. Mizuki smirked at this, now he will get to see the demon brat get beaten by the Uchiha. Sasuke walked to the center of the training field, with his Uchiha smirk firmly planted on his face. Naruto kept his face neutral, having controlled his grin from this morning to an extent, mainly because he was seething on the inside for all the leering Uchiha had been doing at his twin sister. Not to mention calling her his bitch. Not realizing the danger he was in, Sasuke got into his clan's Taijutsu stance, the Interceptor style. The Interceptor was based on predicting the opponent's moves and countering them before they could be completed, thus it was not really effective without the Sharingan. Naruto wondered if he should just knock Sasuke out and get this over with quickly, but then the thought of Sasuke looking at Kasumi like he owned her and squashed that line of thinking. Naruto moved toward Sasuke at blinding speeds, even faster than what Kasumi had shown, and reappeared behind Sasuke. Sasuke, who was quite shocked at his opponent's speed, quickly tried to turn to face him, but a painfully powerful kick to his butt prevented that from happening. Sasuke went flying and crashed face first into the ground. Gah. Before he could get up, a heel drop from Naruto stopped him. Sasuke cried out in pain as his spine was hit, but thankfully it didn't snap. Without even giving him the time to think, Naruto kicked Sasuke's face and sent him flying with blood spurting out of his nose and mouth, then appeared right above the Uchiha and punched him in the stomach. With a broken face and aching stomach, Sasuke tried to get up but failed as blackness clouded his vision. Wham! The class was shocked when Naruto slammed Sasuke's face into the ground, even though he seemed to have already won. Then he kicked Sasuke once more before walking away. Sasuke-kun. His fangirls shouted in panic. You didn't need to be so brutal with your sparring partner. Haruka commented, slightly unsettled at the beating Uchiha received. I was holding back. Naruto replied, still maintaining a calm expression. Inwardly he was angry with himself for losing control. Damn it. Why did I knock him out? I could have beaten him so much more if only I had a little more control over myself. Are you going to announce a winner? Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Haruka gritted his teeth in anger. Sure, he didn't hate the demon brat till now, but this is not what a child is supposed to think like. Either the training these Uzumaki were going through was exceptionally brutal, or he really was a demon. Next we are going to test your ninjutsu skills. An hour later, phew, that was a close one. Yeah, Haruka nearly found out that your clone wasn't the Academy one, Kasumi-chan. Well, Kachin said it will be fine as shadow clones are just a better version. We can't be sure if we might have been disqualified for not being able to do the standard one. Yeah, they do hate us, so it was a possible outcome. After the tests most students had given the Uzumakis a wide berth. Uchiha Sasuke was still holding his stomach due to pain, and his fangirls were tending to his broken face. I was half tempted to kill the damn Uchiha for calling you his bitch. Asumi smiled at him, she had enjoyed watching Naruto kick the Uchiha around. Relax Anaichan, you can't just kill him for saying something rude to me. Although I won't mind, some people here will most probably demand your head for doing so. Like they don't want that already. Good point. But still. After walking in silence for a little while, Naruto glanced at Natsumi. Say Natsumi-chan, why don't you join in on the date I have with Kasumi-chan today? We still have a lot of catching up to do. Alright. Natsumi replied, smiling at her little brother. She blushed as she remembered the video of how her little brother had pounded Kasumi. I can't call him little, he is quite big. Asumi saw Natsumi blushing for no apparent reason. You know, you should spend less time near Hinata, Onachan. You are blushing for no reason. I wasn't blushing for no reason. Well, what were you thinking about then? I don't need to tell you. Natsumi sputtered out while her blush darkened another shade. See, you just Hinata Ed. What? You blushed more than what should be possible. And the conversation continued between the sisters in a similar fashion, while Naruto decided to amuse himself by just listening to them. A few hours later Uzumaki compound, the dinner with Natsumi and Kasumi had gone fine. Natsumi could now proudly say she knew her brother more than anyone except Kasumi and Kushina. Naruto was just as happy to know some of the more finer aspects of his elder sister's life. Hey Naruto-kun. Natsumi called out. Yeah? You want something Natsumi-chan? Naruto asked curiously. Not really, it's just that when Kasumi told me how she got you those sunglasses so that people don't get to know about your jutsu, I thought hey, what if you lose them during the battle? Or they break by a hit from the enemy. Yeah well, I need to be careful to not let that happen, and if they do break, then I have to make sure whoever saw my eyes doesn't get away alive. But what if there is an ally who saw it, someone you don't want to kill? Naruto thought about it a bit, then frowned as he didn't have any good answer. Well I guess then my secret gets out. But if he's an ally he won't tell any enemy. And if he does then he's not an ally and I'll kill him anyway. Natsumi grinned at his answer. Yeah, but I was thinking along the same line, where you can't be sure, so I came up with this. She took out a white box and opened it. Inside were two extremely thin spherical crystal-like objects submerged in a liquid. What are these? He asked, intrigued by the new object. Natsumi proudly started explaining. This is something I made specially for you using my medical ninjutsu. When you apply them to your eyes, they will expand and cover up your whole eye instead of just the iris like they should at their current size. I made them like that because your jutsu covers your entire eye instead of just the iris. Not only that, as long as you keep pumping a minuscule amount of chakra into them, they will suppress your jutsu's appearance. Thus when you do it you will have your normal sky blue eyes back. Naruto was fascinated by the new object. But will I be able to use my bloodline techniques when it is activated? He asked. Natsumi pondered this question for a while before smiling and answering. It will take some concentration to keep the lens active at the same time as you perform the technique, so for the more complicated ones, I think your jutsu might become visible. But for simple techniques which you use frequently, you should be able to keep up the chakra supply to the lens at the same time. Naruto's eyes lit up like he had just won a lottery. He jumped up and grabbed Natsumi in a tight hug. Thank you so much, Natsumi-chan. You don't know how useful this will be. Now most of my opponents will be sure that I don't have any ninjutsu, and the suspicious ones will not have any ground for their suspicions either. But the most awesome thing will be the faces of people when I Amaterasu them with my blue eyes. Ha, Natsumi was wondering if it was really a good idea to give them to Naruto, seeing as she was being crushed to death by his hug. And breathe. She gasped out. But Kushina, you are pushing your luck, Kushina-chan. You want all three of your kids on the same team and you want to be their sensei. Yes, and I know that you can do it. Come on, you know as well as I do that the highest score Kasumi, best academic score Natsumi, and the dope of the year Naruto are always on the same team to maintain a balanced squad. And as a clan head, I have the right to interfere with who teaches my kin. Sarutobi knew she had a political advantage, and her claim was true, but he wanted Kasumi to be teamed with Uchiha Sasuke like Kakashi had requested. It will improve Sasuke's performance due to their rivalry, and given the Uchiha's attraction to the girl, maybe even make him more social. At the same time maybe the Haruno prodigy will lose her fangirl attitude seeing Kasumi's serious attitude. That may be, but as you can see that this squad is clearly not balanced. Kasumi-chan and Natsumi-chan have the highest and second highest scores respectively. Naruto-kun had beaten Uchiha Sasuke, the third highest scorer overall. But when you put up the overall scores throughout the years, Naruto-kun is still the lowest scorer. Kushina countered. That's because he was not present during all those tests. Sarutobi said through gritted teeth. That doesn't matter for the paperwork, does it? If you don't do this then you will have to put up a lot of files and arrangements to explain why you didn't go through with the age-yield setup. You know the council will agree with my request, they will be ecstatic to find out that all of their thorns are on the same squad so they can coordinate their assassinations well. You don't have any proof that they will send assassins after you. Sarutobi almost yelled but managed to control himself. Are you saying they won't? You know as well as I do that they will. To be able to kill the demon brat, abduct Kasumi for Kikbi's power, make Natsumi a breeding stock, and get rid of me all at the same time, that is way too tempting for them to disregard. I wish I could change your views, Kushina-chan. Sarutobi started, sounding extremely disappointed in Kunoichi. I wish you had a spine, you old goat. Kushina hissed. Sarutobi's eyes hardened. I am doing all I can to make sure your family is safe. Of course, I can see the results. Remind me again, who was it that announced to the council of the sealing of Kikbi? We could have kept it a secret and no one would have known about it. She yelled. I didn't expect people to react the way they did or I wouldn't have done it. Sarutobi countered. But I told you they will react that way. How can you have experienced 3 great shinobi wars and still not be able to predict such a simple thing? Don't lie to me please, Sarutobi. I know you put the village above all, even my family. I know you purposely told the council about my children so that they grow up isolated. I know why you did that. You wanted them to starve for attention, for acceptance. That would have driven them to do what everyone considered right thing. Which is you tell everyone Konoha is a giant tree, a big family that we must protect at the cost of our lives and other such bullshit. That in turn would have made them Konoha's loyal defenders, ready to die for absolutely anyone in Konoha and not retaliate any hatred directed towards them as they want to prove themselves to everyone and gain their acceptance. But you forgot one important factor. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes at the repeat. I taught them how it didn't matter if the majority accepts you or not. I taught them how countries and villages are nothing but pieces of land without the people. How they don't matter to you if they don't have those you love. I taught them how they should cherish their loved ones, their family, and how they could find the entire acceptance they could ask for in them. I taught them how they can be happy without a damn village to serve, without dying for people who hate their guts. Sarutobi, you know, in Yuzushi Agakure they didn't teach us how we must die for Yuzu or that Yuzu is our family. They taught us how our family is Yuzu, and as long as our family is alive, Yuzushi Agakure no Sato survives. It doesn't matter if the island we stayed on is devoid of life now, it can be rebuilt. What must survive is the values that Yuzushi Agakure stands for. Konoha once stood for certain values of Sarutobi-san, but those are long lost. Do you know my grand-aunt Uzumaki Mito was married to Hashirama Senju for an alliance? Well, your pact was that you will help us if Yuzushi Agakure is ever attacked. When the Kirikumoiwa alliance attacked us because we were allied to you, you decided to cut your losses and build up your own defenses. How honorable is Sarutobi-san? What had happened to your will of fire? You backstabbed your allies. Will of fire is will of shit with that attitude. Yuzushi Agakure fell because we were outnumbered 1-100. A single clan, no matter how powerful, cannot stand against 3 major hidden villages. And somehow they got through our only hope of survival, our Genjutsu barrier. And then you took advantage of the weakened state of their alliance from the struggle with Yuzushi Agakure to win the war. We were nothing more than cannon fodder to you, huh? Kushina's hatred for Konoha was almost visible with every word she spoke. That's enough. What has happened cannot be changed. The loss of Yasushi Agakure was tragic, but it cannot be brought back. Kushina smirked. You think so, Sarutobi? I already told you Yasushi Agakure was not completely lost. As long as even a single Uzumaki survives, Yasushi Agakure stands. It is not the land that matters, but our values and people. My family still respects those values. We don't love a piece of land like Konoha Ninja, we won't protect a wall while sacrificing our family to prevent a fucking wall from falling. We will protect our family even if that means the whole city falls. It can be rebuilt, but the family cannot be revived. I know you are upset with how your family is treated by the village Kushina-chan, but they are not all bad. Sarutobi tried to convince her. Of course. They just need a scapegoat or two to take out their anger and hatred on, preferably the scapegoat should be a defenseless child. After they have taken out their hatred and anger, they are all goody two-shoes. Kushina-chan, your hatred against the people shouldn't affect your children, otherwise it may cost your life. Sarutobi warned Kunoichi. Kushina narrowed her eyes at the aged leader. Is that a threat, Sarutobi? Maybe it is, I will not have you poison the minds of Konoha's youth. Sarutobi said with a firm and righteous tone. You didn't just say I was poisoning my own children. Disbelief was evident in her voice. I think it's for the best if we end this conversation, I am getting a headache and I have a lot of things to do yet. Sandame sighed. Sure, I have more important things to do than to try to enlighten a hopeless man. I can't do anything to prevent you from taking your 3 children under your apprenticeship as of now, so I will allow it as long as the council agrees. Sarutobi said in a defeated tone. Which it will just to get all their targets together. Kushina smirked victoriously. We will see. An hour later, the council had approved Kushina's request. Sarutobi had to sign at the council's predictability and short-sightedness. They thought getting all of their targets together would be a good idea, but what they didn't think about was that Kushina was probably stronger than Sarutobi himself. Highly underestimating Srank Ninja, they thought a squad of Anbu would be enough to take them down. But the truth was, there is no Srank Ninja that can be taken out by anyone other than another Srank Ninja, or a highly elaborate trap and the force of many high-rank ninjas. Of course he was known as the god of shinobi, but Kushina was as powerful as Yondaime, and she was in her prime, while Sarutobi was old. And even if he was young, both Kushina and Minato would still be stronger than him. He had considered poisoning Kushina after the sealing of the Kikbi to make sure that the children grow up just as he wanted them to be, but either Kushina had not taken her medicine that night or the poison didn't work thanks to Uzumaki bloodline. Either way, he didn't try further as he had decided to let her live till she survived that, as her presence did help his military power greatly. Sarutobi was still unaware of the Uzumaki bloodline's true capabilities, which irked him. Kushina had taken her so-called medicine that night and had gotten a nice stomachache, but thanks to her bloodline healing she didn't die. While most people would consider Sarutobi's attempt underhanded and not suitable for such an honorable leader, he was a ninja, and they are supposed to use everything available at their disposal. If Minato had not sealed Kikbi into both the twins, no one would have even known the other twin existed, just to make sure the one in which Kikbi is sealed grows up alone, just as he had planned. Sarutobi was not evil, or at least everyone including himself thought so. He was just making sure his village survived the best, and he didn't want to take many chances with something as risky as the Kikbi. But the road to hell is paved with good intentions. He was a kind and loving leader on the outside, but he was still a ninja. I don't know how long I can let you live in Kushina-chan. You are having very bad effects on those two. If I see any sign of lack of loyalty from them, I will have to take care of this in my own way. I should have taken care of this a lot sooner, now it is getting complicated. Uzumaki compound. So they agreed with you being our sensei, Kachin. Yeah, we will need to be careful though. With all of us together there will be a lot of attempts to get us when we are out on missions etc. Naruto's ninjutsu can't possibly stay hidden for too long, from what you told us Achikin you have been perfecting your bloodline techniques during your training journey. That means you will be using them sooner or later, otherwise they are completely useless. Of course as soon as they become well known, we are in deeper shit than now. But we should be able to handle it, nah. Then comes Orochimaru's interest in Natsumi-chan. If I know the snake well, he is not going to give up on you anytime soon, and he is not to be underestimated. Next comes Kasumi-chan. I don't even need to mention how many people want Kikbi's power. I'm sure you know by now that a lot of clans and villages want you as their breeding stock. Uzumaki bloodline's true capabilities are not public knowledge yet, but our humongous reserves and advanced regeneration are enough for them. And most men find you really hot and hard to resist, so add +1 to our problems. Now well this is embarrassing, I am the least in demand member of our team. Meh, this sucks. Kushina pouted at the end. Why won't they want you, Kachin? Natsumi asked with a confused look. From what she knew, her mother was one of the strongest Kunoichi in all the elemental nations, and she was really beautiful and had the Uzumaki bloodline. So she should be as much in demand as any of them, if not more. Kushina answered her question by rolling her eyes. Oh, they will want me of course, but not as much as you three. First off, you three are still relatively young, so there is a higher possibility of changing your loyalty or shaping you up as their personal weapon. Next is that I am a cage-level ninja that is well known. So they know that capturing me will be close to impossible. If they want to get you, their first priority will be to kill me quickly before I react. Capturing a ninja alive is twice as hard as killing them. We understand, Kachin. Is there anything else you wanted to tell us? Kasumi asked. Oh yes, well you see, I wanted to congratulate the twins for the fabulous performance last night. She said in an extremely proud voice. Kachin? But how? You had taken the filming equipment with you when you left? Naruto asked with his eyes wide. Oh my poor Sachikin, a ninja must never assume anything and always look underneath the underneath. She grinned cheekily at the blushing twins. It was then that Naruto finally understood that their mother had planned everything from the start. They had caught her in their room because she wanted to be caught. I must say that Natsume's action in the morning was unexpected. Kushina added. What? You filmed that too? Natsume yelled in surprise. Of course, you must never assume anything about Natsuchin. I recorded the morning quickie too. Kachin? You are dead. The three teens jumped at their mother, who poofed into smoke. A note fell on the ground. You really thought I would tell you all that if I were really there? Never assume anything. But the face of Kushina sticking her tongue out at them. With that, the three Uzumaki were left fuming in the compound. 20 minutes later, the Uzumaki siblings had unfortunately stumbled upon Nina while they were fuming, who Jage-kenned all three of them to get them to calm down. After they woke up, they were visibly less prone to violence. Hey Onichan and Aichan, come on, there is something I wanted to show you. Kasumi broke the silence. Fine. Naruto replied. I can't believe I forgot about those cameras when I came to your room in the morning. Natsumi grumbled. Don't worry, Kachin just wanted them to remember our first times. Kasumi said in a reassuring tone. Naruto snorted. You wish, I am sure she wanted those to get off. Don't talk about Kachin like that, and Aichan. Even though Kushina had her perks, she was still their mother. Hey, I was just joking, I love her too, you know. Naruto waved his hands in front of him in defense and chuckled nervously. Kasumi-chan is a lot more dangerous with her no-sex threats to throw at me now. A few minutes later, Uzumaki training grounds. So what did you want us to do, Kasumi-chan? Natsumi asked curiously. I just thought since we are family and are going to be on the same team, we should know what each of us are capable of. So I will show you some of my basic moves and you will do likewise. Sure, go ahead. Natsumi and Naruto agreed. Kasumi started her explanation. Well, first off, I am able to summon phoenixes. I also have these two swords that can conduct phoenix fire. How that fire can be put out is a Phoenix clan secret, so I can't tell you unless the situation is too dire. I have learned the swirling fist jutsu style, Yuzukin, and spiral dance style, Yuzu no Mai from Kachin and Ninasan, and I use them as my basic Tai and Ken styles. My basic knowledge is known to you both. You can rank me as a seal mistress when it comes to Fukinjutsu, and this is a secret for now, but I have mastered my own version of Haration. I don't use the three-pronged kunai, but I have another method to transfer the teleportation seals on the battlefield. Basically, I form the required seals by creating a chakra-saturated water seal at the location. My affinity for water is greater than Nidaime, as you both know. So I can supposedly pull water out of thin air with just a thought. It uses chakra, but I have complete control over it. My mastery over wind and fire is also quite good, but nowhere near my water affinity. I haven't been able to use any lightning or earth even after multiple tries, so we have given up training me there. This locket, she points towards her phoenix pendant, marks me as the Phoenix Sage. As such, I have mastery over Phoenix Fire, enabling me to transform into a phoenix if needed. I can hold the transformation for 3 minutes a day before I lose consciousness from chakra exhaustion. Wow, Kasumi-chan, you sure have grown up a lot in these years. Kasumi smiled and blushed at the praise from her brother. Why don't you go to Natsumi-chan next? Well, I don't have any summoning contract yet, but I specialize in medical ninjutsu. I have mastered my chakra control to levels beyond that of Ninasan, but my reserves are only Haichinen level. I am able to utilize a version of Tsunade's super strength and Ninasan's Jiken combined, which basically gives me a one-hit kill style. I can heal any type of wound and extract any kind of poison, as long as the brain and the remaining vitals are intact. I am working on discovering the secrets behind my bloodline healing so that I can heal even the vital wounds without my blood. And explore more possibilities when I use it as well. I can fight with chakra scalpels if the super strength cannot be used in a particular situation, and I am quite adept with it. I was working on a seal that will allow me to boost my chakra reserves based on Kasumi-chan's seal work and her help. When I am finished with it and have a hopefully much better chakra reserve, I will progress with my ninjutsu. Because I want to dedicate myself to medical techniques, I haven't paid much attention to other fields, but I am quite good at weapons, thanks to the precision that I need for surgeries if I ever need to perform one. Naruto gave her a smile too. I have to say I am quite impressed with your progress, Natsumi-chan. When you came here about 4 years ago you had at most genin level training. Now though you are almost catching up to us very quickly. Considering we had 3 years head start on you, that is extremely impressive. Natsumi grinned at the praise and nodded in acknowledgement. She had worked herself to the ground despite Kushina's protests to take it a bit easy. It was hard to imagine for the twins how hard she trained when Kushina, the slave driver, was telling her to take it easy. Naruto finally started speaking again. I guess it is my turn now, huh? Well, let's see. I am proficient with Suiton ninjutsu thanks to Yahiko-san's training. Kananchan has taught me her origami ninjutsu, which after a lot of practice, I am able to perform to a satisfactory level. Not as good as her, but still I can transform paper into any weapon I want and create some pretty useful stuff from paper. I can't dissolve into paper completely like Kananchan, but I am working on it. Anyway, I am quite good with gravity manipulation now. I can now use Shibaku Tensei without dying if I am at my full strength. My Shinra Tensei is much better now too, I can use it every 10 seconds. I am quite good with all the elements and was working on sub-elements which I can use thanks to the Ijengan. It was a bitch at first. It was like trying to look at both sides at the same time, but after enough practice I was finally able to do it. My chakra control is damn good, though with Imki I am still only moderately mentally added, but decided to keep it a secret. I won't say I am at Mednin level, but I have a lot more chakra than a Mednin can dream of. I would say my reserves are as good as Kachan's, who is a cage level Uzumaki. Though Kasumi-chan is still a bit ahead of me, as she has Uzumaki Jinchuriki level reserves. Now, what did I leave out? Yeah. I can also use all 4 of the Manjikam techniques that you might have heard of: Amaterasu, Susanoo, Tsukiyomi and Kamui. There are others, but I have to keep them secret due to a promise to Kichin. I can't use them very often though. Even though there is no blinding seal in my eyes put by Kichin, those techniques are still not free of price. Tsukiyomi causes a burning sensation in my eyes. When I use Susanoo it feels like my whole body is thrown into acid. Amaterasu is similar to Tsukiyomi as it causes some burning in the eyes, but also some pain in the rest of the body like Susanoo. Kamui uses too much chakra to be used effectively in battles. I will likely pass out if I use it more than 5 times in one day. If I ever level up to Eternal Manjikam Sharingan, most of these adverse effects will be gone, but that's not the case yet. The Ijengan lets me use Rinnegan techniques at range, read people's emotions better and use sub-elements. I guess this must be enough for now. He finished with a questioning glance. He had kept a lot from them, but they didn't need to know everything. Asumi grinned and exclaimed in an excited voice. That is Suokula Naisama. I wish I could see the faces of Konohinen when the demon brat uses Mokuton, their beloved Shodame's signature moves. Naruto smiled at her enthusiasm. I plan on that, I just need to get my hands on some of the techniques first. While I can use sub-elements I still need a lot of improvement there. Some scrolls on those techniques or some bloodline user who can teach me will work wonders. Asumi got into her thinking mode for a while, then responded. I have heard of an Anbu who can use Mokuton, not as good as Shodame but still. There is no way we are going to get him to teach me anything. He is under the direct command of the old goat who will go nuts if he comes to know how strong we really are. Naruto immediately interrupted her suggestion. You got that right. Maybe if we can get our hands on the forbidden scroll of sealing. Kasumi said in disappointment. You know what, Kasumi-chan, you just stole words from my mouth. Naruto grinned. But Inai-chan, I am sure such an important scroll would be under high security. Kasumi inquired. Naruto grinned at her, she worried too much, what was the worst that could happen? You all could die. Kikbi suggested. Still, we should go observe the security at the Hokage Tower to see our chances. We are not going to try anything tonight, just a quick glance to see if we have any chance of grabbing it. Sure, Inai-chan. Hey then, let's go. Naruto jumped towards the tower. Poor Natsumi didn't even get a choice in the matter, so she just sighed and decided to follow them. When they start plotting against Konoha they just get so carried away. 10 minutes later outside Hokage Tower. Man, they sure are arrogant. I can see 2 Anbu and 2 Chunin guards outside the tower, but nothing too special. Still the Anbu will be hard to get by. We should leave Inai-chan, or the Anbu might notice us. I don't think the Hokage will take kindly to us sneaking around the tower like that. Kasumi sounded a bit worried. Just as they are about to leave, a small movement in the shadows catches their attention. Did you see that? Natsumi asked her siblings. Yes, that was someone sneaking out of the tower. Naruto said in an extremely genius-like tone. Duh, I can see that. Natsumi shot back. Kasumi narrowed her eyes in suspicion. No one would risk going in there like that unless they are getting something valuable out of there. There was a big scroll-like thing on its back. Naruto added. We should check it out. If we are caught we can say that we saw a suspicious man sneaking out of the Hokage Tower and got curious. Natsumi suggested. We will be punished, but Kachin can get us out of it if we have a valid excuse like that. They all nodded at their flawless plan. It wasn't like the entire village wanted them dead, so they were safe. Well, the entire village did want them dead. They set off against the suspect regardless. So they are in deep shit if they get caught. 10 minutes later, when they finally caught up with the now stationary suspect, they took in her features. The girl had chocolate brown eyes, medium-length dark hair and a cute face. She was wearing a red skirt with a white shirt. She also had a red bow tie to complete her schoolgirl outfit. She was fairly attractive. Isn't that one of our classmates, Ami? What is she doing here with the forbidden scroll of sealing? Naruto whispered. I heard she was the only other one from a civilian family except Sakura who passed the graduation exam. And Sakura's mother is on the council, so she is technically the only graduate with a non-ninja background. She got the lowest score, but she isn't a fangirl. There is no one to train her. Natsumi whispered back. Natsumi was usually cold to everyone except Hinata and her family, so she didn't know or care about others. Natsumi wasn't much interested in others either, but she still kept an ear out for any interesting developments. Discreetly of course. That still doesn't explain why she stole the forbidden scroll of sealing. Kasumi-chan doesn't matter Kasumi-chan. This is our best chance to get it and we won't get blamed even if someone finds out. I am sure someone must have tricked that girl into doing this as she probably couldn't have known all the patterns for Anbu guard shifts and the location of the scroll by herself. Naruto answered his twin. You are right, someone must have tricked her and we can take advantage of this. Kasumi smirked. We will. Naruto smirked back at her. I can knock her out cleanly with it, then we can copy the scroll. It won't be wise to take it as it might have tracking seals on it. Natsumi added. Yes, that would be the best, but we don't have any scroll of that size to copy it into. Frustration was evident in Kasumi's voice. When they had gone out to check out the tower, they hadn't expected such a golden opportunity to present itself. We can't go back and bring one from the compound, that will take too long. I wasn't expecting a chance like this to come out of nowhere. Naruto answered with a frown. Naruto-kun, you underestimate the power of my gift. Kikbi whispered in his mind. Sharingan can copy more than just techniques, how many times do I have to tell you? Well activated you will have photographic memory. Just view all the contents of the scroll and when you get back to the compound, write them down. Why didn't I think of that again? Because you are retarded, Naruto-kun. Hey. Don't insult me like that. I will have you know, I am a genius in my own right, even though some things do slip my mind from time to time. Yeah of course, now quit wasting time or your chance will be wasted. Oh sorry, I will get to work. I just got an idea. Naruto said in a hushed but excited voice. Hey. That was my idea, at least give me some credit. Kyuubi yelled in his head indignantly. Alright, it was Kichin's idea. But that doesn't matter. We will just need to view the scroll with our ninjutsu active and then we can put it back. When we get back we can rewrite its contents thanks to the ninjutsu's photographic memory. Just to make sure we don't miss anything, Kasumi-chan should copy it too, along with me. Natsumi and Kasumi nodded their heads and Natsumi took out it from her weapons pouch. They struck Ami in the neck and her body immediately went limp. Naruto didn't go near the girl so that his presence is not detected if there is a tracker in the scroll retrieval team. He used Kawarimi no Jutsu to switch it with a stone near him. Alright Kasumi-chan, let's get to it. Bijengen, Sharingan, it took a few minutes to copy everything and a few more to do it again, just to make sure. It wasn't every day you got your hands on the forbidden scroll of a hidden village. When they were done Kasumi put a small, nearly unnoticeable seal inside the scroll. What did you do Kasumi-chan? Natsumi inquired of her little sister. One day the Leaf Village might go against us, and when they do, I can remotely activate this seal to destroy their prized forbidden scroll of sealing, taking away their most powerful techniques from them. If I do this right now it will arouse suspicion, but hey I am just taking a few precautions. It's alright with you too, right? Sure, why not? They both said at the same time. Who cares what happens to the leaf, they hate them anyway, so they can go die in hell. Then they replaced the stone near Ami with the scroll again. How are we going to get that out of her neck? If someone sees that they will know someone else, namely us, was there too. Kasumi asked, her head scrunched up in concentration to come up with an idea. Leave that to me. Naruto whispered. Bansham Tenon. The flew towards his hand and into it. Ouch. He said, plucking them out. I will heal Naruto-kun, but let's get back to the compound before something worse happens. But I want to see what is going on here. Naruto pouted. It's risky. Natsumi hissed. Oh come on. Every moment we live is risky. He whined. The girls were not comfortable with the idea but decided to trust Naruto for now. If we get into trouble it's your fault, Anayachan. It was her version of saying fuck it, I don't care. TCH, fine. Nothing's gonna happen, you will see. A few seconds later Ami woke up, recovering from the sleeping effect of the looks like I passed out. I have to master one of these techniques if I want to be the Kunoichi of the year. I will surpass you, Kasumi-chan, and then you will finally notice me. Hey Kasumi-chan, it looks like she has a crush on you. Naruto teased his twin. Kasumi's eyebrow twitched, but she didn't comment on it. Itsumi smirked. Well, at least there is someone other than Hinata who doesn't hate us. I hope nothing happens to the poor girl. I don't care. Hey, isn't that our academy teacher Mizuki? Natsumi asked her siblings. It is. They both nodded. They watched as Mizuki got closer to a panting and sweaty Ami. So, have you mastered one of the Amichan? Mizuki asked. Give me a few more minutes, Mizuki-sensei. I swear. Mizuki sighed in disappointment. It doesn't matter, Amichan, it seems I was wrong about you. You are a failure. No one will ever notice you. Kasumi doesn't even know you exist. Also, you are adopted. Ami felt like she had been hit in the face with a ton of bricks. Not caring about her, Mizuki continued. I was hoping I was wrong, but you couldn't even learn one from this entire scroll, you failed everyone. By now Ami had broken down sobbing on the ground from Mizuki's harsh words. Mizuki moved to grab the scroll, but a shuriken stopped his advances. Everyone looked towards the direction the shuriken was thrown from, and Iruka Yamino walked out. Get away from Mizuki. I knew there was something not right about you. You traitor. Iruka yelled at his former colleague. Ah, so the all-knowing Iruka comes to save the girl. Hahaha, don't make me laugh. You can't beat me. I will take the scroll to Orochimaru-sama after I kill you both. Then Mizuki threw a giant shuriken towards Ami. Ami was still sobbing on the ground, broken by Mizuki's harsh words. Iruka got in front of Mizuki's shuriken before it could kill Ami. Iruka-sensei. Why? Ami whispered disbelievingly. She couldn't believe Iruka would put his life on line for a failure like her. You are not a failure, Ami, you are a strong and proud Kunoichi of Konoha. Even when there was no clan to train you, no one to support or encourage you, you still passed in the same class as those of numerous clan heirs. You proved your strength when you passed in the same class as the Akimichi, Nara, Uchiha, Uzumaki, Yamanaka, Aburam, Inuzuka and Haika clan heirs. They were all trained much more than you, and much earlier than you. Yet you proved your worth. Though I'm sorry I didn't pay any attention to you before Amichan. It hurts, doesn't it? Does anyone acknowledge your hard work? To keep trying with no one to congratulate you when you succeed. I was just like you when I was young, I hope I can be a better person to you now, and maybe we can even be friends. Ami was once again crying, but this time the tears were of happiness and joy. She was finally accepted as being worthy of a ninja. I will make you proud, sensei. Yeah, now if your drama is over I would like to kill you both. Mizuki interfered in a bored tone. Ami, take the scroll and run, I will stall Mizuki. Iruka commanded his student. Ami nodded at Iruka, not wanting to disobey the orders of the first person to accept her. You promise you will be alright, sensei? Yes, now go. Ami ran in the opposite direction of Iruka, towards the village where hopefully Samanbu will notice her. As soon as she was gone Iruka and Mizuki started fighting, but Iruka was losing blood fast, while Mizuki was completely healthy. The fight lasted a few minutes, with Mizuki dodging most of Iruka's imperfect Taijutsu strikes, thanks to his injury. Tenkakak no Jutsu. Iruka directed a fireball towards the traitor. Odendachi Kaijo no Jutsu. Earth release underground projection fish technique, Mizuki whispered. The white-haired Chunin sank into the ground using his technique. Did I get him? Iruka wondered. Mizuki appeared behind Iruka and launched several shuriken at the Chunin before following in the direction Ami left. Iruka was already suffering from some blood loss, so he passed out from the recent injuries. Hey Inayachan, I don't know if Iruka is going to die here, but Ami just might if we don't do anything. And we need at least one alive to explain who did this, or investigations might lead to us. We can't heal Iruka, but we should stop Mizuki before Ami dies. Kasumi voices her opinion in a worried tone. Naruto caught on to what she was trying to say, so he decided to go along with her. Well, I don't think it's a good idea to show ourselves, we need to make sure that the case is closed with everyone sure that Mizuki was behind all this. We should make sure no one knows we were there when we protect Ami. Alright, thanks Inayachan. Kasumi gave him a light peck on the lips. Naruto smiled at her, let's go. They arrived a few moments later where Ami and Mizuki were facing off. Give me the scroll, Ami, or you are going to die like that fool Iruka. Mizuki confidently commanded. You killed Iruka-sensei? You bastard. Ami yelled. Throwing all caution to wind, Ami charged at the grinning Chunin. When Ami was close enough, Mizuki backhanded her hard. She stumbled to the ground, slightly dizzy. Kasumi, having seen enough, poked Naruto to do something. Inayachan. Naruto sighed. He pointed a finger at Kasumi's forehead and poked her. Ow. What was that for Anaichin? She glared. Revenge for your poke. He chuckled as Kasumi looked indignant. Just kidding, that was Tenshifkin. I gave you a technique called Kasumi. Now you save her yourself, I don't feel like it. Kasumi huffed and concentrated on finding a new memory. When she started seeing memories that were not hers, she smiled. Hey, you were not kidding. Of course, now do you want Ami to die? Eh? Oh sorry, I almost forgot about her. Itsumi and Naruto sweat. Kasumi activated her Sharingan and pointed a finger at Mizuki. Utakata ephemeral. Jinjutsu Crow ephemera. Ami barely caught the sight of two glowing red eyes with 3 Tomo in them and then heard something unclear before Mizuki started screaming. Ah. Stop. Stop it please. Stop. Ami watched as Mizuki kept screaming on top of his lungs and then started throwing weapons around randomly. Fortunately she had enough forethought to defend herself against any stray weapons that found their way to her. Mizuki was caught in a powerful Sharingan based in which half of his body transformed into various friends and family and then told him how much they hate him and are disappointed in him. This goes along with the enemies attacking and causing pain to the target within the. So needless to say Mizuki was fucked. Let's go Kasumi-chan, Anbu must be on their way searching for the scroll. Haruka and Ami will explain what happened to them and we don't want to be anywhere near here when the Anbu gets here. It will be suspicious that Mizuki suddenly started screaming, but there is no way they can trace that back to us. Both the girls nodded, then they all shunshin out of there, straight outside Uzumaki compound. Uzumaki compound, hey. Where were you three? You shouldn't go out like this without telling me or Nina where you are. Kushina demanded from the grinning siblings. Ah sorry Kachan, but I am telling you it was worth it. Naruto exclaimed, clearly very excited about something. Huh? She tilted her head to the side, confused as to what might make them so happy. Come on Kasumi-chan, let's get a big scroll. Confused, Kushina decided to follow them. When Itsumi winked at her, she got even more confused. What did they get their hands on to be so damn happy? Finally Kasumi and Naruto opened a huge blank scroll and started writing techniques on it. What the hell are you two? Holy hell. Who showed you that hijutsu? And that is a kinjutsu. That too. With every technique the twins wrote, it became more and more clear where the techniques came from. Those are the personal techniques of the first Hokage, and those are Sarutobi's kinjutsu. Where did you get your hands on the forbidden scroll of sealing? The twins and Natsumi grinned at the worried face of their mother. Don't worry Kachan. We didn't get into any trouble. Then they explained to her how they got the scroll. After the explanation Kushina sat silently, contemplating the effects of the new development. Well, this sure is a great thing you did for us all. I am sure many of these kinjutsu will be very useful in the future. Not to mention the Mokuton of the first will be helpful in your sub-elemental training in Narutokan. We must make sure no one comes to know we have this knowledge though. I am particularly impressed by the Kuchiyusido Tensei, think you can use it somehow in your medical Natsumi-chan. Natsumi pondered her mother's question before nodding hesitantly. I can try to decipher it to create a revival technique of sorts, but I can't be sure. It will take a long time to understand all the workings and stuff. Kushina smiled at her daughter. Well you have all the time in the world. Put this scroll in the secret section of our library and then you are all free to read and learn whatever you want from it. Of course don't even think about trying to use any suicide techniques from the fourth. Damn he had a fetish for those. Half of the entries he made in the scroll contained suicide techniques and then he didn't add his 2 of the most prized techniques there. Rasengan and Hiraishin, right? Naruto asked. Yeah, fortunately he left his study in this compound so Kasumi was able to study from his notes to recreate Hiraishin. I will teach you all Rasengan when the time comes. I don't want to. Naruto replied firmly. Kushina sighed Sachikin, even though he was a bastard for doing what he did to us, he still did some useful things in his life. It doesn't matter who made what technique. A ninja must use every tool at his disposal. Besides, if the leaf turns against us someday, what better way to destroy it than the techniques from their own hero? Naruto nodded dejectedly, you have a point, I am sorry for that Kachan, I will use whatever tools are available at my disposal. But boy. Kushina patted his head. Don't do that. Hokage office, is that what happened to Amichan? Hi Hokage-sama. This is most troubling news, you were saved by a Sharingan user. But there are only 2 left that we know of, Itachi and Kakashi. Sasuke hasn't yet activated his. It wasn't Kakashi because you saw 2 eyes, and if that is so, it means Itachi is here or there is another Uchiha alive. Sarutobi sat there for a while, thinking everything through. Hokage-sama, I think it was a girl. Huh? I heard her call out a technique and the voice was that of a girl, so I am pretty sure it was a girl. That is extremely useful information Ami, you are dismissed. Please don't forget to attend your class for your team assignments. And don't tell anyone about the Sharingan. As you wish, Sandai-masama. But that Ami left. She had still held something back from the Hokage and wasn't planning on ratting out her savior. When Kasumi had deactivated her Sharingan, Ami had been able to see her ocean blue eyes just for a moment before she vanished. The blue-eyed Sharingan-wielding hero, who are you? She suspected Kasumi but wasn't sure yet. The deep blue eye color was rare in Konoha. Yamanaka's had light blue or green eye color, but other than that blue was rare. All the Uzumaki had an ocean blue eye color and Kasumi's was slightly darker than the others. She hadn't seen Naruto without his sunglasses yet, but when she was 4 she had seen him once and his eyes were ocean blue too. I hope it was you, Kasumi-chan. Being saved by her crush was like a dream come true for the genin. She couldn't help but be all giddy on the thought. I will become a lot stronger, Kasumi-chan, and next time I will be the one to save you from danger. Meanwhile, Sarutobi was having a meeting with the elders. Does that mean Itachi has come back? Kaharu questioned. No, from what the girl tells me it was a female ninja. Though I'm not sure how much a genin's observation matters. It could have been anyone using a henge to fool her. You make a point, Sarutobi. But just in case it is true, I was not aware that we have another Uchiha alive. We ordered Itachi to finish them all, and he only asked for Sasuke and Mikoto to be spared. Mikoto never managed to activate her Sharingan, how could there be another? Dan's mask through a narrowed gaze. It is possible that one of the Uchihas had an affair with someone outside the clan and had a child with Sharingan. If she didn't join the clan then there is no way she was inside the compound during the massacre. That is just my theory. Itachi could have sneaked someone out or missed one. After all, it is possible to miss 1 or 2 when you are killing hundreds. Sandame suggested. Elders nodded at the theory. Whoever this girl is, we must find her if she exists. It is a good thing we have 2 Sharingan users left. Our plan to repopulate the Uchiha, this time non-treacherous, will go a lot faster now. Dan's tone was approving and demanding. Amura sighed, this will be hard, we don't know her age, or anything really, except that she is a girl and has the Sharingan, again, if she exists. Bahari Udatane rubbed her chin and thought, having found no other possible way of finding the girl she admitted in defeat, we must look for a Kunoichi with black eye color and get them all tested, including Mikoto, maybe she activated her Sharingan. If none of the tests are positive, then the genin was fooled by a henge. Getting nods of approval, the meeting was dismissed. Next day academy, the whole class was in an excited mood, they were all wondering who they would have as teammates. I wish I am on the same team as Sasuke-kun. And I hope I am paired with Kasumi so I can show her how cool I am and claim her after that. I hope I don't have any fangirls on my team. And similar murmurs filled the entire classroom. Hinata and Ami kept glancing at Kasumi, who was slowly becoming more and more nervous. Hey Nai-chan, she whispered, you think she knows? I don't know Kasumi-chan, but if she does she didn't tell Sarutobi or Kachin would have been called demanding explanations. Kasumi bit her lower lip and prayed Ami didn't know it was her that saved her last night. Finally Iruka entered the class, bandaged from head to toe. Iruka-sensei. What happened to you? Many students tried to ask, some slightly panicked. It's nothing, just an accident. Iruka said, waving them off. Ami looked down in shame, she was still feeling bad for falling for Mizuki's trap. Okay, now I will tell you who your teammates and sensei are. Team 1. Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. Sakura cheered loudly at that, and Sasuke winced. And Ami. Your sensei will be Hada Kakashi, the copy ninja. Sasuke smirked at that, of course he would get someone strong like Hada Kakashi, one of the Exanbu captains as his sensei. He was an Uchiha after all. Team 8, Aburame Shino, Inyazuka Kiba and Haika Hinata. Your sensei will be Kurenai Iki, the Genjutsu mistress of Konoha. Hinata seemed a bit disappointed but didn't say anything. Kiba looked angry too. Why didn't I get paired with Kasumi? She was the hottest bitch in the class and I am the alpha male. Kiba shouted. Iruka's sweat dropped. I don't think dog politics work in team arrangements, Kiba, so please calm down. Kiba grumbled but got down. Alpha males are supposed to get alpha bitches. Naruto looked ready to tear Kiba apart if not for Kasumi and Natsumi holding him down, but finally he calmed himself before he killed anyone. Team 10 Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru and Akamichi Chimjai, your sensei will be Sarutobi Asuma, one of the 12 ninja guardians. Team 11 Uzumaki Kasumi, Uzumaki Natsumi and Uzumaki Naruto. Your sensei will be Uzumaki Kushina, Whirlpool's Red Death. There was a roar of disapproving shouts from the entire class. Nara Shikamaru was particularly baffled by this. Despite his lazy attitude he was a genius. Every team so far made some sense to him. Sasuke's team was an assault team with heavy hitters like Sasuke, a possible user Sakura, along with a possible Medakami. Then team 8 was a tracking team, having Inyazuka and Shino's bugs. The Ino-Shikichin trio was a famous combination for an infiltration squad thanks to their parents. So that made sense too, but the Uzumaki didn't make any sense at all. All other teams were balanced, weak members paired with strong ones, like Ami with Sasuke, Ino with Shinjai, Hinata with Shino etc. Iruka-sensei, how is that a balanced team? Kasumi and Natsumi are the first and second ranked students of our class, and Naruto had beaten Sasuke yesterday. Not to mention all three of them broke all the records on weapons test, scoring perfect 1000. You are not only putting three possible Itachis on the same team, but having them being taught by Kushina-sama. She is a cage-level ninja herself. From what my parents told me, she is possibly as strong as Yandere-sama. Iruka sighed in defeat before answering. Well, this is a standard team setup from the old times. The Rookie of the Year Kasumi, the Academy Best Natsumi, and Dobe of the Year Naruto were supposed to be put on the same team. I am not saying that Naruto is the worst, but he still has the lowest scores when the whole year's performance is calculated. It doesn't matter if he wasn't even there to take the tests. As far as Kushina-sama is concerned, she requested this team herself and got the council's approval. If any of you have any further inquiries, you can go ask Kakaji-sama. The three siblings smirked as the whole class started shouting about favoritism and partiality. Sasuke stood up with his hair covering his eyes. Why do they get a better sensei than I and Uchiha? He demanded in a dark tone. Iruka stood up with his hair covering his eyes too. Why did they score higher than you and Uchiha? Iruka demanded in a dark tone. Sasuke fumed. Ahaha, sorry Sasuke, I couldn't resist saying that. Really, I apologize. You should go ask Kakaji-sama as he decides the teams. I don't know whether I should hate the demon brat or pity him. On one hand, he is going to be teamed up with the three hottest girls in the village. On the other hand, all of them are his family, so he knows he stands no chance for them. Poor bastard. He can see what he could get, but will never get it. But I suppose he deserves that for being such a ruthless and brutal bastard. If only Iruka knew how totally wrong he was. Chapter 10 The Dark Beginnings Ninja Academy Konohagakure no Sado. After all the teams were announced, one by one various Junin entered the class and left with their assigned teams. Naruto watched everything with mild interest. It was clear that most of the Junin assigned to teach the students were elite, to make sure the new generation is able to completely manifest their talents. Not that many of them were talented, but some did seem to have a future as ninja. Naruto's gaze once again swept through the remaining crowd. He made sure to pay extra attention to those who appeared to be strong and try to find any weakness. Their mother, Kushina, had told them that Sarutobi was getting more and more annoying by the day. And the council was not improving at all. If this keeps going the way it is now, they won't have to stay in Konoha for long. When that day comes, every Konohanan will become their enemy, and it's always a good thing to know your enemy. Another reason to know them would be to find anyone who might be a good spy for them, but that was what Kasumi was there for, as she already had many people in the village completely infatuated with her. He noticed the bug user. Shino seemed to be the most dangerous of the group. He had purposefully scored lower than his capabilities in the test, for what reason Naruto didn't know and didn't really care. Another interesting one was the shadow user, Shikamaru. He did a good job hiding his true capabilities, but slipped up when the teams were announced. Showing he had intelligence beyond most in their age group. Kushina had told them that the most dangerous enemy on the battlefield were the thinkers like the shadow user. They didn't need to be stronger than you to kill you, they just needed to outsmart you. A genius like Shikamaru might one day be able to pull even an rank ninja to his death, even though Shikamaru himself couldn't put up much of a fight in close combat. Other than that, he didn't really notice any real challenges, so he glanced back at Kasumi. Kasumi was nervous. Her mother had asked her to make sure she plants at least one spy in the village before they have to leave the village. Kushina herself would be able to use Mikoto for that purpose. Mikoto was a retired Junin, and while in Uchiha she never managed to activate her Sharingan. Most people didn't pay much attention to her. She was just another normal citizen after retirement. The most attention she got was when she was looked upon as the last Uchiha's mother. It seemed people didn't consider someone without a Sharingan as an Uchiha, so she would be able to pick up information that the general populace knew. Nothing more than that. But Kasumi had to do the tougher job. She had to make sure her spy had access to the higher levels of information. She couldn't really think of anyone like that, except Hinata. Hinata was a lovesick puppy for Kasumi and her family. She knew it, but didn't respond to her more subtle advances. The shy Haika heiress was perfect for their plan. She hated her own clan, didn't have much love for the village either, and was hopelessly in love with her and Naruto. But what bothered Kasumi most was that Hinata was still loyal to Konoha. Maybe not as much to her clan, but to Konoha. She would have to make sure that her loyalty to Kasumi was more than that to Konoha. Sighing, she made her choice. Hinata was going to be their second spy. It was needed to make sure Konoha doesn't surprise them in the future. Now she will just have to think of a way to increase Hinata's loyalty towards them and reduce it towards Konoha. Kasumi frowned a bit as she gazed through the now thin crowd of students. A lot of them were obsessed with her, but she didn't think any were dependable. Ami was a considerable choice too, but she didn't have access to information like the Haika heiress. She decided to approach Hinata about the subject this evening. It probably won't be easy to convince her to potentially betray the village, but Kasumi was sure she could do it. A female Jnin with ruby red eyes entered the room and called for teammate. Kasumi noticed the woman she identified as Kurenai had a curious gaze upon herself. Probably she knows about Hinata's crush on me and is analyzing me to find out what kind of influence I have over her student. I will need to be careful about her. She is going to be my spy's teacher. I don't need her to suspect anything. Meanwhile Natsumi was lost in her own thoughts about how to approach Naruto on including her in his relationship with Kasumi. Let's see, I love them both and Kasumi loves us both too. Naruto loves Kasumi, but what about me? That's the problem, I need to find out if he loves me too. She continued thinking of various ways in which she can find out Naruto's feelings for her and how he would respond to her unusual request. 2 hours later, by now, only 6 people were left in the room. Sasuke was brooding as usual and Sakura was trying to get him to notice her. Kasumi noticed Ami was looking at her curiously before she started approaching her. Kasumi mentally panicked a bit but kept a calm facade. I hope she doesn't know it was me in the forest. Last thing we need is for everyone to start blaming us for stealing the Sharingan or something like that. Ami stopped upon reaching Kasumi's seat. Kasumi appeared to be perfectly calm on the outside, but inwardly she was berating herself for playing hero in the forest. Ami hesitated a moment before getting a control on her nerves. Hello, I'm Ami. I noticed we never talked to each other even though we were in the same class. Kasumi mentally gave a sigh of relief when Ami blushed while speaking. Good, she is still obsessed with me. Even if she knows she won't tell anyone. She considered telling her to fuck off like she usually does to the admirers who grow too bold. But then the thought of Ami ratting out her secret stopped that line of thought. I can at least be civil. Kasumi Uzumaki, nice to meet you. Ami's eyes lit up when Kasumi responded. She had half expected to be ignored like everyone else, but it seemed Lady Luck was on her side today. So she decided that she better make the most out of her situation. Well, I was wondering if you had anything to do this evening. Me and some of my friends are going to celebrate our graduation. It would be great if you could come. Kasumi frowned a bit but didn't think twice before denying. No thanks. I am not the most social person, big celebrations are not my kind of thing. Kasumi hated large crowds and gatherings. People were like sheep there, if one of them starts shouting something the rest start following. If Naruto or herself are anywhere near big groups of people, then it will only bring trouble. It wasn't that she couldn't handle a few mobs trying to rape or kidnap her, she just didn't want to attract too much attention to herself. Oh, how about we have a small celebration then, just the 2 of us. And anyone else you want to bring. Ami was growing bold, slowly but surely. It was probably Kasumi-chan who saved me yesterday, if so then she must at least like me a little bit. That means I have a chance. Kasumi thought about it. She didn't really care who had a crush on her. She just couldn't think of anyone other than Naruto romantically. Natsumi came close to that, but not quite. If she had to, she would still say that they only had sisterly love in between them. Naruto was her life partner though, she would willingly give her life for any of her family, but Naruto was special for her. She couldn't really tell how he was different to her than her mother or sister, he just was. If she went out with Ami, she could explore the potential of another spy as a backup for anything Makoto or Hinata had missed. Don't really see anything to lose here, she thought. Fine, meet me outside Uzumaki compound at 5, I will bring another girl with me. Ami nearly fainted in shock, despite all the convincing herself, she had never expected her request to be really accepted. She had hoped, but for it to actually happen. Yes, thank you so much. I will be there right on time. Kasumi gave her a small smile before shooing her away. Ami grinned as she walked back to her team just as the door to the room opened. Nothing could wipe that grin off her face. Oh, I suggest you stay away from her, she is my bitch. I don't want her to be influenced by your weakness. Well, nothing other than the Emma King himself. She thought wryly. No one responded to the Uchiha. Ami because she didn't care about what anyone else thought about it anymore. The Uzumaki were used to ignoring everything around them and Sakura was having a mental orgasm, thinking Sasuke was saying that for her. A few minutes later, Kakashi entered and took in the presence of the 6 graduates. Uchiha has a lot of potential, he will make a good student. Haruno had quite some potential too, if only she could grow out of her fangirl stage. Not that he will try to get her out of it, he didn't care enough. The civilian girl was a wild card. She didn't have prodigy-like talent, but she was quite good with weapons from what he heard. Her score was 7th highest behind the 3 Uzumaki, Uchiha, Hyuga and the Aburame. Pretty good, but not something to boast about. He would have to explore her talents if he ever got the time for it. He was quite curious when he noticed the other 3. His gaze fell upon Kasumi's long legs and he mentally sighed in relief that no one could see his small nosebleed thanks to his mask. The Shinosama is never late to anything unless it can't be avoided. Why are these 3 still here? Despite how much he had tried, Sandaime refused to let him have any Uzumaki on Team 7. He knew that they were his sensei's children as he was aware of the relationship between Minato and Kushina, but couldn't teach them anything. He didn't understand why he couldn't get Kasumi instead of Ami till he was told of the council's decision. He mentally frowned when he thought about any assassination attempts the council might try on his sensei's family. He hadn't really paid much attention to any of them, he was a busy man after all. He had his porn to read, a memorial stone to stare at, and a lot of other things. Kushina-sama doesn't let me near them, as she still hasn't forgiven sensei for what he did. But sooner or later her hatred will wither with time. Then I will repay your debt, sensei, by being of some use to them. It helps that all 3 female Uzumakis are super hot. No, you mustn't be perverted about sensei's wife. But the girls are still hot. Some more blood dribbled down his nose and he drooled a bit, but all that was hidden by his mask. Yo. I am Hada Kakashi. Team 7 met me on the roof. He poofed into smoke after that. Naruto had noticed Kakashi's eye trailing up and down Kasumi's bare legs for a brief few seconds before he managed to control himself. He was tempted to gauge his eye out, but he had to admit it was difficult to resist staring at them. Especially after you have been between them. After Team 7 left to meet their sensei, only the 3 Uzumaki were left in the class. Naruto was getting worried, so he decided to ask his sisters about it. Why do you think Kacchan hasn't arrived yet? It isn't like her to be this late. Don't know, Anai-chan. I am getting worried. Kasumi answered with confusion in her voice, along with some worry. Don't worry, I am sure she will be here soon. We all know how strong she is. Natsumi reassured them, but inwardly she was wondering the same thing herself. 30 minutes later, a small whirlpool of water appeared in front of the siblings, bringing smiles to their faces. But when it cleared they panicked. Kacchan? What happened to you? Natsumi jumped out of her seat and began healing Kushina's wounds. She looked pretty beaten up. Lots of cuts and bruises all over her, some of her clothes were torn too. Don't worry, I'm fine. I am already regenerating, so don't waste too much chakra healing me, Natsuchan. Let's go to the compound, I will explain everything when we get there. None of them questioned her as she grabbed Shunshin out of there. A few minutes later, Uzumaki compound. Alright, here is what happened. I want you all to pay close attention. After I convinced Sarutobi to get you 3 under my tutelage, I left on my last solo rank mission, after which I was going to be on missions with you 3 only. Each rank mission has a pay of more than 1 million rim, and I wanted to collect as much money as possible before we have to leave the village. After I was returning from my mission this morning, I was ambushed by an Anbu squad. The attack was timed too well, so I know they were aware of my arrival beforehand. That means directly or indirectly Sarutobi was involved. It could have been that some files got into the wrong hands, but the risk is too high to ignore. I want you all to stay on high alert. We haven't done anything to arouse suspicion yet, but still they want me gone. All 3 siblings frowned at the new information. Kushina was pretty damn strong, but to be ambushed by 4 Anbu well tired from a mission. They were lucky she was alive. I could have been killed today, but I am too awesome to die yet. She grinned, hoping to lighten the mood. Natsumi gave her a small smile, Naruto just nodded nervously, while Natsumi continued healing her. Look, don't be too upset, I have good news too. The statement was met with 3 confused and hopeful glances. It was rare for them to get any kind of good news, so they were hoping it was something awesome, like everyone in Konoha died, except them of course. Well, there was another reason I took this mission. It was in Rice country. Now I didn't tell this to Sandame, but Nina told me that Orochimaru has a village in the land of Rice, and since he was interested in Natsumi, I thought it would be good to check out my enemy's defenses. My mission was to assassinate one of the nobles there, along with a few squads of ninja guarding him. I left one of them alive and when my mission was complete, tortured some information out of him. You mean you trained him? Kasumi asked curiously. Kushina's eyebrow twitched a few times. You haven't seen what I can really do when I torture, your training is nothing compared to it. Kasumi was suspicious if it was possible to torture someone worse than Kushina's training, but decided to trust her mother for now. What did you find out about Kacchan? Naruto inquired. She gave a big happy smile before starting. Orochimaru is going to attack Konoha during the Chunin exams. I was planning on letting the old monkey know about the attack at first, but the ambush today was the final straw for me. The man I tortured didn't know too much unfortunately, but this much is pretty nice to know too. Kushina had tried to get any information on Orochimaru's plans regarding her daughter, but unfortunately that man didn't know about it. So he died. So what do we do? Kasumi asked. Kushina continued with a smirk, when Orochimaru attacks the village, there will be a lot of confusion, and the leaf will become weak. No matter how strong Orochimaru has become, I have no doubt the attack will be repelled. Leaf is one of the strongest shinobi villages for a reason. But they will still suffer heavy losses. That will be our chance. During the confusion and the weakened state of the village, we can make our escape. It will take them a while to find out we are not here, then it will take them a while more to get organized and send someone after us. That should be enough for us to get away. Not to mention we can inflict some critical damage on them while escaping to weaken them further. Where are we going to go? And what are we going to do once we leave? Natsumi nervously asked. She had become accustomed to living in the Uzumaki compound and had started to see it as home. Of course her home was wherever her family was, but she was quite happy with how things were, except ninjas trying to kill her family, the whole village cursing and glaring at them, and Ins-rank ninja out for her blood. I have a friend in Mist, May Terum Plus. Her grandmother was one of the few loyal survivors of the Uzumaki family. As I have told you before, the branch families of the Uzumaki were those families who didn't have our bloodline. Most of them had left and formed a new clan, the Senju. It was around the same time your great-grandfather and previous dragon summoner died. We suspect they were behind his death, but we don't have any proof. Anyway, they don't have our bloodline, and May's mother, who was the daughter of a branch Uzumaki, took up her husband's name, Terum Plus. Her daughter May got the lava release bloodline from their grandfather and boil release bloodline from her father. May and I didn't meet too many times, but we are still good friends. We first met on a mission when I was 15 and hit it off quite well. I am sure she will help us settle down there as freelance shinobi until we are able to set up enough infrastructures in Yuzushiogakure to make a clan house again. Further, even if we can't stay there for long, I am sure I can convince May to train Naruto in her 2 sub-elements. Did you just say Yuzushiogakure? All 3 of them gasped out. Oh yes, just think about it. We didn't really have too many people in our clan even when Yuzushiogakure was flourishing. We were a small happy family, 500 at most, with only around 100 ninja. But most of us were seal masters by the time we reached 16, so our clan was as powerful as any hidden village, if not more. She paused as she tried to remember more. She was 7 when Yuzushiogakure was annihilated. Kushina was in Konoha at that time for a visit to her aunt Uzumaki Mito Shadai's wife, or she would have been dead as well. Nina was the only one able to escape thanks to her all-round vision of 10 miles and superior skills. From what I managed to gather, Kirikumoiwa attacked Yuzushiogakure because they were afraid Uzumaki were going to directly aid Konoha in battle, which would have made Konoha's victory certain. But Kachin, if Kiri was one of those who attacked Yuzushiogakure, why are we going there? The 3 siblings knew that war promoted hatred. Whenever there was a war between 2 villages, people died. If a Kiri ninja dies at the hands of the Uzumaki, then his family and friends will probably hate the Uzumaki, even if they knew Kiri attacked first. That was just how people's minds worked. When they are sad or angry, they look for something to direct their hatred at. It doesn't matter if the said something is at fault or not. As if reading their thoughts, Kushina answered them. Because at that time Kiri was under different rule and followed different policies. After the bloodline purges, my friend May became the new Mizukage and she has changed Kiri for the better. The people don't blame Uzumaki for their losses, they blame the previous Mizukage for the bloodline civil war and the high number of deaths during that time, including the ones in Yuzushiogakure, as he was the Mizukage then as well. The 3 nodded in understanding at that. The people found someone else to direct their hatred at. Good. So you are friends with the new Mizukage? Kasumi asked. Yeah, since we are going to be missing them from Konoha, no country would want to risk a war by taking us in. I have already talked to May about this. Whenever we leave Konoha she will be able to arrange hands-off missions for us. That means that those missions won't have any written records and no one will know the Mizukage ordered them. But we will probably get paid more than a regular SRANK mission. That sounds awesome, Kachin. Kushina nodded at them. Getting out of Konoha permanently would be really refreshing. Even though they didn't care about them much, constant glaring and cursing from everyone in your village was depressing. The high pay from the hands-off missions combined with the funds she had managed to gather during her time in Konoha will help them re-establish the Uzumaki compound in Yuzushiogakure. Yeah, now that you all know what we are going to do, here is how we are going to do it. Most people in Konoha don't know our true capabilities, even my own. While I have been a Konoha Anbu for a long time, I always preferred working solo. The technique that made me famous as the Whirlpool's Red Death has never been witnessed by anyone alive till now, except for a select few, and I've been lucky enough that they never revealed too much about it. I only use it when the enemy is really good and usually I don't have any allies nearby. Once I start performing it, I make sure the enemy dies to not be able to tell anyone about it. It is a forbidden Whirlpool technique after all. Maybe I will show you all someday, but I don't think any of you except Kasumi will be able to do it, no offense. Only she inherited my Uzumaki water affinity, thus her chances for it are the best. All 3 of them looked a bit confused, so she elaborated. You remember how Kasumi's chakra affinity test made the paper dissolve into water instead of making it wet? Well, that shows she has extremely high water affinity. It happens every once in a while in Uzumakis. It's not a bloodline, it just happens. But what made us Uzumaki feared was Kenjutsu. So you all should make sure that you are all Seal Master level at the minimum. You can consult me or Ninasan regarding your studies whenever you get stuck. Otherwise just read from the new archives that Nina keeps writing. She grimaced at that memory. Nina had been running herself to the ground trying to recreate all the lost scrolls on Kenjutsu that the Uzumaki had. She had vast knowledge, as she had spent 60 years with Yuzashio of Kenjutsu masters after all. But still, she spent almost her whole day in the library. Kushina wanted Nina to have some fun too, but she couldn't put too much pressure on it. While Kushina was officially the clan head, Nina had more experience and was her senior, so Kushina knew she shouldn't interfere much when it comes to Nina's decisions. Sensing her thoughts, Kasumi responded, "We will make sure Nina-san gets some rest from her work when she is teaching us Kenjutsu." Kushina smiled at her, somehow Kasumi was always able to figure out what each one of her family was thinking, most of the time. "Don't worry Kachan, we will work on it," Naruto assured her. All of them were really hoping to get out of Konoha as soon as possible. Chunin exams were in 6 months. Just 6 more months in this hellhole, then we are going to be free. All of them thought simultaneously. Rain Country, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan stood on the top floor of the Amikage Tower, facing a man in an orange mask with a swirl on it and a single eye hole. "Who are you, how did you get in here, and what do you want?" Yahiko demanded. They had recently gotten rid of Sanshmuo no Handsome about a week ago, and since then they have been trying their best to re-establish stability in the Rain Country. The figure seemed unaffected by all the killing intent that the 3 ninja in front of him were emitting. He responded in a calm tone. "I have come with a proposal that will aid you in achieving peace. My name is Uchiha Madara." All 3 of them were shocked upon hearing his name. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara that battled Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage. But that's impossible, he is dead. And even if he was alive he would be extremely old, unlike you. Konan protested. The masked man chuckled. "Foolish girl, these eyes of mine have reached a level of power that grants me eternal life. The eternal Manjukam Sharingan, final stage of the Uchiha Jutsu. I would explain more to you about myself, but I do not need to. What I want to know is, do you desire true peace?" All 3 of them could feel unnatural power coming off the masked man, it was clear he was no normal ninja. They looked at each other before Yahiko responded. "Yes, but you are not the kind of person who would want such a thing, from what I have heard about you." Madara responded with a careless wave of his hand. "Ah, the shinobi world is full of lies and deceit. You can never trust what you hear from others. I have lived too long, seen too many battles, and have grown too strong to bother with fighting now. All I want is peace." Madara lied expertly. "Damn. I am such an awesome liar. I almost believed what I just said." He thought in amusement. "How can we believe you, and how do you plan on achieving peace anyway? It is not as easy as it sounds, you know." Nagato added suspiciously. "Oh? You will just have to trust me, I suppose. What reason do I have to lie to you? I can easily kill you 3 without much effort." Yahiko, Nagato and Konan stiffened at his words. If that man really was Uchiha Madara, he had decades to hone his already exceptional skills. They knew what he said was probably true. "But you are needed for this world to be at peace." Madara added. "If you are as strong as you say, what would someone like you need from us?" Yahiko asked curiously. "You," Kitty pointed towards Nagato, "are what I need to bring this world to peace. You can summon the King of Hell statue thanks to your Rinnegan. I want to use that statue to be able to seal away all 9 of the Bijk and then use their combined power to recreate the Jbai." All 3 of them gasped sharply. "Is he insane?" they thought. "Are you mad? There is no Rikiden Sennin around here this time to stop the rampaging Jbai. You will bring this world to its end." Nagato shouted. "And that is where you are wrong. I won't give Jbai freedom. I will seal it away just like the Rikiden Sennin did, into myself and become its Ekinjin Kriki. Then I will use its power to bring this world to peace." That sounds suspiciously like an evil plan for world conquest to me. "And how does that bring world peace exactly?" Yahiko demanded. HM. "Tell me, why do you desire peace so much?" Madara asked them. They thought about it for a while, before Nagato responded. "We have gone through too much pain during the wars, we don't want anyone else to suffer the same." Madara nodded in acceptance of his reasoning. "Exactly, pain, that's what is needed to bring the world to peace. Unless people understand what true pain is, they can never understand true peace. With the power of the Jbai, I will show them what pain is. Some sacrifices will be needed along the way, but in the end, we will have our common goal, peace." Having a basic idea of what he meant by his statement and not liking it, Yahiko questioned. "What do you mean by show them what pain is? It won't be necessary. With the power granted to me by the Jbai, I will be able to cast my ultimate illusion on the world through the moon. Everyone will be trapped in an illusion that is impossible to escape and never ends. Through that I will make them forget their hatred. That is not peace, that is merely an escape from reality." Konan yelled furiously, interrupting Madara in the middle of his speech. She was a firm believer in peace through love, and what this man wanted was to trap the very reality in an illusion. Nagato snorted. "Fool. You want to become Jbai's Jinchkriki. Do you have the arrogance to compare yourself to the Rikid Msenin? He is revered as the man to first understand the very nature of chakra itself. He was so powerful that he created the moon on his deathbed. Think about it, you idiot. He created the moon when he was dying. And that was right after he split up the goddamn Jbai into 9 parts. He made the Bijk the moon and effectively killed the Jbai while he was dying. Do you see something strange there? Mine and your powers combined pale against a fraction of his strength. Not to mention that he was the best Kenjutsu master to ever exist. He sealed the Jbai into himself without a soul sacrifice. Yondaime, who was stronger than Hashirama Senju, who by the way kicked your ass, died when he sealed the Kikbi. The sage was for all intents and purposes no longer a human but somewhat of a god. Have you lost your mind thinking that something like what you are planning will happen like you want? To even attempt something like that will lead to the end of the world. The mysterious man's eyes flashed red for a moment before he started chuckling again. Kukuku, you are not what I expected from Nagato. Don't underestimate yourself so much, you are an Uzumaki, descendant of the Rikid. You think I will aid you into this madness? Nagato asked with disbelief. You will do it. Ihiko was not happy with the way this so-claimed Uchiha Madara was trying to make them his pawns. How about? No. Hahaha. That was very amusing. Now let's get serious here. You have 2 choices, first is to do as I say and achieve your one true goal, world peace. The second is you die. Before they could reject his offer again, he held up his hand as a signal to wait. Before you make a hasty decision and die a useless death, I will let you have a day to think this through. Why do you assume I won't be able to do it? I will admit I am not as strong as the Rikid Msenin, but I am surely the strongest man alive right now. If there is anyone who can do it, it is I. Your belief of bringing peace through love is a mere illusion. Love breeds hatred, and hatred breeds war. Here is the next best thing I can think of to bring true peace to the world if my Moon's Eye plan does not succeed. We will be able to use the Jbai's power to make the world feel pain. Once they understand pain like you 3, they will seek peace like you. Think about this, you can bring the world to peace, this is your chance, will you take it? But that the masked man started to get sucked into an alternate dimension and slowly vanished. Ihiko sighed before his gaze fell on Nagato. Before he could speak up, Nagato interrupted him. Ihiko, I know how much you desire peace, but I have learned a few things from my family, one of them is to cherish those I love. Even if what that man said was true and true peace could never be achieved without his plan, I would rather live in this world filled with hatred, devoid of peace, but with my friends and family. You understand what his plan means, don't you? He will need Narutokan and Kasumichan. They will be used to recreate the Kikbi and later recreate the Jbai. I will not let him do that, do you hear me? Even if I die doing it, I will kill him. Konan hugged Nagato from behind, attempting to calm his anger. Nagato was kind and quiet before he met Naruto. Then he became king, cheerful and dedicated, even bolder in his own beliefs. He was never angry, but when he was, it was never a good thing to be on his bad side. Right now he was furious. Ihiko sighed. Nagato, as much as I desire peace, I can see 1,000 problems with Madara's plan, if he really is Madara. But we must think rationally here. First of all, he gave us 2 choices, follow him or die. As much as I would love to say no without thinking, can we really fight him off if he is who he says he is? Nagato tried to calm himself before responding. You have a point, but as I said I would rather die than follow him causing the death of my family. Ihiko. Konan said in a sad tone, I believe what Nagato said is right. True peace can only be achieved through understanding and love. Not how Madara wants it. Ihiko sighed in frustration. Nagato, Konan, listen to me. If he is Uchiha Madara, then he can most probably kill all 3 of us. We won't be of any use to your family or the world if we just die. Nagato looked furiously at his best friend. So you are saying we should just do as he says, no matter the consequences? Are you even listening to what I am trying to say? Let's just consider what will happen depending on our choice. If we deny him, we will probably die. On the other hand, if we accept, we can keep track of his movements from within his organization, weaken him from within, as well as possibly find out his true plans if he has any. We can also discover any weakness he might have and warn the other Uzumaki when he decides to go for the Kikbi. If all else fails, and he is able to capture the other Jinchkriki, or he finds out we are not loyal to him, then we will fight him with all our strength before he can get Naruto and Kasumi to not let him complete his plans. What do you say? Nagato thought about it, so did Konan. Yahiko's plan did make sense. What was the use of dying when you can help, even if you had to pretend to be on the other side? The next day, they accepted the masked man's offer, who was all too happy for it. He didn't really care if the 3 Akatsuki leaders were loyal or not, if they tried to betray him, he would just finish them off. I am glad you all understood my reasoning. Now we will have to recruit some strong members, as the Jinchkriki are often well protected and pretty strong too. I already have a few Srank Missingnen planned out for our organization. Playing along their roles, the three Akatsuki leaders Nagato, Yahiko and Konan nodded. He smirked behind his mask. As much as I would like to take the Rinnegan for myself from you, Nagato, I still need a strong leader for this organization. I am not ready to reveal myself to the world yet, but I will be soon. If you had denied I would have been all too happy to finally get my hands on the Rinnegan, but for now you will serve me till your purpose ends, then I will take your eyes. With the Rinnegan and the Sharingan both at my command, I will be able to control Jikbai's power. Mentally all giddy at the thought of being as strong as the Rikiden Sennin, he left the Amikage Tower, confident in his plans. As soon as he was gone, Yahiko sighed in relief. Well, now we are recruiting Srank Missingans. Konan grimaced. I don't like this. Even our friends will get dragged into this. All of them may be a class, but some might not survive. Nagato nodded but decided not to comment. This wasn't going to be easy, but this way they will know each of their enemies and their weaknesses. They were going to recruit them after all. Konan, send a paper butterfly with the news of this new development to the Uzumaki compound. I want them to be prepared when the time comes. Chapter 11 The Vixen's Dilemma. Uzumaki Compound Kanahagakure no Sado. Once Kushina was done explaining her plan to the three siblings, the group stood in comfortable silence, each going through various options in their heads to find any problem that they might have missed. After a while Kushina decided that they have had enough time to think and it's not really possible to have a perfect plan. Alright you three, now that we are done discussing all that, I'm going to show you all how to perform Rasengan, just like I promised. She took a glance at Naruto to see any signs of protests, but on finding none she smiled. The other two seemed a bit excited to learn a powerful technique, but didn't show it too much. Kushina grinned at Naruto. Good Sachika, you look like you understood your lesson well. Naruto nodded sheepishly, he had forgotten one of the first basic lessons taught by Kushina when he protested learning Rasengan, not something he was proud of. Kushina continued, before we begin I want you all to know that this technique was actually my idea. As much as I want to hate the bastard and say he didn't contribute anything to this, that's not true. He was actually able to perform it before me, so despite it being my idea it became his original. The three siblings looked shocked. Kachan, why didn't you tell anyone till now that it was your idea? Kasumi protested. Well, I didn't really care that much about it I guess. And I didn't want people to call me or my husband a liar. At that time, I did like him very much. Also, even if I had wanted to take credit, I knew no one would believe me if I told them it was my idea. After all, Minato was the genius of Konoha, while I was a foreign refugee. The three of them nodded in understanding, people didn't believe what they didn't want to believe. So it was no use for her to try and claim the technique as her own. If anything it would have established her as a liar. Kushina sighed at their grim faces. Look, it doesn't matter what happened in the past, I just told you because I thought you should know. Now let's move on to the technique. Rasengan is basically a modified version of an Uzumaki chakra control exercise, the chakra rotation. You rotate chakra in your palm in multiple directions, then you add more and more chakra into it, and finally you maintain its shape in a small spherical ball. Thus forming the spiraling sphere Rasengan. So these are the first three steps you will go through: rotation, power and control. You all must remember that the Kage Bunshin training that all of you have gone through is not an option for a non-Uzumaki, so most other ninja are not as good as us in nature manipulation. Jinchuriki of other tailed beasts might be able to do it too, but I don't think any of them know about this. And don't teach anyone this. Once she gave them a hard look to make sure her point got across to them, she continued. Once you complete the first three steps, the fourth step is to add an element to it. I have as of yet not completed mine, since I never got the time to do so until now, and all the responsibilities didn't give me much time to think. This step is also the most dangerous one you have to go through to complete this technique. Odds are until the technique is perfected it will blow up in your face, causing extreme damage. So once you start practicing stage 4, use only Kage Bunshin and don't train in it personally. All three siblings nodded in acceptance. Kasumi made over 1,000 shadow clones and sent them practice, much to the envy of everyone else present. Damn, you don't even look winded after that. Natsumi pouted. Kasumi only smiled sheepishly. Natsumi made 50 shadow clones and sent them to practice, while she herself sat down trying the same. Naruto on the other hand made 200 shadow clones, contributing even more to Natsumi's irritation. Seeing her mood, Kasumi spoke up, Natsumi-chan, I am actually working on a new chakra seal that might help you with your reserves. Want to check it out after this? One of the few things Kasumi hated was when she got something that her family didn't, having an unfair advantage over them just didn't seem right to her. She knew she had no choice in sealing, but still, having all that Imki sealed into her really gave her a vast and unfair advantage over Natsumi and Naruto. Although, Naruto had Kikbi to guide him, along with perhaps the world's most powerful bloodline. But Natsumi was a different case. She had none of the advantages Naruto and Kasumi had, and she hadn't even been trained properly until she was 10. Naruto gave me Sharingan too, but Natsumi doesn't have Sharingan or Imki, unlike me. Natsumi's interest piqued. Really? I was kinda working on something similar, based on Tsunade's shadow seal, the one she uses to give her a shitload of chakra for using creation rebirth. You can look into my notes if you want to. Natsumi didn't really feel so bad, she was in fact happy that her sister and brother were so strong. The only reason she was irritated was because she was angry with herself. If I ever get into trouble, they can save me, as they are strong. But if they get into any trouble, I'm useless, much weaker than them. I am supposed to be the older sister, damn it. Asumi continued, I will do that. But this one is a bit different. It doesn't gather your chakra to store. It gathers chakra from your surroundings, the nature chakra. I found out that the reinforcement seals were actually based on the same concept. The only reason they weren't used on people was because if you apply them on a human they turn into a stone statue. Tatsumi raised an eyebrow in curiosity. You want me to turn into a stone statue? I didn't know you hated me that much. She finished in a playful tone. Tatsumi didn't catch the playfulness in her voice, so she got a hurt look on her face. Of course not. How can you even think I would do something like that? I love you, you are my sister. She huffed. That only caused Natsumi to laugh at her. Relax sis, I was just joking. Tatsumi pouted, but continued for your information, I found out why they turn into a stone statue, instead of just giving up. You need to make your body accustomed to this special type of chakra before you start using it. So it is just that simple, first we will use limitation seals to pump extremely minute amounts of natural chakra into your body constantly, and once you slowly become used to it, we will keep increasing the amount. With time and practice you will be able to enter something akin to Toad Sage mode whenever you activate your seal. Or at least, that's the theory. Tatsumi smiled at her. Thank you Kasumi-chan. I hope your seal is successful. Tatsumi nodded. I hope so too, Ana-chan. What do you think about having dinner outside? I am going to meet Ami this evening, and I don't want her to think that it's a date. Sure. Natsumi quickly agreed. Okay, we will be back by 8 Kachan. No problem, Kasumi-chan. In case you can't convince them and they somehow come to know of our plans, you know what to do, right? Yes, mother. I will not leave any loose ends since they may threaten my family later. Kushina nodded and Naruto got the meaning behind her words as well. I hope they agree to be spies or Kasumi-chan will need to kill again. A few hours later, it was about 3 in the evening and Kushina had told them that they were done with training for today. Naruto and Kushina were alone in the kitchen. Kushina was preparing their favorite dish, ramen, as a celebratory meal for finally getting a chance to get out of Konoha permanently. Naruto steeled his nerves before speaking about what he considered an extremely dangerous topic. You know Kachan, I had something to ask you. Kushina looked at him, blushed a bit under his cerulean gaze and looked down. Why do I feel like this when he looks at me? Go ahead. She said. Naruto caught her blush but didn't comment on it, he tried to relax himself before beginning. He was feeling a bit nervous on how Kushina would react to this. I hope no one dies. Well Kachan, after my first time with Kasumi, when I entered my mindscape. Flashback, Naruto was damn happy and he had every right to be. He had just made love, or as he liked to say, fuck the hell out of Kasumi for the first time, 7 times last night and once in the morning. Nothing could put his mood down, so when he was unexpectedly pulled into his mind after he exited his room, he didn't get annoyed at all and started walking towards where he knew Kikbi would be. Soon enough he found himself in the room that he made for her in his mindscape. After some mental training he had been able to reshape his mindscape to an extent and the first thing Kikbi had him do was to change her residence from a cage in a sewer to something better. Right now it looks like the presidential suite in a luxury hotel. The best thing was it was in his mind so he didn't have to pay for it. When he finally got a good look on Kikbi's position, he had to force himself from fainting. She was lying on her queen-size bed, naked, doing inappropriate things to herself. She had a blissful smile on her face. It had more than a few effects on him, even though he ignored them. What the hell happened to you? He managed to speak, somehow. Kikbi moaned and then looked up, upon seeing Naruto she sighed. Is it really that hard for you to figure out? I was yelping every time you got boiled during your water walk, yes? Confused, Naruto asked her again. What does that have to do with your current state? Kikbi sighed again at his obliviousness. You know Naruto, I don't know how you can be a genius one time and a retard the next second. Well, the thing I am trying to say is, everything you feel is felt by me too. So when you were fucking Kasumi. Get it yet? Naruto's eyes got wide in shock before he started growling. You are fucking my sister. We have a lot to talk about. He grabbed Kikbi by her shoulder and began dragging her to a newly created darkroom that looked as if it was made for torture. If you don't treat her right, I assure you I will make sure you die in the most painful ways imaginable. If you even try to hurt one hair on her head. Hold on right there. Kikbi yelped indignantly. A demon queen like her wasn't used to being dragged around by. First of all, you are the one fucking her, which is the only reason I got to feel her. Though I will admit it was the best thing I ever felt. She sighed happily. Naruto's face turned red before he sat down at the edge of her bed and sighed to calm himself a bit. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Calm. Peace. Finally, he spoke again, this time in a much calmer tone. So every time me and Kasumi have sex, you will feel like you are having sex with Kasumi. Hikbi nodded. Yes, ever since the seal got weak, I can feel everything you feel. If you get hurt, I feel the pain as well, and when you are having fun, I feel the same. Now that Naruto thought about it, it was a bit strange that a millennia-old demon queen would open herself up to his family in just a few years. Makes sense, she shares all my feelings, so she instinctively feels love towards them and hatred towards my enemies. While she knows they are not really her feelings, she must have gotten used to them with time. So that means. Naruto's head snapped towards the vixen and he spoke, this time in a defeated tone. If this means what I think it does, I will need to speak with Kacchan about it. And before I get together with Kasumi again, I will need to tell her about this too. It's not fair if I let you take pleasure from her without her knowledge. Hikbi nodded hesitantly and then Naruto exited his mindscape. I hope Kasumi-chan says yes, I don't know how I will live knowing I won't feel that again. God, it was so awesome. If that's what sex feels like, I regret it so much not trying something like that all my life. But then again, no being appealed to me then. But now there is Naruto. She collapsed back on her bed with a content smile on her face. She licked her lips as she thought of Naruto. Strong, mostly smart, and a perfect candidate for me. He doesn't judge me like all others. Naruto-kun. Well, let's see if he reciprocates this new feeling of mine. I don't care about sex with Kasumi, that's just an added bonus until I get out of here. In the end, only a demon like me can possibly hope to satisfy a demon like Naruto. Then flashback, and that's what happened. Naruto finished explaining. Kushina's eyes flashed with anger. Let me talk to her. Her statement gave no room for argument. Naruto nervously nodded. If he was honest with himself, he kind of liked Kikbi and didn't want his mother to kill her if it was possible to do so. But he had no intention of attracting her wrath upon himself either. Okay, Kacchan, just don't do anything drastic. Kushina's glare shut him up. Sighing, he channeled chakra into his eyes. The suppression of his jutsu ended as the chakra to the lens was cut off and his silver-blue rippled eyes with 9 Tomo became visible. Tsukiyomi. Goddess of the moon, Tsukiyomi world. Kushina found herself in the red-black Tsukiyomi world with the crimson moon shining overhead. As she looked around and quickly spotted the nervous Kikbi, who was uncharacteristically shuffling from one foot to the other. Kikbi was wearing her usual silver blouse and semi-transparent red clothing. But her eyes resembled more to a puppy that was being scolded than a demon queen. Growling, Kushina moved in front of her and tackled her against a nearby black cross. Kikbi found her back pressed against a torture cross and her body immobile thanks to Kushina holding both her hands with her own. She couldn't move much as Kushina's body was pressing her down on the cross. You have a lot to answer for. Kushina growled. Kikbi started sweating a bit but pretended to not know what Kushina was talking about. Like what? Kushina pressed herself harder against Kikbi and glared even more fiercely. You took sexual advantage of my daughter without her permission. Kyuubi chuckled nervously. Well, that was only because he did the same, but with her permission. If you are to be reasonable, you will see she indirectly gave me the permission too. Why didn't you tell Naruto about this before or while they were doing it? Kushina snapped. Well, you see, I wanted to. But it felt too good. So you thought it would be fine if you just let it happen? Kikbi had had just enough. First of all, it was not my fault that your husband thought it would be a bright idea to seal me into your son. Then secondly, it was again not my idea to go to bed with Kasumi. Again, it was not my choice if I feel what he feels or not. Then, I have never once felt that good in my life, and is it really that wrong for me to feel good, even once in my life? Just because I am a demon, I don't deserve anything. I never had sex before, no one came close enough to me to be able to do that, neither did I want to. If anything, I should be angry for not being able to enjoy my first time directly. Just because I didn't say anything yet doesn't mean you can walk all over me. By the end of her explanation, Kikbi looked furious, her eyes having the same expression that they had on the day she attacked Konoha. Without warning, she threw the shocked Kushina off her, a new black cross emerged behind Kushina, to which she was immediately bound. Kacchan, please calm down. I know you are both angry about this, but think rationally. Attacking each other won't solve anything. Naruto interrupted on seeing his mother bound to the torture cross. Kikbi had partial control over Naruto's Sharingan techniques as long as she was sealed inside him, so if she wanted, she had 3 full days to torture Kushina and Naruto would be hard-pressed to be able to get her out of there. Bigby calmed herself by taking a few deep breaths, not that she needed to, being inside Naruto's mind, but it still calmed her down. The chains which bound Kushina to the black cross disappeared and a few moments later the cross faded as well. "I'm sorry, but please don't accuse me for something I had no control over," Kikby said. Kushina sighed and put her righteous motherly fury away before speaking. "It's okay, I guess I was just mad thinking that my daughter had been, in a sense, taken advantage of." There was tense silence for a few moments before Kushina broke it again. "What are your feelings for her?" Kikby looked questioningly at Kushina. "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean, how do you feel about her?" Kikby coughed uncomfortably, she still remembered how good it felt to fuck Kasumi. Even though she knew it wasn't her doing it, it just felt so real. "I cannot lie as a demon lord, we are bound to our words. So I will answer you honestly. I love her just as much as Naruto, I love you too, along with Natsumi. Although, that is because my emotions and feelings are directly dependent on my host as it is right now. So that's what he feels for you, thus what I feel as well. This will of course probably change as soon as I'm out of this seal, if that happens." Kushina's eyes widened upon hearing this. My god. Of all things she had been expecting. It is really very simple. I feel about you all exactly as Naruto feels. I hadn't really had any real good feelings when I spent thousands of years alone, so when I experienced the joy of being with you all through Naruto, I slowly grew addicted to it. Naruto loves you three, so every time he looks or thinks about any of you, his emotions radiate love, which is exactly what I feel due to our link. I am not sure if I would have loved you all if there wasn't the emotional link between me and Naruto, but the fact remains that as it is now, I do. So there, now you know. Kushina's eyes were wide from shock. Oh my god. The demon queen, Kikby no Kitsune, loves me and my son and daughters. We are so fucked. Naruto had suspected this, which was exactly what he had thought after his last conversation with Kikby. That was what he was afraid of. Naruto still had something to ask though. "Kichin, I will be honest with you as well. You are extremely beautiful and not really evil from our point of view. But you need to be sure what you really feel about us before you say something like that. It can be just my own emotions influencing you." Kikby shook her head in negative. "Your emotions did influence me greatly, I will admit that. But as it is right now, I cannot differentiate between your emotions and my emotions. Even after you release me, if that happens, then I will not be bound anymore and these emotions may no longer be there, but they might as well be. The memories won't change, so at the very least I will feel emotionally attached to you all. And as for you Naruto-kun, the feelings I have for you are all my own." Naruto nodded in understanding, not thinking too much of what Kikby felt towards him. He didn't like how his emotions had manipulated how she feels, but there wasn't anything that could be done now. Kikby gave a sad smile then. "And if the seal absorbs me completely, then that is one less problem for you to deal with, right Kushina-chan?" Kushina looked down in shame at that. "I guess I have been really unfair to her today. She hadn't really done anything against my family till now." "Kikby-chan, do you mind me calling you that?" she asked. "Of course not, I already told you how I feel about you. Whether you like it or not I still love you, if only because of Naruto." Kushina blushed. "Ahem, well, we will discuss that later. I just wanted to say I'm sorry for how I reacted. But please ask Kasumi about this before you do it again. It won't be fair for her otherwise." Naruto nodded. "We will do that Kachin." Kushina nodded at her son before giving Kikby a small smile as well. "What is it about the seal absorbing you though?" she asked curiously. Naruto sighed and started explaining to her. An hour later in Tsukuyomi. "I see. Why didn't you tell me about all this sooner Naruto-kun?" Kushina scolded. She had just been explained about Naruto's half-demon status and Kikby's soul merging slowly with Naruto's own. Naruto waved his arms in front of him defensively. "Hey, I've only been here a few days and I've been busy, so I guess it slipped my mind." Still glaring at Naruto, Kushina scolded him again. "Fine, but don't keep important things from me in the future, especially those that affect you or others in the family." Upon seeing the confused glance of Kikby, she decided to clarify. "Well, since you love all of us and have helped us a lot in the past, you can be considered family, right? But I caused most of your troubles in the first place." She countered in confusion. Kushina sighed. "You didn't know us then, you were arrogant which you are not now I hope, and it was Minato," she said with venom in her voice, "who sealed you inside Naruto and Kasumi. You might be the cause of the village's trouble, but not ours. This whole damn village is the real cause of our trouble. After seeing what those villagers are like, I would say they deserved what you did to them and more." Kikby tried to act like the thousands-of-year-old demon she is, but in the end gave up and hugged Kushina and started sobbing. "Thank you," she whispered. Kushina rubbed her back in a comforting manner. "Never thought I would be hugging a sobbing demon queen. Oh well, life has its surprises. It's alright, you won't have to be alone from now on, you have a family. We will get you out of this seal soon." She held Kikbi by her shoulders and pulled her a bit away from her, then gave a light kiss on her lips. "Hitomi?" she whispered. "Huh?" Kushina asked. "Hitomi, I gave myself that name when I was 20 years old, but since I never told it to anyone, they just named me Kikbi or the nine-tailed demon fox. I never felt the need to tell anyone that name." Kushina grinned at her. "Well, Hitomi-chan, now that we all sort of know you, and you don't have any tails coming out of your butt that I can see, I think I prefer the name Hitomi." Hitomi giggled at Kushina, liking the feeling of their bodies pressed together. In all thousands of years she never really had been touched with the intent to provide her comfort until now. It felt good to her, really good. Naruto was offended though. "How come you never told me your name in the last 5 years we can talk? And you just met her 2 times in Tsukuyomi and you told her?" Hitomi only hugged Kushina tighter and sighed in contentment. "You never asked me, and never talked to me on a more personal level, Naruto-kun. It was always what should I train in next, where to go next or other strictly non-personal stuff." Naruto looked away from them. "Two thought you wouldn't like to talk about things like that and would take it the wrong way." "I know, but you asked for the reason and I told you." Hitomi replied. Naruto pouted. "Very well, Hitomi-chan. I hope you are ready to ask Kasumi for permission." Hitomi turned bright red at the thought. "I am going to ask another girl if I can have sex with her and she doesn't really know me on a personal level. Though I know her as good as Naruto." Kushina sighed at the demon queen's plight. "Well, don't worry about it now. Kasumi is not going to be home for a while." Hitomi nodded nervously. With that, Naruto released Tsukuyomi. Real world. Only a second or two had passed during the whole conversation, and now Kushina and Naruto were back to the real world. They didn't say anything for a while before Kushina hesitantly spoke up. "Naruto. Are you really romantically interested in me? I could clearly see that in Hitomi-chan, and if you two share all feelings." Naruto almost choked on the air he was breathing. "Answer me honestly. If there is one thing I never want you to do, that is to lie to your family." Naruto stiffened at her words before he leaned against the kitchen wall to think about it. Yes. You are one of the most beautiful women I have met, I won't lie about it. In fact, the only ones who even remotely compare to you are Kasumi, Natsumi and Hitomi. Ever since I returned from my training, my feelings for all 3 of you have changed. It might be because of the demonic nature and increased libido I think." Kushina blushed. Naruto continued, seemingly talking to himself. "I've been tempted to claim all 4 of you all the time since my half-demon transformation. The only time I wasn't desperate was the day when I did Kasumi, and even then I had the desire to do so, just not so much." Naruto continued, "During my training, I gained one of the techniques that gave me access to nature chakra. The Tozi goddess of nature lets me use nature chakra for a short period of time while it is activated. After a few of its uses as I grew more acquainted with nature itself, the seal holding Hitomi-chan's soul weakened even more. It is designed to slowly dissolve Hitomi-chan's soul into mine with time, that means within a few years Hitomi-chan will cease to exist and I will become a full demon unless we manage to break her out." Kushina's eyes darkened upon hearing this. "Just when I think I know everything that man has fucked up in my life, something more pops up. He designed the seal in such a way that my new family member dies and my son becomes a demon. He will still be loved by us though, no matter what." Naruto saw Kushina's visage darken. "I am working on the seal, and I am going to ask Kasumi-chan to study the Shikifujin as well, from the copy of the forbidden scroll we obtained. But the fact is, I am a half-demon now." Kushina sighed and tried to get her hatred for Minato under control. "He was not here so it will only hurt others. What changes will you undergo because of this?" Naruto made a mental list of everything he knew and then started pointing everything out to her. "First of all, I will have access to Imki, only 1 tail as of now. My Imki control is average right now. My control over natural instincts will be lower. You might have noticed this. I haven't been able to keep up my regular mask as much as I used to before. My bloodlust and libido have increased dramatically as well." Kushina blushed again. "Yeah, I saw the effects in the video." Naruto coughed. Yeah, I kind of lost control for a while there, thankfully I was able to restrain myself for most of the night." "You were restraining yourself?" Kushina asked in disbelief. At his nod, Kushina's eyes widened. "Holy shit. That means Kasumi will definitely not be enough to satisfy you, or you might just kill her. No offense, but you are just a half-demon right now, we're restraining yourself, it was your first time, but still you fucked her 7 times till she was unconscious, and then once more in the morning. I would say even if we manage to get Hitomi-chan out, it will take some time, your bond will only grow stronger with that time. What do you suggest?" Naruto asked in defeat. Kushina thought about it for a while before replying. "Well. You will need to be able to satisfy your needs, or you might go insane from pent-up frustration. Or start raping anyone or anything you see. So I would suggest you fulfill your needs by appropriate means. Kasumi will be more than willing to help you there, but she alone won't be enough." Itsumi, from what I can tell, loves you too, but you should wait for her to finish developing and until she is ready for it. Unlike Kasumi, she doesn't have that level of mastery over her age. Nina doesn't seem too interested in anything yet. Hitomichan is sealed, but once she gets out, you can have her too. I mean, she does seem to have a high amount of affection towards you. Higher than what she has for any of us girls. Hitomichan? Naruto asked mentally. It's true, he sighed. He had figured it out partially, so it wasn't as much of a surprise anymore. Kushina continued, this time with a blush. Then there is me, but I don't think you would really want me, and the girls would be uncomfortable as well. Naruto shook his head. You are physically almost the same age as me, a year or two difference at most. You already told us that bloodlines counter the side effects of incest, so it isn't frowned upon in bloodline clans. I don't see how you are any different from Kasumi and Natsumi, Kushina-chan. He knowingly replaced mother with her name, seeing as he was now almost the same age as her, it was time he stopped calling her that, or she might feel old and uncomfortable around certain subjects he was talking about. Kushina caught the change of her title. But Sachikin, I don't want to come between you all, and. Too, I'm not very good in bed. She said in a subdued tone. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. Who told you that? She hesitantly continued in an even more subdued tone. I only tried a few times really, every time it was with Minato. We never really had much fun. It was more like we were doing a job to get children. Kushina seemed like she was going to cry, he even told me once that it was boring. Naruto sighed. It could be because you didn't love him or he was just incompetent in bed. Kushina nodded hesitantly. It is a possibility, but you can't be sure. Anyhow, we will need to discuss this all with Kasumi first. Naruto nodded in defeat. With every passing moment he was finding it harder and harder to control himself. Damn it, I hope Kasumi-chan doesn't take this all the wrong way. Kushina-chan, if Kasumi-chan and Natsumi-chan agree with this, will you want to give me a try? I do love you as well, you know. Kushina sighed. I will give it a try if they agree, but please don't think less of me if it is not as enjoyable as Kasumi-chan. Don't worry, Kushina-chan, I won't. I will love you regardless, but I can bet right now that you will be great. He huskily whispered into her ear, causing her to blush again. I can't believe I am letting him do this with Kasumi. In her quest to make Hinata become their spy, Kasumi found herself watching teammate doing their first rank mission. She had come there so she could talk to Hinata about her job once they were gone from Konoha, but decided to wait till they were done with the mission. The mission was a simple one, capturing a cat named Tora. Unfortunately for Kasumi, she had been spotted by Kurenai, who asked her if she wanted to help them with the mission. Normally she wouldn't have done that, but today she wanted to be at least a little nice to Hinata, as she was going to ask her to be her spy later. It would be nice to have a few brownie points before she does that. That wouldn't have been so bad either, but she was paired with Kiba. Hinata and Shino were looking for the cat in the southern part of the village, Kurenai in the west, while Kasumi and Kiba were going east. Since the cat had run away from north, they assumed she wasn't there. Kiba's voice broke through her mental train of thought. You wanna get a pizza and fuck? Arf. Silence. You don't like pizza? Fine. In my mind, we're going to have sex anyway, so you might as well be in the room. Arf. My name is Inyazuka Kiba, by the way. That's so you know what to scream. Arf. Arf. Apart from being sexy, what do you do for a living? Arf. Will you shut up? She finally snapped. If I do, what are you going to give me? Arf. It is not what I am going to give you, it is what I am not going to give you if you shut the fuck up. Huh? And what is that? Kiba asked curiously. If it's a blowjob I might as well continue talking, as I would like to get one. Arf. Kasumi's eyebrow twitched. Why did that little dog seem to agree with Kiba on all of his horrible pickup lines? It's a chakra-powered kick between your legs, dog boy, stop hitting on me, I'm taken. And you too, Mr. Puppy. The growl escaped Kiba's throat as she said that. By whom? Akamaru just whined. It's none of your business. They continued in tense silence, looking for the cat. A few minutes later they caught sight of something red and furry entering an alley and immediately began chasing it. If I catch it I will finally be able to get away from him. Kiba however had different plans. If I catch the cat it will show her I am the alpha male and she should be my bitch. Arf. 20 minutes later, Shino, Hinata and Kurenai were staring in horror at the sight before them. Kasumi was dragging Kiba by his leg, his form was beaten, bloody and unconscious. Akamaru didn't seem to be in better shape, but his ride was more comfortable as he was on Kiba's stomach. They winced as his head bumped against a big stone in the path once again, Kasumi seemed oblivious to it and kept dragging. Upon reaching the group, she threw Kiba carelessly towards them. What the hell happened to him? Kurenai gasped. She was shocked how such a sweet-looking girl could so cruelly drag her student like he was useless. Kasumi started explaining. Well, we found the cat and Kiba tried to catch it to show me how alpha he is. The catch once again looked at her shoulder where the cat seemed to be having a nap. Fought him and… Well, you can see some of the results. By the end of it he was completely covered in claw marks and about to pass out from blood loss. I don't know how the bright idea got into his head, but when I picked the poor tired cat up, he tried to grope me. So I completed what the cat started. She didn't mention that the cat Tora had used Imki during her fight with Kiba, she had seen it with her own eyes. Since the cat probably felt the Imki inside of Kasumi, she felt safe with her own kind, which was probably why she let Kasumi hold her effortlessly. Hinata and Shino seemed shocked. Shino was surprised that a cat had beaten Kiba. I no longer think it was logical for me to score lower. I am paired with a weak teammate anyway. It is not logical for a good genin to lose to a cat. Kiba-san is going to suffer for trying to sexually assault Kasumi-chan. I will make sure of it. Hinata thought, with a dark aura around her, causing Kurenai and Shino to back off. Okay, Kurenai started. I am going to have a talk with Kiba and his parents on how to behave around women later. Now that we have the cat, let's take her to her owner at the Hokage Tower. Then we can call it a day and Hinata can go with her friend to wherever she wants. And I am sorry for how my student behaved. She finished in an apologizing tone. Kasumi smiled warmly at her. I need to make sure she trusts I have been good around Hinata, otherwise she might suspect her later after we have left. It's not your fault, Kurenai-san, I am used to it. Kurenai nodded in understanding, she had to face a lot of similar problems due to her own good looks. Though she had to admit Kasumi outclassed her. Even she had to suppress a blush when Kasumi smiled. They were right about her. She is a temptress. I'm not surprised considering Kushina-sama is just as beautiful. If so many people weren't afraid of her, she would have a gigantic fan club. In that way she is lucky she has Kikbi's Imki sealed in her. Fortunately for her, she was a trained genin and a straight woman, so she had no difficulty in maintaining her composure. No one could notice a difference because there was none on the outside. The group started walking towards the Hokage Tower, with Shino supporting an unconscious Kiba. A few minutes later, enter. He spoke in his aged voice. Ah, teammate, you are back early, considering your mission. Oh, such a pleasant surprise to see you here, Kasumi-chan. He greeted me warmly. Kasumi shuddered at the thought that this man who seemed so kind to her had given the assassination orders of her mother just yesterday. Good to see you too, Hikage-sama. She started calmly. The Hokage was not fooled, he had far too much experience to not be able to see through a 12-year-old's mask, even though she looked 16. Kasumi is trying to restrain her rage and disgust, which means Kushina-chan suspects me for that ambush. I told her it was probably Danzm, but she just won't believe me. He sighed. Why do you have to be so stubborn and silly, Kushina-chan? You will lead to the downfall of your entire family if this goes on. I can't have someone with as much potential as Kasumi go against me, it will be too dangerous. Of course, he didn't tell Kushina that he knew Danzm was behind the assassination, and it was not just a guess. I let him get his hands on the mission details after all. That fool thinks he is going behind my back and doing Konoha a favor, well he is just being used by me to have Konoha do some favors, those that I can't have done directly. People just don't use their minds. He was disappointed that the 4 Anbu that Kushina had killed were not with root insignia on their masks, otherwise his plan was flawless. She would have thought it was Danzm's attempt, not his, if only Danzm hadn't tried to be a smartass. Hikage-sama, are you alright? Kurenai asked, concerned for the kind leader. Ah, my apologies, Kurenai-san. I really am getting old for this job. I hope you are ready soon to take up the responsibility of the new generation, Kasumi-chan. He joked. Kasumi grimaced. The Hokage had always told her and Naruto the great stories of how awesome the Hokage were, how they sacrificed everything for their village every time he got a chance to speak with her and Naruto alone. If not for Kushina warning them both beforehand not to believe anything told to them by anyone but herself, they would have been fascinated by the prospect of being a Hokage. I don't think I am ready for such a job, Hikage-sama. She started calmly, once again. This time even with the experience of 3 great shinobi wars, Saratobi was unable to pick up the disgust hidden behind her voice. Well, at least she doesn't hate the idea completely, I can't detect any disgust there, she stands a chance yet. Let me not hold you all for too long, if you are done with your mission and don't want another, please go ahead with your other duties. He warmly stated. On not receiving any protest, he continued. Very well then, all of you except Kasumi are dismissed. Teammate walked out of the room, Will Kiba got dragged by Shino, but it doesn't matter. You needed something, Hikage-sama? Kasumi asked curiously. Indeed. I wanted to apologize for the assassination attempt on your mother, I hope she is alright. I assure you I am trying my best to find out the people behind it. But my age is catching up to me. I am too old for this job. Oh well, soon you will be old enough for the job, and then I am sure you will find the people who tried to hurt your mother and deal with them accordingly. Aren't I right, Kasumi-chan? Is there anything else you need, Hikage-sama? This time instead of being calm her voice was cold. There was a limit to which she could tolerate people trying to manipulate her. Colder than ice, I don't like how she was raised. Once the Chunin exams are over and I don't have all these preparations to make, I will have to clean up this mess that I made with Uzumaki. First I will need to get rid of Kushina to break the kids' masks and then use their emotionally weakened state to convince them that if one of them were a village leader that wouldn't have happened. If one of them is hell-bent on becoming the Hokage, the other will automatically follow, they can't separate. At least one thing Kushina did help me in this plan. If they don't show complete loyalty to the village, sadly I will have to get rid of them both. As much as it will hurt me. Ansem is getting harder to manipulate as well. I am getting too old for this shit. Once Kasumi was out of Hikagi's office, she found Hinata waiting for her by the gate and smiled at her. Hinata blushed. You wanted to talk to me about something, Kasumi-chan. Yes, Hinata-chan, let's go somewhere private first. She then grabbed Hinata's wrist and used a shunshin to teleport them outside the Uzumaki compound. As Hinata arrived with Kasumi in front of the gates of Uzumaki compound, without a word, Kasumi took her inside. They walked in silence to Kasumi's room, Hinata's blush getting darker and darker every second. She is taking me to her room and we are going to have a private talk. She couldn't help but be extremely excited over what Kasumi was going to talk to her about. There were just so many things going on in her head. It could be Hinata's dreamscape. Kasumi looked deep into Hinata's eyes before she started to strip out of her clothes. What are you doing, Kasumi-chan? I have been holding my feelings for you for too long, Hinata. I love you and will love you till the end of the world. As she finished speaking, she pulled her closer and their lips met with fiery passion. Hinata moaned as she finally got to feel what those glossy red lips were like. I love you too, Kasumi-chan, let's make love till our bodies give up. Kasumi started kissing her lower and lower, down her neck, between her breasts, on her belly. Back in the real world, thump. Kasumi sighed as she watched Hinata faint with a nosebleed. Damn it, it's going to be a long way to my room. 10 minutes later, a few more times Hinata had fallen unconscious on the way to Kasumi's room, and once she had almost lost control and lunged for Kasumi, but finally they managed to get to the room without any serious accident. Please sit, Hinata-chan. Hinata hurriedly sat down in Kasumi's lap, causing her eye to twitch. She had meant for her to sit on the chair, not her lap, but she didn't express any outward protest. Maybe it will help if she is happier when I tell her this. She wrapped her arms around Hinata, causing the said girl to almost faint. Hinata-chan, you know that we are not really treated fairly in Konoha, right? Me and my family. Hinata nodded solemnly at that. I know. Well then you must understand that there is a possibility we might need to leave the village someday. Hinata stiffened at her words. Well, it was great to feel Kasumi's softer parts pressing against her side and her warm breath so close she could feel it. If the price was for her to be separated from Naruto and Kasumi, it wasn't worth it. I will come with you then. Please don't leave me alone. She pleaded. Kasumi sighed. Hinata-chan, do you love me? Damn it, I hate doing this. What? Answer truthfully, Hinata-chan. Hi. I do. She answered with the deepest blush of her life. If you do, then won't you do everything you can to ensure I am safe, even if it means you will have to stay away from me? And even if you know we can only be friends, nothing more than that. Hinata thought about it. Yes, she should be safe, even if we have to remain apart, but what? Oh, yes, I will. What do you want me to do, Kasumi-chan? She asked in a submissive tone. I knew I stood no chance with her. What a fool I am to even get my hopes up so high. At least I will be of some use to her now. Kasumi grimaced, she didn't like doing this either, but it had to be done. Don't feel so bad, Hinata-chan. I don't love you, but you are my only friend outside of my family. Please, I am not going to ask you much. Just every time something major happens in Konoha, could you let me know so that we don't get caught off guard? I will put a seal on you that will let you alert me to your location, and then I can teleport to you using a technique I have. She was just going to put Horatian seals on her, and when chakra is channeled through them Kasumi will be alerted about it, then she can flash to Hinata's location. Hinata nodded without hesitation. I don't have any love for this village either, not after seeing everything they did to you and Naruto-kun. If possible. Could you maybe later? Let me come with you? Once you don't need a spy here. I promise I will be strong and help you with anything you need. I am not asking you to be anything more than friends, I know you love Naruto-kun too. Just, can we remain friends? She begged. Friendship is the first step towards a good threesome. Her inner pervert hadn't died yet. Kasumi smiled and hugged her, ignoring the moan from the Haikta and the fact that the way Hinata was touching her was questionable. Of course, Hinata-chan. Before I leave I will put some seals on your body, okay? Don't break them and channel chakra into them whenever you need me. I will see you later I guess, I have to go with my sister somewhere. Hinata nodded happily at her. She was hoping Kasumi would take her with the Uzumaki as well, not now but maybe in a few years. 8 p.m, Uzumaki compound. The dinner Natsumi and Kasumi had with Ami had gone well. They were surprised when Ami didn't turn out to be a fangirl and had a genuine curiosity and affection towards Kasumi. In the end it didn't really matter all that much, as Kasumi was going to be using her as a spy, so she will keep up her emotional wall so that she doesn't get attached to Ami. Of course, Ami didn't know that. By the end of the month Ami will be head over heels in love with Kasumi, and then she is going to be the third spy in Konoha. Kasumi will need to convince Ami that her actions won't harm Konoha in any way, as she doesn't seem to be detached from the village unlike Hinata. But it wouldn't be too hard for Kasumi to accomplish. After all that, both Uzumaki sisters had returned home, a bit tired from all the conversation, but otherwise fine. Right now they were eating the ramen that Kushina had made to celebrate their possible freedom from Konoha that was fast approaching. Itsumi broke the silence after swallowing some more noodles. You know, I was wondering if Orochimaru really wants me, and he is going to be in Konoha for about a month or more when the Chunin exams proceed. How are we going to deal with him? Kushina hemmed in thought. After a while she smiled. Well, the second part of the Chunin exams is always held in the Forest of Death. Only the students are left in the forest, and for the pedophile it shouldn't be too hard to sneak in. He will probably make his move at that time, or during the confusion of the invasion. I didn't get too much info out of that ninja, unfortunately. The good thing is that he knew the main attack would commence during the final tournament. So we have a full 6 months till the exams start and another when we have to make our escape. All three siblings nodded, still eating their ramen. Kushina seemed to be lost in thought for a while again. Now that I think about it, Orochimaru uses a seal of sorts to make sure his followers are loyal to him. One of the Takebetsu Junin, Mitarashi Anko, has one of his seals. Though she never activated it, so it hasn't influenced her all that much. I would say she can still be controlled by Orochimaru to an extent, which is why most people don't trust her. Kasumi looked curiously at her. Can't they just remove the damn seal? Kushina chuckled. Kasumi-chan, how many seal masters does Konoha have? There is Jiraiya and me, that's it. Jiraiya is a busy man, doing his research and gawking at good-looking women, spying hot springs and traveling around the world doing similar stuff. He also maintains Konoha's spy network. Also, he's no Uzumaki when it comes to Fukinjutsu. Naruto nodded in understanding. I can see why Konoha doesn't know about Orochimaru's village yet. Kushina giggled. Well, I won't say Jiraiya isn't a good spy, trust me, he is good at what he does, but he rarely takes his job seriously. As opposed to Minato, he isn't completely without morals, though he is a super pervert. If he had to teach any of you Rasengan, he would just show you how he does one stage and leave you to figure it out yourself. Then when you actually somehow manage to do it, he tells you what you already figured out and then he will give you the second stage and so on. In the end, all he did was show you a technique and didn't even explain how you are supposed to do it. That's the way he works. I already told you all the purpose of all 4 stages so that you know what you want to do before you start doing random stuff till you get it right. That's just a waste of time in my opinion. Yeah, we would have been stuck for months learning it. Kushina shook her head. Kasumi-chan, I don't think you have completed the technique yet. Tell me how far each of you got today. Naruto was the first one to speak up. I managed to get Rasengan down to step 3. Although, I decided to try the next step tomorrow and focused on something else. Kasumi bit her lip. I got it to step 3 as well with the help of my shadow clones, it only took me an hour or so. But I can't do the next step, I tried many times. Itsumi comforted her sister by saying you managed it to step 3 too, as I have the best chakra control among us. Kushina nodded at the 3 of them. That's great progress, but don't expect yourself to be able to get stage 4 within a month or even a year. It hasn't been done yet so we don't know how hard it will be. I was wondering about Kushina-chan. Will it be possible to make a sub-elemental Rasengan? Kushina paused and thought at Naruto's question. I don't know. Hell, I don't know if even an elemental Rasengan could be made. But if an elemental one is hard, then the sub-elemental one will be harder. So don't try to run before you learn how to walk, okay? Naruto nodded sheepishly. So how are you coming up with Kasumi's bloodline, Naruto-kun? Kushina asked. Huh? Kushina started at him, then stared at Kasumi, who seemed equally confused as Naruto. She sighed. Don't tell me, you both didn't notice the Uzumaki life-binding seal on your necks. I told you that true Uzumaki lovers get the bloodline from the Uzumaki girl and are bound to each other so that they are not separated if one of them dies. Both of them stared at her. Wait, so I have the same bloodline as Kasumi-chan now? Naruto asked. Yeah, you will need to learn how to use it though. Regeneration, aging and blood healing are now added to your abilities. Kushina clarified. Kasumi then asked something none of them wondered about. Does that mean I get an Aichan's bloodline too? Silence met her statement. Kushina finally broke it. I don't know Kasumi-chan. Life bonds are extremely rare to occur in the first place, as both the lovers need to love each other unconditionally and the girl should be in Uzumaki. Uzumaki women almost never married outside the clan, or it was extremely rare. Add to that the fact that I don't know any Uzumaki male that activated his bloodline other than Naruto-kun. Kasumi sighed. So we don't know. Yeah. Kushina said in a disappointed tone. Don't worry sis, you have me, the greatest medic nin in history to perform experiments on you to find out. Mitsumi cheerfully added. Asumi snapped back. I am not a lab rat, Onichan. And you sound like Orochimaru when you say experiments. Well I have been going through his research and I must say it is interesting. Silence. What? Don't look at me like that, Ninasan gave me the books. Kushina sighed. What exactly did you study from them, Mitsumi-chan? Well, there were the possible procedures of how to transfer bloodlines to someone without any in the first place. There were notes on how he tried doing so with Hashirama's Mokuton, but I found a lot of errors in them. Orochimaru wasn't a good medic it seems, from what I could see most of his experiments would have died from the sheer pain induced by the procedure. Kushina nodded. Orochimaru's experiments were considered inhuman. And he didn't really achieve much from them, not that I know of. But did you get any useful information from those documents? Itsumi nodded. Yeah, I can detect and identify bloodlines from a blood sample. Kushina grinned. That's great. Then you take a blood sample from Kasumi and analyze it. We can then see if she got Rinnegan or something from Naruto. Yes mother. She responded. Naruto, who had been silent for the whole conversation, voiced his opinion. Kasumi-chan, look here. Tsukiyomi. Goddess of the moon, Tsukiyomi whirled. She felt her world shift and then found herself in front of Kikbi Hitomi and Naruto. She looked curiously at them, then tilted her head to the side questioningly. Kikbi Hitomi cleared her throat and spoke up. Ahem. I asked you to bring Kasumi-chan here because as you know, I can feel everything Naruto feels, so. I know. She said. This, of course, shocked both Naruto and Hitomi Kikbi. And? Naruto asked. Kasumi sighed. Well since Anaichan didn't seem to have any problem with it, I didn't object. It wasn't like we could do anything about it and I wasn't going to keep Anaichan away from me just because of that. That's it. You are not mad at me? Hitomi asked disbelievingly. I guess. It wasn't like you actually did anything to me. And it was with Naruto's consent, so yes. Naruto looked sheepish at that. Actually it never crossed my mind. Kasumi shook her head in disappointment. You are just so dull sometimes, Anaichan. Anyhow it doesn't matter. Consider it an extra benefit you get from us Kikbi-san. I only really care about you because you are a part of Anaichan. Kikbi Hitomi bit her lower lip before asking. So? You are going to let him do it again, yeah? Whenever he wants. I told him that already. She replied without hesitation. Kikbi whooped with joy. Yeah. Both of them stared at her. What? I like how she feels. It's not my fault. She pouted. Don't get too excited. I don't mean to let you have anything from me. Not anything so intimate. It's only because it cannot be avoided that I'm okay with it. I understand. Kikbi replied, while Naruto looked a bit uncomfortable. Kasumi seemed deep in thought for a minute. Can you do something for me then Kikbi-san? In exchange for what you get from me? You can call me Hitomi, and what is it? I will if I can. Do want you to give Natsumi the Sharingan if possible. Sure. Hitomi agreed. Really? Yeah, it's not that hard. I get bored here anyways. It was fun playing around with Naruto's DNA for a while. Trying to find out new abilities of his bloodline, but soon they ran out. Now I am kinda bored here on a regular basis. Half an hour of work with Natsumi on implanting Sharingan will keep me from getting bored. She grinned. I can't believe it is just that easy. Why don't you give it to Kachan too? Well, she is a grown-up, your body needs to be used to Sharingan to be able to utilize it efficiently. Natsumi is 14, if she was even a year older I would have said no. Kushina, Nina and anyone older than 16 or so is a big no. They just won't be able to adapt to the bloodline at their age. Even though they both look 19 their bodies are developed completely, no space for me to work with their DNA. Alright, thank you so much Hitomi-chan. Kasumi smiled happily. Yeah, just make sure you work more with his chest area next time you leave it out. But I am not saying you weren't great, that was by far the best I have ever felt. If I knew something could feel that good, I would have become your slave just for that. Kasumi looked embarrassed, while Naruto looked even more uncomfortable. Hitomi-chan, what about the thing you were telling me? Hitomi froze as she remembered, while Kasumi looked confused. What is it? She asked. Hitomi looked really nervous before she started speaking. Well, when Madara took Izuna's eyes it not only broke the blinding seal, but also evolved his Sharingan to the final level. If you got the bloodline transfer of Sharingan from your brother, you will get the Eternal Magicum Sharingan. You will never be able to give birth to a child, as that stage will freeze your body into its current state. Kasumi didn't say anything. After about 5 minutes, the other two were getting really worried. Kasumi-chan. Let's just hope it didn't happen then. She finished before turning around. Naruto sighed tiredly and released Tsukiyomi. What's wrong? Natsumi asked when she saw the pained look on Kasumi's face. Kasumi flinched. I don't want to talk about it. Natsumi nodded, a bit confused. But she won't bug her about it if Kasumi was uncomfortable about something. It was rare for her to keep anything from them, so she probably had a good reason. After everyone finished their ramen, everyone bid goodnight to each other. Anai-sama. Yes, Kasumi-chan. I'm really sorry. But would you mind if I sleep with Kachan and Natsumi-chan tonight? Of course not, Kasumi-chan. Do you want to talk about it alone? He asked, somewhat worried about her emotional state. She shook her head in a negative way. Giving him a goodnight kiss on the lips, she went to where Kasumi and Natsumi had gone to sleep. Naruto sighed wearily. This day sucked for me. Oh well, that just means I will have a good day tomorrow. I hope. Chapter 12 Revelation. As Naruto woke up the next morning, he felt something warm move over him. Upon opening his eyes, the familiar flowing crimson hair confirmed his suspicions. He frowned as he watched her son in her sleep. Seems she couldn't sleep with Kachan and Natsumi-chan. Probably cried herself to sleep here. I wonder if it was really a good idea to tell her about it. He felt Hitomi mentally shake her head, she had the right to know Naruto-kun. At least this way she won't be completely shocked when she finds out, though personally I am hoping it doesn't happen at all. Naruto nodded sadly. Did you find out anything about it, Hitomi-chan? No, Naruto-kun. How the Uzumaki life bonding seal works is way beyond me. It would take someone with genetic skills better than me and sealing skills like the six-path sage to decipher this one. She finished with a disappointed sigh. He was probably the one who made it. Naruto agreed. He rubbed Kasumi's back to comfort her as she started sobbing in her sleep. Looking at the clock, he noticed it was almost morning. He sighed and leaned in, kissing Kasumi on the lips, then shook her gently. Wake up, Kasumi-chan. Kasumi woke up within a few moments, quickly wiping away the tears she felt on her cheeks. She didn't want Naruto to worry about her. I am sorry, Anai-chan, I couldn't sleep without you there. She started explaining. Naruto interrupted her by shaking his head. It's alright, Kasumi-chan, I like having you with me whenever possible. Naruto frowned upon seeing her nod, but not smile at him like usual. Kasumi-chan, what's going on in that silly head of yours? He asked seriously. At first she opened her mouth to say it's nothing, but upon seeing how sincere Naruto looked, couldn't lie to him, even if it meant he would get worried. So she hesitantly began. Anai-sama. Would you still want me? Even if I can't give you children? Naruto only held her tightly against him. Silly girl, you think I will stop loving you because of such a simple thing? How long have we been together? Since before we were born. Do you think our relationship will end by such a simple thing? Don't be stupid, Kasumi-chan, I will always love you. You should know by now, if I wasn't unconditionally in love with you, the seal on both our necks would never have formed. If we can have children, great. If not, then that's okay as well, it is you I want the most. Kasumi nodded against his chest, her heart fluttering with every word he spoke. I'm sorry for doubting you, Anai-sama. She wrapped her arms around him. She really didn't want to be separated from him even last night, but had gone to sleep with Natsumi and Kushina because every time her eyes landed on him, she was reminded that she might not be able to bear his children. She looked directly into his cerulean blue eyes and whispered softly, make me forget it, Anai-sama. Lemon warning incest. Naruto smiled at her and then moved his hands to start undoing her semi-transparent nightgown. Once she was only in her underwear, he picked her up and set her down on her back, then got on top of her. He couldn't help but grin in anticipation as he saw her beautiful form lying below him, long crimson hair flowing in all directions. Don't restrain yourself this time, Anai-sama. I want to forget everything for now. Growling fiercely, no longer wanting to control himself either, he tore her lingerie away. Kasumi kept her eyes half-lidded and made no protest to any of his actions. After he had hurriedly taken his own clothes off, he grabbed both her hands with his left hand and held them above her head before capturing her lips with his in a passionate kiss. Kasumi's tongue easily submitted to his, but kept massaging him nevertheless. Using his right hand, he positioned himself at her only slightly wet entrance. She wasn't properly prepared yet, but he had no patience to wait. Like Kikbi had warned him, bottling up his lust for a day had dulled his restraints. He rubbed his tip against her entrance a few times, making her squirm beneath him. Then he started inserting his long thick dick in her tight body. Kasumi couldn't help but scream out involuntarily in pain as she felt herself being filled by her brother. He shut her up by kissing her roughly and shoving his tongue down her throat. Once he had completely bottomed out in her, he waited for a while to regain his senses. She did say not to restrain himself, so unless she stopped him, he had no qualms about doing almost anything right about now. Take me, Anai-sama, do whatever you want. She whispered to him huskily, turning him on even more. Finally, completely abandoning caution, he pulled out his entire length and shoved it back into her deliciously tight cavity. Without waiting for any further approval, he started pumping in and out of her at a ruthless pace. Within a few minutes of furious pumping, Naruto grunted as he blasted 2 days' worth of pent-up seed inside Kasumi. Kasumi felt a tear slide down her face as her brother pumped her full of his cream. She hadn't been in this much pain or pleasure before, but she needed it. She needed to forget that she might not ever be able to be a mother. She whimpered as he continued filling her up and fucking her. Just to make sure he did his job like she wanted him to, she further encouraged him. Fuck me, and Isama, fuck me till you are satisfied. Fuck me any way it suits you. Fill me up with your cum till I can't take it anymore. Not having the slightest intention of stopping anytime soon, Naruto decided to do just that. He picked Kasumi up from below him, got off the bed and slammed her against the wall, never once withdrawing out of her. He started pumping her again, while his hands and mouth worked on her breasts. Giving in to his demonic instincts, he bit down hard on her left breast, causing her to cry out. The mark he left would have been permanent, but thanks to Kasumi's bloodline healing, it disappeared within moments, causing Naruto to growl. He slammed into her harder than before, letting loose a grunt as her extremely tight walls clamped up on him. He grinded their groins together, Kasumi wrapped her legs around him as she felt her first orgasm pass through her, sending waves of pleasure through her pain-clouded mind. Don't you love me, Anaisama? Show me how much you love me. She whimpered in his ear. He growled into her ear, wrapping his hands around her, he pulled her towards him at the same time as he slammed into her, grunting an effort to not blow his seed in her then and there. Damn it, she is as tight as she was when she was a virgin, I guess her regeneration prevents her from getting loose. No matter. I won't slow down regardless of how tight she is. Not bothering to waste any more thought on it, he slammed all of his 10 inches inside her, hitting her womb with his tip, making her scream. He withdrew all the way out, till only his tip was in her, only to slam back again, thrusting forward even after completely filling her, grinding their groins together. He continued thrusting in and out of her at this pace, enjoying the tightness and warmth of his sister. Kasumi was in a world of pain and pleasure. Though admittedly the pain was a lot more than pleasure as of now, just like she wanted him to do it. Within 10 minutes, he reached his limit again. He looked at Kasumi, who seemed dazed and grinned in victory. I am going to fill you up today, Kasumi-chan, you are not getting out of this easily. He slammed with all his might into her before blasting sizzling hot and thick ropes of his semen deep into her. He channeled some of his imki towards his balls, accelerating the production rate drastically, before pulling himself out an inch. Anaisama. Kasumi cried out as she felt herself getting filled up completely by his boiling hot seed. She could feel it as he filled her pussy and then moved into her womb, filling it up with the hot fluid. It was excruciating as well as highly erotic for her. He slammed back again, this time with even more effort. He tightened his hold on her, holding her against him as tightly as possible, not letting even the slightest chance of her getting away. Kasumi's eyes widened as he continued to cum in her, unconsciously channeling imki into his sack. For a full 2 minutes he held her there and kept pumping his seed in her. She felt herself getting filled up more and more, she didn't even know how she was able to contain it all. Kasumi didn't feel the need to tell him anything this time, it was quite clear to her that her brother was not going to let her go till he was satisfied. Naruto picked Kasumi up before turning her away from him, causing a twisting motion in their joining, some more of his cum dribbled out. Kasumi was close to fainting, but she resolved to stay conscious and satisfy her brother. Even if she couldn't bear his children, she would at least make him happy. Anaisama. She moaned. Naruto held her there and pulled out his cock from her cum-filled pussy, causing some of his semen to leak out of her. He rubbed the head of his cock against Kasumi's ass and then poked her asshole with his slick cock. She moaned in approval. You don't need to ask Anaisama. I told you, you can do whatever you want with me, I'm yours. Naruto grinned in approval at her words. He started sliding his pole, coated with their combined juices slowly in her virgin ass. It took all his willpower to control his demonic urge to just plow in her and bang her till satisfaction came. Kasumi bit her lower lip to keep herself from screaming in pain. She hadn't had anything up her ass before, not even a finger. It felt like he was tearing her apart. It took a full minute for him to completely enter her ass. He grunted at the delicious tightness and warmth Kasumi was providing him. She is even tighter here. Taking himself out a bit, he entered her again, building a slow and steady pace. After 10 or so thrusts, he lost control. And started to bang her ass without a care in the world. Picking up Kasumi, he moved towards the bed and settled her down on her hands and knees. He then got behind her and without warning, started to pump in and out of her at a rough pace. Anaisama. Kasumi gasped out in surprise. Before lowering her head in submission. Naruto didn't care about anything right now, he had full intention to completely satisfy himself for the first time in his life. Last time he had controlled himself, this time he couldn't. He leaned over her and reached around to grope her breasts, to which Kasumi moaned in approval. Continuously pumping in and out of her ass, he felt himself nearing climax again. After a few more minutes of riding, he once again unconsciously channeled some imki to his balls, accelerating his semen production. Within a minute, he grunted in pleasure as he felt the pent-up semen being released deep inside Kasumi's bowels. Kasumi felt herself getting filled up to her limits, but he was not done yet. Once again he started to pump in and out of her still extremely tight ass, he hadn't even stopped coming yet. 30 minutes later Kasumi's bowels were overflowing from her brother's semen, he had banged her 6 more times in the ass, seemingly addicted to it, and each time the amount of seed he pumped into her had been far more than she can handle. "Do guess I learned why I should never tell an Isama to do whatever he wants with me. But that doesn't mean I won't tell him the same next time." She looked around and saw her brother still pumping in and out of her. Her vision was starting to darken. "In Isama, I don't know how much longer I can hold on," she gently admitted. Naruto sighed. "Just one more time Kasumi-chan," he pleaded, still pumping in and out of her. "Alright, and Isama," she submitted between her gasps. An hour later, Kasumi was lying unconscious on Naruto's bed, his semen leaking out of all 3 orifices. Naruto sighed and shook his head. He hadn't been able to not ask for one more time again, and she agreed every time. Until finally, she had lost consciousness. Morning end, he relaxed himself a bit on the bed. He finally didn't feel the need to mate as strongly as he had been feeling for the past 2 days. "Do you think I went a bit overboard with her kitchen?" She asked for it and she needed to forget about that and get a good sleep, which you gave her. And she does have her bloodline to heal her within the next few minutes from the minor damage, it's not like she is wounded or anything. Naruto had to agree with Hitomi, and making her sleep peacefully felt damn good too. He hoped that his Kachin decided to join them soon though, he didn't want Kasumi to take this much every night and controlling himself all the time was damn frustrating. A few hours later, the entire Uzumaki family was sitting outside Natsumi's lab waiting for the results of Kasumi's blood test. Kasumi was particularly nervous and was holding on to Naruto tightly. Others noticed she was more nervous than she should have been, but didn't comment on it. "I wonder what scared her," Kushina thought. A few more minutes later, Natsumi got out of her lab, back with a long report of some sort. She had a grin on her face, which probably meant she had good news. "This is incredible Naruto-kun, Kasumi-chan." Natsumi started, barely restraining her excitement. Kasumi held on to Naruto with even more fright, incredible could mean she got the advanced bloodline from Naruto, which would mean that she lost the ability to give birth. No, she thought frantically. She never really told anyone about this, but she always loved the aspect of becoming a mother. Kushina was her idol, through and through. And she was her mother, naturally she wanted to be one as well. When Kushina had told them that she hoped to see Naruto and Kasumi have kids, it became one of the primary aims in Kasumi's life without her even noticing. She had never come so close to getting her dreams completely shattered as she was now. She had so few to begin with. "All I wanted was for me and my family to have a nice happy life. Kachin can't be happy if we can't have kids like she wanted. And Naichin doesn't deserve a broken woman like me." Naruto held onto his sister firmly, she was shaking in fear of what she might hear next. He could understand that. Kasumi said she didn't want to be a mother yet only because she was too young and wanted to have more experience before she started taking care of a child. But to not be able to have a child at all. That would kill a part of her. Her confidence and attitude will all but shatter. "Kasumi-chan, are you feeling alright?" Kushina inquired, worried by her daughter's strange behavior. Kasumi didn't seem to hear her at all, fixed on what was going to come from Natsumi's mouth, as if it was a judgment that she was going to pass on to her. Naruto decided to answer his mother's question so as not to worry her more than she already was. "She is fine Kachin, you will know shortly why she is worried." Kushina nodded and looked at Natsumi to continue her explanation. Natsumi opened her report, which seemed to be about 40 pages thick. "I am not going to bore you with the details, but it seems the seal actually completely modified your genes. The males contains Y chromosomes and females contain XX chromosomes. To put it simply, even though your bond strengthened the part in the Y chromosome, Kasumi simply cannot have it. Her children, on the other hand, will be much more likely to activate that ninjutsu. As far as the Kanzen Tentai is concerned, it does seem to have improved a little bit. There is also another thing, your affinities changed." She paused, reviewing the reports once more. "What are they now?" Kushina asked excitedly. Natsumi started going through her report. "Well, first off you still have your first 3 elemental affinities intact: water, wind and fire. Now however, I don't know how this happened, but I suspect a tiny fraction of Naruto-kun's Yugengan got into you, if only partially. You have Hyotenese water plus wind, Futonboil water plus fire, Netsuton heat wind plus fire, and this one is really weak, but it is their corrosion release wine plus water plus fire. I have never heard of anything like it before." By now everyone's eyes were wide, but Kasumi was happy for an entirely different reason. "You didn't notice any improvement in Sharingan?" she asked, with barely restrained excitement. "Nope." Natsumi disappointingly replied. She expected Kasumi to deflate a bit on hearing that, but what happened was exactly the opposite. Kasumi squealed with joy and kissed Naruto full on his lips, slipping her nimble tongue in his mouth and pressing herself against him. It didn't take long for her to get Naruto hard, so within moments she felt his long tool pressing against her. Naruto turned her around and let her grind against his member against her ass. All the while they continued kissing while Naruto groped her breasts. Naruto had been expecting it the moment Natsume's answer became obvious, so he was not surprised to say the least. He knew how to read his twin sister well enough by now. When the twins began heavily making out in the middle of the room, everyone else, which was Kushina, Natsume and Nina, were confused beyond reasoning and turned on too. Kasumi had a stronger and better reaction to not having the next level of Sharingan than she had for all other advantages combined. The bad news made her happier than the good news. What the fuck? And it made her horny? Was the thought running through their heads. After 5 minutes or so, Kasumi calmed herself down a bit. As much as she wanted to, Naruto wasn't going to take her again the night after all the punishment earlier that day. Unless of course he really wanted it, she won't deny him then. Naruto grinned at his twin. She was glowing with joy. It felt to Naruto like a weight had been taken off his chest as he saw her smile vibrantly at him. He had been worried that he had been too rough on her earlier that day, but when she had woken up again and started to sob softly, it was clear that if he hadn't done that, she wouldn't have gotten the little sleep that she did get that day. And even if he wanted to, her constant encouragement to let go was too much to resist. I am so glad that she didn't lose her ability to bear children. She would have been devastated. Hitomi gave him a mental nod. I don't know how I would have forgiven myself knowing it was me who gave her that curse, even though I didn't mean it to act that way. There was little chance of her Sharingan evolving that way, but it was there, so we had to warn her. Now we know that the only way for it to activate would be either she goes to extremely high levels of stress and activates it traditionally, or I activate it manually. That's a great thing, Hitomi-chan. I don't know what I would have done if Kasumi behaved that way for too long. It hurt so much to see her that vulnerable and broken. Those words made some really unpleasant memories come to him. Flashback, giggles and laughter resounded through the area as a cute little 3-year-old blonde boy was playing with a cute little 3-year-old redhead girl in one of Konoha's more cheerful public parks. But the people didn't think it was cute at all. From their point of view, it was hideous. That thing was mocking their children by acting like a kid and their hero by looking like him. And that other thing, it was putting everyone around her in danger by just existing. Who knows when she will go boom, 9 tails of demonic power flowing in all directions, killing their children and loved ones. How dare they move around among them like they belonged there. They should be dead or at least as far away from them as possible. The people were glaring or spitting in the twins' direction. They could mutter curses, but they couldn't do any physical harm, it was against the law. How unfair it was that even demons were protected by the law. The 2 little young ones were oblivious to the hatred directed at them. Why should they care anyway? They had each other, being best friends they were as happy as they can be just being left alone and having fun. The kind old man their mother had left them under the care of had taken them to such a nice place and told them to play. He was such a nice person. They would have to tell him that no one except their mother was nice to them, so he must be really nice. The old man told them this was how normal kids had fun and it was great. There were swings and slides and other fun things. What a nice place, they would have to come here often. They will ask the old man to stay here too, next time. He should have some fun too, but he said he had work to do. Why do the older people work all the time anyway? It sounds so boring. As the oblivious children continued to play, the anger level of their surroundings kept on increasing. It was the first time in 3 years after the incident that these 2 had been seen without the formidable Uzumaki Kunoichi protecting them. Even though they were protected by the law, not everyone has to follow the law, especially in an opportunity as rare as this one. Who cares what happens to those 2? No one, really. The Hokage might, so they thought, but the civilian council makes decisions on civilian matters like this one, a civilian assault on 2 civilians. And they knew the civilian council would support or even encourage them if they hurt the blonde. Hurting the redhead physically was dangerous, they knew that much. They should just take her and throw her away someplace far away from Konoha. That way they'd be safe. One of the braver villagers broke his glaring and reached into his pocket, drawing out a kitchen knife. If it was some other scenario, people would have never called assaulting 2 3-year-olds brave, or maybe they would have questioned why that guy was carrying a kitchen knife in his pocket. But this was an exception, so no one made any attempt to stop the man when he raised his knife into the air and aimed it at the 2 kids. Instead they held their breaths in anticipation. Oh, they wanted to enjoy this. The twins saw him taking out the knife and pointing at them and were frozen in their places. Frantic thoughts going through their little minds, where was their mother? Where was the old man that left them there? The man threw the knife aimed for Naruto's head, but his aim wasn't really good. It could have been because he was drunk or he just sucked in general. The knife headed straight for Kasumi. But Naruto couldn't let his sister get hurt. Moving with speed even he didn't know he had or shouldn't have been possible for a 3-year-old, he used the only thing he had, his body, to protect his little sister. Kasumi stood there, horrified and frozen as some of her brother's blood got sprayed on her face, mixed with the tears she realized were falling from her eyes. "Anai-chan." She screamed in horror. Naruto himself was in a world of pain. The knife wasn't too sharp, but his soft 3-year-old body wasn't really meant to be stabbed. Maybe if he had been beaten regularly since he was born he would have developed a higher pain tolerance, but their Kachan was always there with them. Except today, she said they were running low on funds and she had to go out on a mission. As it was now, it hurt like nothing else to have a rusty knife stabbed in his right shoulder. "Are you okay, Kasumi-chan?" He gasped out. Kasumi started sobbing as she held his bleeding body. It was her fault. If she had just moved out of the way instead of being frozen, or just taken that knife like she was supposed to, her brother would have been okay. But now he was hurt. She didn't like this feeling, it was dreadful, but she didn't know what it meant at the time. Just then there was a small shifting in the air before it thickened with pressure. Some of the civilians knew what the pressure was, being in a ninja village. High, or killing intent. The man that had thrown the knife soon found himself lying on the ground. He looked up to see himself. Without his head and a burning neck. Falling to the ground. He realized too late that he was dead, so he didn't get to scream. Wouldn't have been able to anyway, as his entire neck was incinerated. The civilians were so terrified as the man's head fell to the ground that they didn't notice when Kushina started massacring every adult that stood near the man that had thrown the knife. All they saw was a blur of red before everything went black in pain. It looked so easy. A neck snapped here, a man beheaded there, a sword going smoothly through the heart before the whole body being incinerated in red-hot flames from her sword. Within moments the massacre had begun, and the Hokage arrived to stop Kushina. Too late for about 30 out of the 50 people in the park though. "Stop this madness right now, Kushina," he ordered. That was the last thing the twins heard before their mother teleported them both to the safety of the Uzumaki compound to treat Naruto's injuries. She will solve the political mess with the Hokage later. No one could get inside the compound except someone with their chakra keyed into the Kenjutsu security array or someone skilled enough to break through the array. And there was only one seal mistress in Konoha, Uzumaki Kushina. Then flashback, Naruto grimaced as he remembered that event. That was the day when Kushina's mental image for the kind old leader had shattered completely. She wasn't stupid enough to think someone as experienced as Sarutobi didn't know what would happen if he left those two kids alone in a public park. And it had taken in only a few moments to arrive once civilians started suffering casualties, meaning he must have been watching everything from his pervert ball. She had depleted most of her savings in the first 3 years of the twins' lives, she couldn't trust anyone for babysitting them, and being the overprotective mother she was, couldn't leave them alone. She was having a bad feeling today, but despite her gut feeling she trusted her and went to do this rank mission. Although, within a few minutes she couldn't help it and came back to tell the kids one last time to stay safe. And what does she find? Her sobbing daughter and bleeding son, who was supposed to be watching them, were nowhere to be found. Heck, they weren't supposed to be out of his office in the first place. Once the twins had told her it was the nice old man who took them to the park and left them there, everything started falling into place. After that she started to pay attention to everything he does and became perhaps the first person to actually be able to see through his facade, the true face of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a master at deception and leadership. That was the day she told her kids to not trust anyone except her, especially those who seemed too kind. There was a reason Konoha became the greatest shinobi village. It had great leaders who put the village above everything else. At the same time they maintained the good guy image that the general populace loved and wanted in their leader. That was the reason the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had chosen Sarutobi as his successor instead of Danzō. Everyone knew that Danzō put Konoha above all and would ruthlessly slaughter anyone if the need came. But Sarutobi was exactly how a good leader was supposed to be in Tobirama's eyes. Exactly like everyone wanted him to be on the outside, yet their worst nightmare on the inside. A true ninja, a master at deception, that was Sarutobi Hiruzen. The person who had led Konoha to victory against insurmountable odds countless times, yet everyone thought he desired peace. The people thought he was a kind and relaxed old man who meant no harm to anyone, but they didn't know that he controlled their very thoughts about almost every major thing. He was a master at the art of manipulation, as good as a Uchiha Shisui, except that he didn't need a bloodline that allowed him to implant thoughts in your head without you even noticing, he would do it anyway. The council thought he was a weak leader and they could control him. But unknowingly every single decision they made went exactly as he wanted. Everything that happened went exactly as he planned, except a few unpredictable events, and Kushina herself hadn't noticed how much he was controlling her family's life till she had specifically paid attention to it. She had berated herself for days on being so oblivious to his real motives. The event had a major impact on Kasumi. Her love for her brother had grown to dangerous levels, always doing everything she could to make him happy. And she cried every time the scar on his shoulder was visible. It came to the point where Kushina had taken Naruto to get the scar surgically removed through advanced healing procedures. Just the sight of it reminded Kasumi how she had almost lost her brother and because of her, he was going to die in her place. Even after the scar had been removed, it had remained in Kasumi's mind. Naruto knew his twin sister was not the most mentally stable person around when it came to him, though no one except Kushina and himself knew about it. A few harsh words from Naruto would be more than enough to completely and thoroughly break her. It was a weakness that could be deadly if their enemies knew of it. Someday some enemy might cast an illusion on her in which Naruto was involved. It would be a wild guess, sure, but no matter how powerful his twin sister got, she would never defend herself against him. She would accept it if he killed her, believing she deserved it. She was not dumb, so it won't be easy to fool her into believing someone else to be Naruto. But there was always a chance that someone just might succeed. The odds were extremely low, but they were there. Naruto didn't know when it got to that point, Kushina didn't either. But they were both aware of this weakness their Crimson Princess had. That was part of the reason he hadn't restrained himself today at all. He wanted to see if she protested or if she still had that dedication to him, even after years of being away. She had asked for it, yes, but after she had told him she was at her limit, he wanted to know if she would stand by her decision. She didn't say no, not even then. Even after he had gone beyond what her limits were. Naruto didn't know what to do anymore. He didn't want to lose his sister like that. If an enemy is able to disguise themselves as Naruto well enough, they can just walk up to Kasumi, tell her to stand still and kill her. A ninja must never trust anyone blindly. Naruto trusted his family, sure. But if Kushina started to behave not like Kushina someday, then he would suspect something. Kasumi wouldn't. If she couldn't find anything physically wrong with Naruto, she would just accept his changes. What should I do, Hitome-chan? The best way I know to get rid of a fear is to face it. Give her time. She will eventually learn her lesson. I hope it doesn't cost her life though. I don't know what I will do if I lose her. He thought grimly. If I may suggest, you should make her face reality. And soon, before someone else does it and the damage is done. Hitomi suggested. Thank you, Hitome-chan, I will do just that. He turned his attention back onto the current situation. Kasumi was glowing with joy, knowing that she could be a mother if she wanted to. She didn't think she was ready yet and they had too many problems to deal with right now, but at least she had the chance in the future. Everyone else was looking at Kasumi oddly. Naruto decided to enlighten them, as it wasn't something that could hurt Kasumi now. There was a chance that she might have gotten Eternal Magicum Sharingan and lost the ability to bear children. All of them got a shocked look on their faces and then understanding settled on them. Natsumi shook her head. Even if that was true, I could have been able to conceive a test tube baby for you too. And you could still be a mother even if you didn't give birth to the child yourself, Kasumi-chan. But I'm glad you didn't lose the ability to do so. She smiled softly at her sister. Kasumi grinned at her. I know, and I will treat any of your kids like my own any day of the week. But I don't know, I want to have a baby with an Ai-chan myself a few years from now. Others nodded in understanding. Most women dreamed of having a happy family and raising a child they could be proud of, spending their rest of their lives with the ones they love. For a part of that dream to be taken away before it could even begin would have been a hard blow. Naruto cleared his throat to get some attention. Ahem, now Kasumi-chan, I know what Natsumi-chan said, but since I have the bloodline myself, I would like you to know a few things. First of all, it is hard as hell to gain control of even one sub-element. Twice as hard as any one of the main elements. You might have 3, I have a lot more, but I still can't control any except paper and wood properly. This bloodline only lets you have the ability to use the sub-elements, but not the instinctual knowledge needed to do it, unlike the individual sub-elemental bloodlines. The bloodline user with a Heimton bloodline just knows how to form ice. Well, you and I don't have a clue. We will have to keep experimenting, practicing, or maybe get help from some expert till we get it right. A scroll on how to do it will be good too. I wouldn't even dream about being able to use the corrosion element. I have tried and failed to combine 3 elements at once more times than I care to remember, Kasumi-chan. Me and Hitomi and finally gave up on it, deciding that it was either not possible or not worth the effort. Maybe if we find someone who has a bloodline for such a rare elemental combination we can observe and learn, otherwise there is no chance. Kasumi nodded enthusiastically, hanging on to his every word. Alright Anai-chan, I got it. Naruto smiled at her. You must be pretty tired from our activities earlier. This got several blushes from everyone in the room. They had heard her screams and moans, it just wasn't possible for anyone within 1 mile to not hear them. Thankfully the compound had a sound barrier around it as well. That didn't help the women inside the compound at all. Especially Kushina, as she knew she might get her chance with Naruto soon. Kasumi looked curiously at her brother when he started looking at her mother oddly. Naruto gave Kushina a glance which only they knew what meant. It's time they know about that talk I had with Kachan earlier. All of them. Chapter 13 A Mother's Love. Kushina had thought long and hard on how she should start a conversation like that with her daughters and Nina. In the end, she decided it would be best if the environment is calm and relaxing during that talk, and the only setting that came to her mind was their own private hot springs. Nina agreed to go there almost immediately, as she had been exhausting herself constantly trying to restore Uzumaki Kenjutsu archives. A break to the hot springs and a nice talk with the girls was as good an opportunity to relax as she could have hoped for. Itsumi and Kasumi didn't see anything wrong with it, so they agreed as well. Before they left however, Kushina turned to address Naruto. Naruto-kun, I will talk to them about the little issue we discussed earlier, but meanwhile we shouldn't forget about our plans to get out of here. To make sure the old goat doesn't suspect anything we will have to behave how we normally would. So, we will complete as many missions as possible before the Chunin exams. We can just use clones for most of the chores. I want you to be ready in 2 hours to go on missions with us. Till then you can do whatever you want. You are even welcome to join us in the hot springs if you want. As the other girls blushed, Naruto just shook his head. I want you all to discuss it thoroughly and privately, without me there to influence your decisions. Once you are done I will be waiting outside. See you in 2 hours, Kushina-chan. The change of her title didn't go unnoticed, but no one questioned him about it. He waved and headed to the private training grounds, while the girls headed for the hot springs. 3 of them were wondering what Kushina and Naruto were talking about. Training grounds Uzumaki compound. What are you going to do now, Naruto-kun? I don't know, but I was thinking of improving my Rinnegan techniques. They are just fine, you should focus more on your other talents. Being a one-trick pony was a bad thing in her book. If you knew only a few tricks and someone managed to counter them, you are fucked no matter how good you are unless you have something to fall back on. I don't really see much I could do there, except maybe Mokuton and origami. I think I have reached my limit with origami unless I want to concentrate only on it, like Conan. She gave him a mental nod. As much as I would like you to be able to completely master it, I think you are right. Fine, why don't you practice the Rasengan technique? You can use your Ujengan to make it work, if it is possible. If that doesn't work there is no use of working on something impossible. Nodding, Naruto made 2 Kage Bunshin and sent them both away from him. If Kushina was right then the technique might be explosive in nature and he didn't want to be in its area of effect. One of the clones formed in his right hand while the other stood in front of him as the target. Naruto concentrated on his Ujengan to perfect the technique as he intended, pushing more and more chakra into it. He observed it slowly but surely got a slight green tint to it. He was channeling a massive amount of chakra into his Ujengan to change the nature of chakra in the technique, but it seemed to have hardly any effect at all. It won't be practical in a real battle to just throw away this much chakra to make his bloodline perfect the technique, but he could afford a little chakra exhaustion within the safety of the compound. An additional advantage would be that he could observe the technique that was being performed, gaining more insight on how to work on it. You should have started off with the basic elements first, Naruto-kun. You are better with Ton and Y channel chakra. What is the calmest element of Kichin? Until I have a rough estimate on the destruction level of these techniques, I don't want to risk it inside this compound. I see, that makes some sense. However, I highly doubt your mother wouldn't have additional Kenjutsu barriers between the training ground and the main building. Still, some precaution won't hurt anyone, I suppose. Naruto watched as it slowly turned completely dark green. He frowned as he checked his chakra levels. It had taken almost 2 minutes to channel almost 90% of his entire chakra reserve to be able to make that thing. And given his Uzumaki heritage combined with partial, his reserves were nothing to scoff at. It better be worth it. The clone held the green ball, which unlike the normal was not glowing at all, though it seemed as if it had a pleasant floral scent coming from it. The dark green sphere also seemed to have some chakra flowing out of it in the form of 5 green spinning petals that were bent upwards, like a flower. Finally, Naruto gave the clone a mental command to attack the target. Mokuton Rasenhana would release spiraling flower. As Naruto watched, the flower of green chakra got slammed into the target clone and… nothing. What the fuck? The flower had just suddenly been absorbed by the other clone. Then before he could go scream at the sheer uselessness of the technique, the clone popped in a puff of smoke and a massive roar shook the ground. Giant trees erupted from where the clone had been standing, devouring both the clones and heading straight for him. Naruto watched in fascination as the grass below his feet grew longer in an effort to bind him down before he could escape. Amaterasu. Goddess of the sun. Phew, that was close. Yep. Quite interesting, but not powerful enough in my opinion. Maybe Kichin, but I think the technique has room for improvement. Once I complete it maybe it will be more powerful. Additionally, my clone's memories were quite intriguing. As the Rasenhana had come closer to the clone, it felt attracted and tempted to touch it, get near it, or just stare at it, as if it was a rare flower with a unique and beautiful scent, too tempting to resist. Then as the flower had been absorbed into it, it felt calm, at peace, and not at all alarmed like it should have been. Then just as suddenly, the calmness was replaced by panic as something began growing from within itself, but before the clone knew anything more, it was over. The clone popped. Hikbi was somewhat impressed, but the technique had its shortcomings. No enemy will wait for you if you take that much time to perform the move. And a clone can easily be taken care of before it gets close enough to hit the target. But if you carry the technique yourself, you will get trapped in it too. So you have a lot of work to do before this technique is anywhere near battle ready. When you learn how to perform it without your Yugengan, it won't take as much chakra and will be more useful, as well as faster to produce, I hope. Maybe then. Naruto nodded, but he didn't have enough chakra left to try it again, and he had to do missions with his family later too. Amaterasu had consumed another 1% of his chakra, leaving him with less than 10%. He took a few deep calming breaths, closed his eyes and concentrated. He opened them to reveal his lens deactivated and his jutsu flaring with high concentration of chakra. He had put another 5% of his reserves in the technique. Tozi, goddess of nature. Hitomi had designed the Sharingan in such a way that it made the use of her personal techniques easier. Tozi was very similar to Gamma Sennin mode, but he didn't need to stay still to be able to gather nature chakra. At the same time, the chakra gathered was nowhere near the same as the Gamma Sennin mode, only about 10% as it didn't suck natural energy from around him like a vacuum cleaner. It just captured what little got into his body, which was replaced by more from outside, which was once again absorbed. Another downside was that his bloodline got busy with the technique, so he couldn't use the energy he was gathering to use his bloodline techniques. Sure, it wasn't as effective as the Toad Sage mode. But he could refill his reserves in just a few minutes this way. The technique put strain on his body, yes, but he could handle it. Compared to waiting a whole day in frustration for his reserves to refill, this was nothing. One thing that has been bugging him though was the pain he felt whenever he used any of the advanced techniques of his jutsu that came from the Sharingan part while the techniques worked smoothly. Why would there need to be pain to perform any technique? It needs chakra to cast, and that should be it. Mindscape. As Hitomi looked at the blonde man in front of her, she couldn't help but recount their time together so far. He had been nice to her for as long as they have been speaking. But yet, he never asked her anything personal. The reason was quite simple: to not bring up any painful memories. But what he didn't know was, Hitomi didn't have any painful memories at all, except maybe the one of her sealing. She was invincible and bored all her life. There was nothing to do, no one who could beat her. She had even set to working on the Sharingan out of sheer boredom, not some quest to world conquest. She thought at that time that she could do it if she wanted to. Maybe she could have as well. She could have prevented her sealing in the twins as well if she hadn't been so arrogant. It would have been so incredibly easy for her to squash the blonde man and his toad with a swipe of her mighty tails, or she could have used Kikiko Imari a few times to just wipe the land clean of life. But in all her arrogance she was sure there was nothing a human could do that could stop her. So she waited for the man to complete his technique, as she could see hope radiating from previously scared shitless fighters when that man arrived. By the time I saw the fucking Shinigami appear out of nowhere, it was too late. Yes, she was sure she could beat any human, but gods were an entirely different issue, and Shinigami had a bad history with her, really bad history. I heard your thoughts. You want to know why you feel pain every time you use your Sharingan techniques, right? She asked. Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise. You will tell me? You said I didn't need to know the last time I asked you about it. Yes, I didn't trust you enough at that time. He smirked. And you do now, huh? She just smiled at his statement. Maybe I do, more than you would think. But let's get back to the point before I change my mind. The techniques I have implanted in the Sharingan are actually celestial techniques. Yes, divine moves, those that can get through the dragon scales and can resist Riken's divine edge. Naruto's eyes widened at that. That means Susanoo will stand even against my sword and Amaterasu will burn right through my scales. As if reading his thoughts again, she nodded. Yes, your dragon scales are useless against someone like Madara. All of them were various gifts I received from various deities. The sun goddess gave me the power to use Amaterasu, the goddess of time and space gave me Kamui and so on. Kasama gave me Tsukuyomi. I was on good terms with most of them except the Shinigami, god of death. She paused as she shivered involuntarily. Naruto sat down next to her and held her in a comforting hug to make her relax. He was really confused when she said her mother gave her the goddess of the moon technique, but figured she will explain it soon anyway. Never seen her scared before. But these are gods and deities we are talking about here. I always considered myself daddy's girl, she sheepishly admitted, as when the sage of six paths divided Kasama, he gave me the biggest part of her power. The other 8 Bijik were all jealous of me, but didn't dare to say anything. Considering who our mother was, we are all able to converse with deities when we want. Because of Kasama, many of the deities favored me. She once again noticed his confused look and sighed. Naruto-kun. Did you not pay any attention when I said the Riken Sennin had created the moon? My mother, Chibai, was a deity in demonic form. When some humans managed to enrage her enough, she set out to destroy everything around her. The gods don't really care what happens down here all that much. When the Rikidm Sennin fought her, he managed to greatly impress her, thus she kept restraining herself from killing him to see his next move, and once he did that, to see his move after that, and on and on. She was incredibly powerful in her demonic form, but the Rikidm Sennin was holding his own and had somehow managed to get a lot of summoning clans to fight for his cause. The shock however came when he managed to seal a deity away. Naruto-kun, even the Shikif Jin wouldn't have worked for her, she was as strong as the Shinigami, so he couldn't have sealed her. But her status as a deity still remained, and when the Rikidm Sennin died and sealed her into the moon he created, she became the goddess of the moon. Who else would have been given that title? You should have thought about this, after all the moon was created much after the time at which the deities first came to exist. Naruto sat there with his eyes wide. How come the Shinigami sealed you in me then? If he doesn't care what goes on down here, and your mother is a deity as well, aren't you supposed to be on better terms with him than that idiot Minato? She looked sheepish then. You see. I was not the only one to get favors from the deities. Each one of us had managed to acquire some favors from one deity or another. Ichibi got control over winds, Nibi was the death god's favorite, so she got the ability to resurrect the dead, Sanbi controls water currents, Yonbi controls lava, and so on. As you might know, before being sealed I was arrogant and thought I was unbeatable. I was just traveling through Kaminari no Kuni a few hundred years ago, and guess who I found? Nibi was there. I wouldn't have bothered, but when she told me she had the power over life and death and thus was the strongest of us all, now not me, I got pissed. We fought and I won. She was strong but nothing compared to me. I have almost a fourth of Kasama's sealed powers. The other 3 parts were divided amongst the other 8. Nibi never stood a chance against me. The Shinigami wouldn't have minded that, as I didn't kill her, but some Kumo ninja found her in her weakened state and sealed her. Having his pet sealed away didn't settle well with the death god apparently. But the other deities convinced him to leave me alone, as long as I don't do anything more to disturb him. When your idiot Hokage summoned him to seal me. Naruto sighed. I understand, he was already frustrated with you, and because of you he was summoned, so he was not pleased. Huh? Hitomi nodded softly. She didn't want to mention that normally the sealing didn't hurt, but the death god had stabbed at her soul before sealing her. That was more painful than any pain that can ever be physically inflicted. Only the death god is capable of injuring a soul. Sure, there are ways to seal trap a soul or absorb it, like with Ryujin, but the soul still remains intact and is eventually released. She was one of the extremely few unfortunate enough to be stabbed by the death god's soul dagger. She had writhed in pain for a whole year, well the pain had only been there for a few moments. Naruto rubbed her back in a comforting way. You know, just because I never ask you anything on a personal level, it doesn't mean I don't like you. Hitomi sighed again. I know, and I respect you trying not to hurt me by bringing up bad memories, but now that you know the only bad memory I have, you can ask anything, right? Naruto grinned. So, what are your hobbies, Hitomi-chan? Hitomi just laughed. Hahaha. You didn't figure it out yet. I like playing around with genetics and DNA, as it is the most complicated thing that I came across. It became the best way for me to pass the infinite time I seem to have. As a side hobby I like to spy on people. She grinned cheekily. Naruto was surprised to say the least. Spying on people. How could she do that when she was hundreds of stories tall and so damn easy to notice? As if reading his thoughts she started to snicker. I am not hundreds of stories tall right now, am I? But that's just because all yours is sealed inside Kasumi-chan. He countered. Nah, well it is true that I can't switch to the demon form without my Imki, I can switch to human form with or without the Imki. Of course, the Imki still remained in me when I was outside among people. Thankfully before the clan wars started people didn't pay that much attention to my mask chakra levels, even though it was still fairly large. By the time the clan wars had started, I already had hundreds of eyes working for me in the form of the Uchiha. Naruto tapped his chin and thought. You know Hitomi-chan, if you don't mind telling me this, how exactly did you get information on what all the Uchiha were doing without being there yourself? As soon as an Uchiha who had activated his Sharingan dies, I gain all his memories just like you get from your Kage Bunshin. Another way would be for me to take his eyes. Unfortunately this seal blocks me from being able to gain all the information from the Uchihas that died in the massacre. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. You know, while practicing I noticed that my bloodline consumed a lot less chakra to perfect the technique than usual. I was expecting that I would need to use my Imki in addition to the regular chakra, but 90% of my regular chakra was enough to not only convert all that standard chakra into Mokuton, but also the insane shape manipulation. Hitomi considered this for a while. Now that she thought about it, what he had done earlier should have easily needed another half-tail of Imki in addition to his regular reserves. What changed between the last time he was practicing with what elements and now? Suddenly, she finally got the answer. Of course. You remember what your Kachin told you? When the Uzumaki first mate with their life partners, they get their partner's bloodline and their bloodline evolves to something a bit better, so for Kasumi, I am guessing everything that Natsumi told her was applicable, and she will have even better control over her Kanzen Tentai. You will have the same advantages, though I didn't know if they only applied to the ones as you get from Kasumi-chan or all your other ones as well. Naruto nodded excitedly. Can you do a quick checkup? Hitomi smiled and nodded. Sure. Outside the mindscape, Naruto started to walk towards the hot springs at a leisurely pace. He was idly wondering what their life would be like outside the village. Konoha had always been a bit hostile towards his family. The only place they let their guards down was inside the Uzumaki compound. But they knew they were completely safe inside the compound. The only way to get in would be to have your chakra keyed into the security array, which can only be modified from the inside. The only ones who have access to modify the array were Kushina and Minato, who is now dead. Only if Genjutsu Master could bypass the array, and even then that person must know the inner workings of the Genjutsu array. In order to do that, no one except Kushina knew how to do that, as she was the one who designed the sealing array, using many secret Uzumaki Genjutsu techniques. Space-time ninjutsu were an exception, but the only ones they knew with those techniques were Naruto, Kasumi and Madara are dead. Summoning was possible as well, but only someone inside the compound can summon anyone within it. In short, the compound was an impenetrable fortress they had within the village. The incident when the twins were 3 years old had caused all the major clans to try and throw everything they had at the barrier, and everything they had failed. But unfortunately, nothing is perfect. A few hours earlier, Jiraiya had been having a bad day. He had found out that his old teammate Orochimaru had established his own new village, the Hidden Sound in the Land of Rice. Having the job of Konoha's spymaster, it was his responsibility to deliver this news to the Hokage personally, as it was sensitive information. Of course, when he arrived in Konoha, he remembered he hadn't seen his godchildren in 12 years. Curious of how they turned out to be, he decided to pay them a visit before he goes off to tell the Hokage of the recent developments. He was quite upset when he couldn't enter the compound like before. Kushina removed my chakra signature from the array. Why would she do that? I mean, yeah, I did peep on her a few times. But who can blame me, she is hot. That's no reason to kick me out of the family. He would have stayed in Konoha with them, taking care of his godchildren, but he had so many more things to do that just needed his presence outside of the village, and there were other reasons too. He wanted to know what really went on in the village that caused Uzumaki Kushina to completely shut herself off like this. So he did some spying inside the village. He was not happy with what he found. Apparently, from what he heard from the general populace of Konoha, the old man was the only one who was kind to the Uzumaki family selflessly. But that was a given since Sarutobi was like a saint who loved all and hated none. There were others who didn't speak badly of them, but those were the ones who wanted their hands on the Uzumaki bloodline or the notoriously beautiful Uzumaki women. He was quite surprised at how many people were infatuated with his goddaughter. He expected it for Kushina, so it wasn't a shocker, but Kasumi was supposed to be 12. He wanted to break those men's heads for thinking of his goddaughter like that, but the pervert in him wanted to see his goddaughter himself. She had to be as hot as Kushina to gather such kind of attention. Most of the hatred though was directed at his godson, almost the entire village hated him. It was a harsh awakening for the super pervert to know the village he had been working for had no faith in his students' work at all. They all thought Naruto was a demon. But that thought of awakening was quickly pushed aside as once again perverted thoughts flooded his mind. He was always envious of his student for getting his hands on Kushina. That woman defined the word hot. What baffled him was that Minato never considered how lucky he was to have her. If Jiraiya had ever gotten his hands on her, there was no chance in hell he would have ignored her like that. One of the reasons he had left as soon as possible was he couldn't look her in the eye. After Kushina had delivered the twins, she had begged him and Minato to not seal the demon in her children. Kushina was a prideful woman, she never begged for anything from anyone, she would rather die. But she had done it for her children, and she wasn't heard. He really could understand Minato's thinking, he wanted to perform the sacrifice himself, and he couldn't ask anyone else for it. But he didn't have to use Kushina's kids for the sealing. The children belonged to a mother before they belonged to a father, at least according to him. The mother has a stronger connection to them. She goes through the pain of bringing them to the world, she is the one who keeps them in her as they grow from a single cell to billions of them, so she should have more say in the matters that concern them. But Minato had completely disregarded Kushina's cries for mercy upon her children. Jiraiya thought she was overreacting at that time, so he didn't stop Minato. Kushina was weakened from the delivery, so she couldn't. But now he understood. To live in a village full of people that hates you. And those that don't are the ones that have eyes only for your body. No, even if he was a super pervert, he did have some morals. If he knew this was going to happen when he was holding Kushina down on her hospital bed, he would have supported her. But now it was too late. He berated himself for leaving her alone like this. But how will he look her in the eye now? He was one of those that had held her down when Minato took the twins to seal Kikbi away. His intentions were good, to not let her hurt herself trying to stop Minato. But a vengeful mother won't care what your intentions were if they hurt her children. Pushing all those depressing thoughts aside, he moved to the more perverted ones. He was a super pervert after all, and dwelling on depressing things only brought on more depression, which led to emo-ness, which really didn't suit him. He was not an Uchiha or Orochimaru. He decided it was as good a day as any to see how Kushina's family lived and maybe get a glimpse of them in the hot springs. Jiraiya was a seal master, and Minato had already given him all the details of Kushina's sealing array. He was surprised that Kushina would give away Uzumaki Kenjutsu secrets to him, but they were husband and wife, so he guessed she trusted him. As much as it hurt his pride, any average Uzumaki would have been a better seal master than him. Unfortunately they were all dead except Kushina. She was young when it happened, but she still knew quite a few sealing secrets that the Uzumaki held. They never gave any of their secrets out of the clan before, saying they were too dangerous to be made public. He guessed he only knew a few of their secrets thanks to Minato. Kushina probably knew much more. Sarutobi had tried to ask her to lend her skills as a seals mistress to Konoha, but she had rejected and rather applied for an independent Anbu position. He was pretty sure that she did so to protect Uzumaki from stealing secrets, but then why give them to Minato for no reason? It just didn't make sense. A while later he found himself in front of the private hot springs in the Uzumaki compound. He was quite surprised to hear girls talking there. He couldn't really believe his luck. Deciding to not waste the opportunity, he did what he did best. The 4 Uzumaki females had just gotten out of their towels and submerged themselves in the warm water. All of them sighed as the water calmed them. They have all been having a hard time in various ways for quite a while. Itsumi had been working hard to get Kasumi's blood report, so she was tired. Kushina was just nervous about the subject she was going to talk to them about. Kasumi was emotionally and physically drained. Nina was just plain tired from all the work she had done in the archives. They all sat in silence for a few moments and let the relaxing feelings wash over them. It was refreshing. Nina let a smile grace her face as she closed her eyes. So? What were you and Naruto talking about, Kachin? Kushina bit her lower lip nervously at her blonde daughter's question. Well, you see. Hitami-chan and Naruto approached me yesterday. Seeing Natsumi's confused look, Kasumi clarified. That's Kikbi's name. Oh, I see. Outside the hot springs Jiraiya's eyes widened. So Kushina started explaining her problems, completely unaware of the super pervert getting a bigger and bigger nosebleed with every topic they discussed. She told them how Naruto was a half-demon and needed to have more girls than just Kasumi. Then she told them how he loved herself, Kasumi, Natsumi, Kikbi, and was attracted to Nina as well. Then she told them what Minato had said to her and how she was probably no good in bed at all. Within 5 minutes, Nina was blushing bright red by just listening. I knew I won't be enough for him. Kasumi sighed in defeat. Though I didn't know you had the hots for a Naichin or Kachin. She grinned. Kushina spluttered indignantly. It's not that. I am just joining in to relieve him of stress. Of course. Natsumi rolled her eyes. Admit it, you love him. Kushina huffed. So what if I do? No matter what, he will always prefer you two anyway, so it's not like you have anything to be afraid of. The other two raised their eyebrows. Natsumi snorted. You actually believed what that idiot Minato said? You can't be boring, Kachin. I'm like your younger copy, and I'm pretty certain Naichin enjoys himself with me. I am sure you both will have just as much fun. Kushina mentally frowned as Kasumi didn't even mention her own feelings in the act. Why does she have to think she is inconsiderable compared to Naruto? God, I will have to do something about this soon. Maybe Naruto can help. Finally she sighed. Well, we can give it a try I guess. So you really do want to fuck him? Kushina blushed but didn't comment on it. You don't? She asked. Natsumi blushed a little. I am not ready for it yet, I think. You saw what condition Kasumi was in when those two were done. Well, Kasumi has complete control of her regeneration and is physically 2 years older than me. I would gladly offer myself to him, I do love him, but I don't think I am physically ready to make the big step yet. Kushina nodded. If that was Kasumi she wouldn't even have considered what it would be like for her, just if Naruto would like it or not. Good, maybe she can help Kasumi realize the same thing. Nah, why do I even bother? Kasumi will never change her way of thinking about Naruto, I should just let her be herself. Good, it's never good to rush into things and later regret them. What about you, Nina-chan? Nina blushed even brighter and sunk into the water up to her eyes to hide her embarrassment. She spoke in a literally bubbly voice. Two bubble can't bubble. They all somehow heard her, though she spoke from below the water. The other three giggled. You are acting like a virgin worse than Natsumi. I am a virgin. She admitted hesitantly. But you have been alive for so long. How is that possible? That's more than 80 years of virginity. Natsumi gasped out. Nina's eyes became sad and she sighed, the others got closer to her so they could listen. Of course, they stood up for that, exposing their naked bodies to the super pervert, who was already suffering from major blood loss. They spoke in soft voices, so our poor super pervert completely missed whatever they talked about and saw them all hug Nina by the end of it to comfort her though. That wouldn't have been so bad, except all of them were naked. For Jiraiya it was just too much. All the blood loss from the nosebleeds and the fountain that escaped when he saw them naked and hugging each other was finally taking its toll as he was forced to fight off unconsciousness. But he had perfect plans for his next book. With Naruto was shocked when he saw a man lying in a large pool of his own blood outside the supposedly private Uzumaki hot springs. The 4 girls inside were completely off guard, assuming the presence outside was probably Naruto, not bothering to check at all. They were too confident in the barrier to at least warn them of an intruder. The man appeared to be in his 50s with long spiky white hair, red and green clothes, a large scroll on his back. The kanji for oil on his custom headband was a dead giveaway of who this man was, Jiraiya of the Sannin. Naruto was pissed, so he walked right up to the man and pointed a palm at his crotch. Jiraiya saw a boy around 17 walk towards him from the corner of his eye, but was too weakened by the blood loss to even bother moving or speaking. The boy looked pretty much like his old student, so he could have deduced the fact that he was Naruto if his mind was working properly. But all thought left him as he saw the boy's eyes. The rippled pattern shocked the pervert so much that he didn't even notice when the boy raised his hand towards his crotch and muttered something under his breath. Shinra Tensei. Crunch. All of you come here as soon as you can. We have an intruder. All the girls inside the hot springs were visibly startled. They hadn't been expecting anyone to be able to get inside. They quickly fastened their towels around their bodies and rushed to Naruto's location. Upon arriving there, Nina raised an eyebrow. Is that the Gama-Sennin Jiraiya? Yes he is. Kushina responded through gritted teeth. She still remembered how he held her down while Minato took her kids away for sealing. That bastard, he didn't even stay for a day to help her with the kids' protection in her weakened state. Fortunately none of the assassins were able to break into the compound or all 3 of them would have been dead. That didn't change the fact that the pervert had left them to die. I found him peeping in the hot springs. Naruto clarified. They don't even realize what they are doing to me right now, do they? Parading around in towels, great. Nina's eyes narrowed. Only someone who knows the workings of this sealing array in particular and is a seal master can break through it. Given the construction is familiar to me, I'm sad to know about this Kushina-sama. To think you would give away our Genjutsu secrets to some outsider and someone as irresponsible and unreliable as him. Why? Kushina looked offended and shaken at the same time. Tu did no such thing. I never gave any of our Genjutsu techniques to anyone else except my children. Nina thought about it for a moment before she sighed. Just because you didn't give them to anyone doesn't mean no one got their hands on them. Just think about it, Minato lived here too. He could have understood many of your secrets just by watching you perform various rituals, given that he too was a seal master. And most of the scrolls in the library down there are not under very tight security, except the extremely crucial ones. He could have gone through them without your permission, even if you didn't love him, you did trust him like a husband before, right? Given Jiraiya was Minato's teacher, it is only logical that Minato showed some of those seals to him so that they can help decipher them together. Kushina gritted her teeth in anger. Bastards. It was true she had been careless with the more common methods of Uzumaki sealing, but she didn't think at that time Minato would ever cheat on her like that. Of course it should have become obvious. I suck. I never managed to figure out the only man that I allowed to get in my pants, failed to figure out my commanding officer till my son got stabbed, and failed to keep Uzumaki Genjutsu secrets like they are supposed to be, a fucking secret. Fuck. Well, at least Jiraiya never took a student after that so only he knows. And those that I didn't have under high security were not way too dangerous, just some barrier secrets and array seals. And space-time manipulation seals. Shit. I need to calm down, berating myself won't solve anything. What are we going to do with him? Kasumi questioned. We can't kill someone on that high level before we're out of Konoha, or there will be suspicions bouncing around. We don't want to risk anything this early in our plan. Kushina began. Before you all give him up I want to tell you something. Naruto interrupted. I kinda lost control, revealed my ninjutsu and crushed his balls with gravity manipulation. What? He asked innocently. Kushina sighed. Natsumi started to check Jiraiya's injuries. He is in a coma. She declared. She received disbelieving glances at that. Ninja like him didn't just go into a coma from one blow, even if it was a particularly hard one in the balls. Natsumi sighed on their skeptical looks. Look, his body has almost no blood, most of it leaked out of his nose, and the remaining is in his heart. Then he is suffering from mental shock, probably from seeing something that he never expected. Add to that Naruto's gravitational injury on his balls and you have this. The very fact he is alive with that little blood in his body is mind-boggling. Now that she explained it to them, that did make some sense to everyone. But with that the fact that Jiraiya had seen them naked dawned upon the women too. Sadly, they couldn't punish him for it now or he might die. And he was unconscious, they wanted him to feel the pain when they finally did get their hands on him. Kushina nodded. He deserved that and then some. But we shouldn't keep him here for long or we might get into trouble. He must have checked in on Konoha's gates. If he doesn't get to the Hokage soon enough we will be suspected, as someone might have seen him heading this way. Itsumi smirked. He won't be getting up for at least 6 months, I can give him some long-term sedatives, and that should be enough to ensure he is not up till we get out of here. Kushina relaxed on hearing that. Once they were out of Konoha, they didn't care what happened. But if they were exposed before that, fighting out of a whole ninja village was much harder than fighting off any amount of huntermen. Good, do it. Then we will tell everything to the Hokage once we go to the tower for taking missions, maybe even modify it a bit. Put him in stasis till then. Make sure the sedatives are strong enough to keep him asleep till the invasion. It sounds like typical behavior for him to try to peep on women and get beaten to the hospital, so the old goat shouldn't be too suspicious. Itsumi nodded. Naruto was shifting from one foot to the other. Finally, when Itsumi finished up with Jiraiya in a few minutes he spoke up. So what did you guys decide? Kushina blushed as she answered him. You can have me and Kasumi whenever you want, Natsumi is not ready yet. Maybe after she has mastered her bloodline, Nina will decide later. Nina looked away on that. She liked Naruto, he was a good boy in her opinion, but only when she was sure she loved someone would she let anyone touch her romantically. Itsumi voiced her opinion. I love you too Naruto-kun, but my body still needs to finish developing to be able to take you. She said in a disappointed tone. Naruto nodded before looking at his mother and grinning. So, neither of you have any problem with this? Not really. Kasumi responded. Knew it. Natsumi added. Great then. Without any further inquiry, he swept Kushina off her feet and carried her inside the compound, leaving the other three to giggle as they watched the blushing Kushina being taken away. Kushina's room. Don't you think maybe we should wait a little bit? Kushina hesitantly asked. They were standing in front of her bed with Kushina half-naked, wearing only her towel. Naruto had already taken all his clothes off. I don't think so, Kushina-chan, I am much more in control right now than usual because of Kasumi, so this will be the best time for us. Besides, we still have time left till we have to go for missions, right? He reached around her and undid the towel, exposing her cup breasts. He licked his lips as her creamy, beautiful body got completely exposed. Alright, you remember your promise right? Even if you don't enjoy me as much as Kasumi. She hesitantly began. You know Kushina-chan, I love you just as much as I love Kasumi more than my life. Besides, just stop worrying and enjoy yourself. He scolded her. She smiled at him. You know, I never thought I would get scolded by my son someday. You never thought you would be making love to your son someday either. He countered with a smirk. To him Kushina was every bit as beautiful as Kasumi, absolutely perfect. Long creamy legs, cup breasts and an hergless figure, beautiful long red hair reaching past her waist up to her knees. Ocean blue eyes filled with love and mischief. Yummy. She laughed softly, the previous nervousness she was feeling forgotten. Got me there. But please stop calling me by my name, call me Kachan like you used to. I like it better. Naruto grinned. Naughty girl aren't you Kachan? You want me to call you that while we are fucking, don't you? Kushina blushed but nodded. Naruto's grin only got wider on seeing her nod. Why don't you teach me how to do it properly then, Kachan? Kushina was hesitant at first, but later steeled herself, if she was going to do it, she could try her best to make it as enjoyable as it can be for her. So she agreed. Alright Sachika, I hope you enjoy it. Oh, don't worry I will. He replied with a smirk. Lemon warning incest. Kushina and Naruto then stood facing each other. Kushina wrapped her arms around his neck and brought her lips to his, pressing her naked body against his own, his heart impressed against her tummy. She moaned as soon as his lips made contact with hers. It had been so long since she had received a simple kiss, let alone from someone she loves. She opened her mouth and allowed Naruto's tongue to enter. He slipped his tongue in her mouth, which she massaged with her own tongue, enjoying every minute of the first lover's kiss she ever felt. Kushina found herself getting wet with excitement. It was hard for her to believe she was actually enjoying a simple kiss this much. Naruto moved his hands to her breast and started massaging her nipples and her firm mounds. They fit perfectly in his hands, he squeezed her breasts and pinched her nipples. Kushina moaned into Naruto's mouth as his hand slipped to her lower regions and started to rub her pussy. Naruto-kun, please don't stop. She gasped out. She had never felt this good in her life on being sexually stimulated. She had tried to stimulate herself on multiple occasions, but it just never worked. In the end she had just given up on it, considering herself incapable of experiencing sexual pleasure. But now. I guess I just needed someone I love to touch me. She gasped as Naruto's fingers slid inside her slick warm walls. Naruto. She moaned. Naruto was fairly surprised to find her so tight, almost as much as Kasumi. She did give birth 2 times in her life. God bless the Kanzen Tentai. He turned her around so that he could grind his cock against her ass while stimulating her with his hand at the same time. Kushina found herself getting closer and closer to orgasm as Naruto's cock grinded against her ass at the same time as his finger fucked her pussy vigorously, stimulating her clit from time to time. Sachikin, too kuming. She gasped out between ragged breaths. He wrapped his other hand around her midsection and pulled her against him, making his cock grind against her even harder, drawing a moan from the redhead. He started to nibble her neck, which would have given her hickeys if not for her bloodline. Kushina found herself pushing back upon Naruto's dick, wanting nothing more than for him to impale her with it and fuck her senseless. At the same time she didn't want him to stop doing what he was doing right now either. Sachikin. She moaned. Naruto added another finger into his assault and squeezed her breasts hard, at the same time thrusting even harder against her. Kushina screamed in pleasure as the first orgasm tore through her. It was like a floodgate being released. Her 19-year-old body had never felt like this in her entire 30 years of existence. Oh god, Sachikin, that felt so good. She moaned once again. Let me make you feel good too. Naruto grinned as he saw her turn around. Kushina stroked his entire length with her right hand while kissing him on the lips softly. She wasn't the least bit surprised by his massive size, having already seen him with Kasumi. She gave him long and slow strokes as she started landing soft kisses on his neck, then chest, and then stomach. Finally she reached her destination and started landing kisses on his pole from the base to upwards. She gave a soft kiss on his slit, then licked it teasingly with her nimble tongue, causing Naruto to moan. "Achin, don't make me wait anymore." He growled. She took his tip in her mouth experimentally and started to suck on it like a lollipop. She hadn't really tried it before, as she never felt the need to do it for anyone. But now she wanted to suck Naruto's cock and to swallow his seed. She started to stroke his cock with both her hands, making a pumping motion as her mouth worked on his upper area. She took about 4 inches in her mouth and pumped the other 6 with her hands. Naruto groaned in pleasure as he watched the beautiful reed bob up and down on his cock. Within a few minutes of her loving ministrations he felt pressure build up within his balls. This time he did notice when some imki flowed towards his balls and started accelerating semen production, but didn't do anything to stop it. Soon enough, he was on the verge of releasing his load in his mother's mouth. "Kachin, I am gonna cum a lot." He warned her. She smirked, "Give it to me, let me taste it." Then she resumed sucking on his rock-hard tool. He grunted as he released his load on her. Kushina started gulping down hastily as more and more of his seed was released in her mouth. But still some of it dribbled down her chin and on her breasts. She swallowed again and again for a while, till he stopped pumping semen in her mouth. She held the last mouthful in her, savoring the taste. It was a bit spicy because of the imki modifying it and definitely much warmer than normal. But still, it tasted good, better than she ever expected semen to taste like. But the amount of cum she had swallowed, she didn't need to have dinner tonight, most definitely not. But that didn't sate her desires at all, if anything, she wanted him now more than ever. She noticed the cum that managed to escape from her lips and onto her breasts and chin. She tentatively swiped it off with her fingers and licked them off as Naruto groaned at the erotic display. He hadn't gotten any softer after the previous ejaculation, and Kushina's actions only turned him on more. Kushina looked up at him with a mixture of love and lust. "Lie down on the bed, lover." Naruto smiled as she called him her lover and lied down facing upwards on the bed. Kushina crawled towards him like a cat, with just the right sway in her body. Naruto watched as she straddled his waist and started rubbing his tip against her opening. She moaned at the sensations that ran through her at that moment. Naruto's hot tip pushes into her, trying to invade her, but unable to do so given the tightness. With Minato she had felt wrong and dirty, like she was cheating on someone. But now this felt just so. Right and great. She started to lower herself on him, applying more and more pressure between them. At first he couldn't enter at all, but as the force between them reached a point where it was impossible for her opening to not allow him entry, his head slid into her with a loud pop. Ugh. It's too big. Take it easy, Kachin. Take your time, you'll get used to it. She was too busy feeling herself stretch around his dickhead. He was obviously enjoying it as she felt him push upwards, getting another inch into her. She grimaced but tried to help by applying more force between them. As he slid into her inch by inch, Naruto groaned as a few spurts of pre-cum were released into Kushina. He grabbed her waist and tried to pull her down. She tried to stop him when he was 3 inches in her, as it became more and more painful. This was her 4th time. First was when she got pregnant with Natsumi, second was a year after that when she didn't get pregnant, and third was when she got pregnant with the twins. The last time was 12 years ago, when she was impregnated with the very man whose cock was now ready to impale her. He was physically only 17 right now. But an adult in the shinobi world. She decided not to think so much and just enjoy the moment right now as she pushed all those thoughts aside. Damn it, Kachin, I will need to stretch you out real well soon enough, you're too tight. This is taking forever. Kushina blushed. Sorry, I haven't really done anything like this for 12 years and Minato was only 5 inches long and as wide as my thumb. Too much information. He coughed. Oops, sorry. Don't worry, Sachikin is better anyway, but you are a little too big. She sheepishly added. You will learn to enjoy it. I will. She smiled, then started lowering more, closing her eyes in concentration. A few tears escaped her eyes as it became a bit too painful as he got past 6 inches into her. While Kushina lowered herself to kiss him, to receive some comfort from the pain, Naruto kissed her passionately as they both swapped tongues between their mouths. He sucked on her soft lower lips as she moaned. As soon as she got used to his size, she started to push him in further but stopped at 9 inches and moaned along with Naruto's groan as he hit the barrier of her womb. As soon as the pain from his initial entry subsided, Kushina started to rise up and fall down on him at a slow pace. Naruto-koi, I feel so full. She moaned. Naruto started to thrust up on her, increasing their pace. Soon enough he grabbed her hard by her waist and lowered her on himself as he thrust upon her, completely bottoming out. Kushina screamed out in pleasure and pain as she felt him stretch her to her limits. Ugh. Sachikoi. She started bouncing once more as the pain slowly subsided, letting her enjoy more and more pleasure. Within a few more minutes of their lovemaking, Kushina had her second orgasm. I'm coming, Sachikin. She gasped out. Naruto was already pretty close to himself, so he held her tightly and rolled them over so that he was on top. Then he thrust into her to the hilt, grinding their joints together just as her orgasm started. Naruto. She moaned out in pleasure. Naruto felt her walls clamp on his rock-hard member as he started to blast his seed into her. Ugh. Me too, Kachin, take it. Kushina felt Naruto release his sizzling hot thick seed inside her and she felt as if it filled her up completely and then more and more. Her eyes widened as Naruto held her down and continued filling her up. He grabbed her crimson locks and pulled her towards him, kissing her with lust and passion. She felt it as his semen breached the barrier of her womb and started filling her womb, but he still continued to pump more and more of his seed in her. Soon enough there was nowhere more she could contain him and she had never felt so full as she was now feeling. There was no more space left, with every spurt he made after that, her womb and pussy stretched to contain his seed. The pressure inside her was too much and some of his seeds started to spray out of their joint. Naruto didn't like it to be wasted before he was done with her, so he held her even tighter. Don't waste it, Kachin. Try to close yourself around me, it will stay in, trust me. He whispered to her, it sounded like a command, but it was more of a request. Kushina nodded as she tightened her muscles around his cock as much as she could. She felt him wince just a bit before he growled and pushed himself inside her further, even though he was already bottomed out. She moaned with each spurt he made in her, stretching her out more and more. A few minutes later, he finally stopped and collapsed upon her, not worried since a kunoichi as strong as Kushina could take much more than that. Kushina felt thoroughly satisfied with the ordeal, the cream filling her and slushing around inside her, and the heavy weight of her lover on top of her. Thank you, Kachin, that was great. I wanted to know how much you can hold in and maybe stretch you out a bit. You are welcome to Naruto-koi, thank you too, I never enjoyed myself that much. She kissed him on the lips lovingly. They both smiled, then unexpectedly, Naruto tilted her head to the side forcefully by using her hair and bit down on Kushina's neck. Kushina gasped in surprise as she felt him drink her blood. He's a demon alright. She stroked his back lovingly as he continued drinking her blood, her life. She could regenerate it easily, and even if she couldn't have she would still have let him. But even if he's a demon, I will still always love him. Naruto moaned at the taste of Kushina's blood. She was delicious, an absolute delicacy. Though he was no cannibal, it was normal to drink each other's blood in demonic mating. That wasn't the reason he was doing this though. After a few more moments, Kushina realized he wasn't just drinking her blood for fun. You are attempting to mark me as your life partner. But that won't work, love. I never heard of anyone having more than one life partner and you already have Kasumi. Her response was Naruto withdrawing an inch and slamming back hard. Fuck. I'm sore and full. At least let some of it out before going again. She groaned as he held her so tightly to him that she couldn't move anything but head. His strength was astounding, to be able to hold and srank kunoichi like her like this. Seeing as he wasn't going to stop until she did as he wanted, she hesitantly leaned in towards his neck and bit down gently. It was a lover's bite, one that didn't hurt and most definitely didn't draw blood. It wasn't what her partner wanted and she felt it when he began grinding into her and held her even tighter. She groaned at the feeling. She'd never been submissive to anyone, but feeling his power. This uncontrollable strength, she couldn't help but enjoy his dominance over her. She gave in to him as her teeth pierced his neck just enough to draw a few drops of blood. She moaned as strange and pleasurable sensations erupted from her neck, triggering another orgasm as soon as their chakras seemed to come in sync with each other. Her walls clamped up on Naruto's still hard member as it began to spurt into her again. Morning end, she gasped as she withdrew her teeth from him, and her eyes widened as she saw the swirl representing Kasumi and Naruto's life bond start rotating and change from a scarlet-red spiral to a crimson-red darker spiral. She also felt a seal form on her neck. Kushina couldn't see it but knew that it was the same seal she was looking at on her boy's neck. At the same time, unknown to them both, Kasumi felt a strange but pleasurable tingling sensation as well, and her own seal changed from scarlet red to crimson red. Impossible. Kushina whispered. It was Hitamichan's idea, he moved a bit, making her moan due to the sensations inside her. She told me that if the skin forms whenever an Uzumaki girl is unconditionally in love with a male and the male loves her back, then that should apply to both you and Kasumi. Who is to say that I can't have you both at the same time? Kushina smiled at him while some tears started falling from her eyes. Thank you Naruto-koi. You don't know how much this means to me. I'd given up on finding someone to be my life partner. She hugged him tightly, he was still firmly lodged in her, but nevertheless, he didn't mind holding her tighter for comfort either. Thank you so much for watching this video. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others' videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video. Till that, take care.